First. First.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the grand finals of VCT EMEA, coming to you live from Messe Berlin. It is the last day of the season, everyone, and I cannot wait to see which team is going to be crowned the best of EMEA. I am your host, Yingsu, and I have Lothar and Cougar with me. You guys, we're at the end now. There's just 2 teams left.
I think it's crazy. This was a very long journey, but it's only begun.
And it's packed. We have so many fans today here. It's actually insane.
Yeah, it is. Both of these teams, of course, they have already qualified for Masters Tokyo, and unlike other regions, thanks to Fnatic, we get 4 slots, which means they are both going to be skipping groups. And as we saw earlier, Lothar, DRX,
oh, come on.
They're going to be waiting. They're going to be waiting in that group for FUT and Na'Vi. That's going to be really fun.
Yeah, today's match between DRX and PaperX was very exciting. DRX will go through the group stage. PaperX goes straight to playoffs. And as you said, NA is going to decide that today after our better show.
I think it's also very exciting to see all of these teams, some suspects that we thought would make it, but very stacked squads, especially coming from EMEA, very strong rosters. And as you said, you know, 2 of our teams do not have to go through the hurdle of guessing if they're going to skip that group phase.
Yeah, and all that matters right now is that trophy between Fnatic and Team Liquid. But before we get to that, I want to celebrate the season. You know, we have been here for 9 weeks with a special edition of the VCT EMEA yearbook. We're going to be celebrating a lot of players here. I'm going to start with the first category, which was a unanimous vote, of course. Most likely to be poached, Cougar, and this one goes to Atta Captain.
I think his performance throughout the entire season deserves this kind of reward. I just hope that if he's poached, it stays in EMEA.
Well, he typically stays on one side, so I wouldn't mind if he stays here.
I mean, it depends how he does, right? In the international tournaments, you never know, you never know. But moving on to the next one, we were all in the running for the next one, by the way, but unfortunately, best hairline has gone to Durka, the most important award as well.
I'm not surprised.
Who was the runner-up?
Not Tom Biz. Tom was not even in the top 10. Yeah.
I voted for Tom.
I think Safe was number 2 for this one. But moving on to the next one, after this, we've had a long year. This was a very, very competitive category. But in the end, the Bulgarian player of the season, Lothar, goes to Wolfen.
I was just going to clap.
Yep.
Thank you, everybody who voted for Wolfen to be the Bulgarian player of the week. Each week.
No, of the season at this point. Maybe even the year. Let's see how he does at LCQ as well. The next category we're going to be moving on to, which is my personal favorite, is Best Smile. And I feel so blessed, Cougar, that we get this smile every single week in the studio.
So happy when Epic was joining in that coach slot and we were able to get this same expression, this happy face in every single map veto, in every single timeout, we could see him.
It's just a blessing to watch him on the camera. Every single time I just smile myself and copy his face.
It's a ray of sunshine, a ray of sunshine.
Exactly.
But moving on to the next one, this is a big one as well. Most likely to break a world record, and that is perhaps having the longest tech pause. It does always feel like his Nukia, isn't it?
Yeah, we've had, a table, then the light was on his eyes. I believe he was also in G2 back in the day when some water was spilled over a PC.
That was like a 3-hour one, I remember that one.
Everyone remembers that, and also like we knew that they were changing the entire. I spoke with G2 staff back then, but he needs to just wear, I guess, sunglasses instead of like normal glasses to
stop the glare.
Stop the glare on the stage. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. And last but not least, we have the best IGL, who has a 1 in his name over the age of 30, and just happens to be Cougar's 5th favorite player. Our Na'Vi goes to Angel.
How did you know it was the 5th?
This is you. This is all you. This is not me.
The number one. No, it's insanely specific, but I don't see anybody else but Angel taking this one.
I don't either, Lothar.
I wanted to ask, is there anyone else in this category?
I think if you change the L into a 1, I mean, you are over the age of 30. You can IGL. You want to join Na'Vi as well?
I can play Yoru.
There we go, there we go. Well, that is all we had time for the VCT EMEA yearbook. But it wasn't just good moments we had this year. We had some fun and silly ones as well. So make sure you guys check out this VCT EMEA blooper reel. Ago, we opened our doors to 10 incredible teams, and week in and week out, our players took the stage in the Coliseum and gave it their all. As the greatest region in the world, we delivered some of the highest of highs, and despite going through some lows as well, every team showed the world why they should never be counted out. We had Yoru. We had Gecko. We had about 5,000 comps from Na'Vi, and we even got a Redgar Reina. How could you not be entertained? Not to mention, we also lived through the assistant coach meta and that sweet, sweet Gambit reunion. This season was full of unforgettable memories. And just as we thought, it couldn't get any better than that. The playoffs brought the golden opportunity for some to prove their true worth. A Cinderella story for the ages. FUT gave not just Turkey, but all of us here in EMEA something to cheer for. Yes, Masters Tokyo is on the horizon, but every kingdom needs its king. And today, the oldest EMEA rivalry makes its return. It's Fnatic versus Team Liquid, and there can only be one winner. All the blood, sweat, and tears have led to this very, very moment. Fnatic will get a chance to defend their title, and Team Liquid can be the ones to do what no other teams have done before. Finally defeat this Fnatic roster. It's time to find out which team is truly the best of EMEA. It's that time of the year again, you guys. Fnatic versus Team Liquid. We've seen this before. We've been here before. But interestingly, if we take a look at both teams in their record in previous EMEA Grand Finals before, Liquid are actually leading, but Cougar, mainly because Fnatic were actually too good to make LCQ.
Yeah, exactly. 2 out of the 3 were those LCQs, the Liquid Champions qualifier. So, of course, Fnatic didn't even need to be a part of that. I'm very excited for this one because I feel like we need some level here. And right now, it's also also the trophy and actually writing their names as the first champions here in LAN and in the partnership system.
I cannot wait to build what we have in the League of Legends, like the wall with all the teams that are winning the seasons. This is just the beginning for our seasons, for our region, and it's kind of insane to think about it. It's just the third year of Valorant.
Yeah, if you count the other years we've had grand finals and being able to crown a winner, no team has actually ever managed to win it twice. But we're going to be guaranteed to have a two-time winner because both of them have won it once already. But the last time they faced each other in a grand final was so long ago that we have compiled a list of things that has happened since. Lothar, Breeze, Fracture, Pearl, and Lotus were not even in the map pool when they played against each other.
That's just crazy when you think about it. 4 maps. If you guys remember what the developers said about the game in the beginning, each year we get 2 maps, and it's literally 2 years that passed, and we had 4 maps that are here now.
Yeah, and Cougar, the chamber meta literally came and then went.
I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I wish that we would have lived a little bit more of Fnatic and Liquid in that meta, but I think it's also very surprising because it's one of the most long-lasting metas that we've had.
Yeah, and back at May 2nd, 2021, which was the last time they faced each other, Lothar, who knew the Scream had a brother who would come to Valorant?
Well, everyone knew at that moment because in the debut, he just aced on Killjoy, on Ascend.
Oh, it was after this, by the way. It was LCQ when he came in. Yeah, so he technically didn't have a brother then. Nevera didn't exist. And and lastly, Cougar Alpha was so young. I think he was 14 at the time. He wasn't actually eligible to play in VCT.
He's still very young, okay? He's still very young, but I think it's crazy that Alpha was probably watching from home. And who could have guessed, well, definitely not him, that it would be him taking on Liquid the next time.
I know, right? How crazy is that? And speaking of those roster, let's take a look at what the two teams actually had the last time they faced each other. Lothar, some very familiar names and some recent Valorant fans might not recognize.
It's actually kind of unreal when you think about it. Only 4 players remain from the original rosters that we have seen in this matchup. So we don't see Magnum anymore, Mystic, and Doma are out of the picture. And for Liquid Cougar, well, one of your favorites.
Scream, by the time didn't have.
I miss Link.
Cryptics, this is insane. Look at Soulcast, look at that picture. He looks like a different person.
Look at Durka.
He had hair? What do you mean?
He has hair.
So long ago, Durka had hair.
That's why his performance was worse back then, you know?
Do you feel that way? You think he was worse back then?
I think he matured as a player, and like, this is in all seriousness, in that year, I think he was overheating a lot, and that's something that they developed as a team to gain that trust and better synergy with the teammates.
I mean, of course, Liquid ended up winning that grand finals in the end, but let's bring it to the present here, because some players are still the same. Some of them have come and gone as well since this roster. But if we start with the IGLs of both teams, Boaster has been with Fnatic since day 1, and he has not moved since he's been here. But Redgar is a new addition. Cougar, what do you make of this head-to-head?
I think it's very different because, of course, Boaster has had a lot of time to develop the core strategy of Fnatic, and it's something that has lasted over time. For Redgar is bringing his protocol that he probably had with Eng and merge it with the idea of Liquid, working with Emil, but luckily having Nats by his side to remind him of the good times.
I'm just happy to see Boaster still in the team because he is the identity of the team. When I think about Fnatic, that is Boaster and his strategy on how the team works.
I mean, the crazy thing is, Redgar has never beaten Boaster. The amount of times they played against each other when he was on Gambit, M3C, never. This season, still, I feel like he's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder.
Do you think we're gonna get Reyna versus Reyna on the IGLs?
I mean, you would die if that happened. We would have a great time. I don't think you would. But let's move on to the entry players, because I think the entry players of both of these teams are arguably the 2 best players we have in EMEA right now, Cougar.
It's so symmetrical, right?
Well,
His face, it's like a god. That explains a lot of things.
She's talking about Durka.
I'm talking about Durka, obviously, yeah. I was just seeing it here, and I was like, wow, it looks like it's perfectly mentioned, yeah. But especially on the fragging department, and when we talk about the opening kills, for Durka is always the same role. It's not only that he's an entry on the attack, but he will try to do so as well from the defense, and we see the whole environment that Fnatic has created for him. Safe goes a little bit crazy sometimes, but also is a part of him.
Lothar, do you think there is a distinction? Is there one that is better than the other?
I would consider Durka is better in the team environment. Safe, it's understandable. They're on a newer team. They still have to work on those things that, well, Fnatic had years to develop. But I do think they're both insanely explosive and definitely the best players in our region.
Also, Dirk has a lot of international experience. He has been named the situation under pressure. He's lived through that and sometimes won.
Oh, I mean, we'll see if Safe can kind of complete his redemption arc as well, because the last time they played against each other, I think Dirk might have had his number, but let's move on. It's not just about the entries. This, I think, is such an interesting matchup, because Lothar, they have very different playstyles, and they're both very seasoned EMEA players as well.
I would say not even playstyles, but the role within the team.
Yeah.
Leo is super grounded, as he was in Guild, by the way. If someone was watching Guild, he has a very similar playstyle, but he... But he didn't have the cogs around him to make it all click. Now in Fnatic, he can develop that kind of stoic playstyle that he represents, while Solkas is unfortunately on the other end of the spectrum, which I personally hate to see players in, because it's like, oh, you have to take the bullet for the team, you have to play the flex, you have to fit whatever we need. And that is a really, really troubling position to be in, but he is doing his job.
I think that I would give it a different tag. I think I would go for support, because that is what I think of when I think of these two players. Solkas has been so flexible every single time for Liquid, every single time that they needed to make a change. Solkas was the one, okay, I'll go on the Astra, I'll go on the Neon, I'll do whatever you need. You need me to be in the back, I will be that guy. You need an extra smoker, I will be that guy. For Leo, I do think is the initiation power, but more from the supportive side of, I will make you shine, and let me tell you, you will shine.
I mean, Dom has literally lost all of his main agent that made him well known to other players. The Rays, they was taken off of him. The Sky, well, I think we were even debating why he doesn't get to play the Sky. And even the one time Liquid were trolling with their comps, he was like, I'll let the kids have fun, you know, I'll actually try and let us win, give us a chance. But let's move on to the next head-to-head. Again, a very, very interesting one here. Chronicle versus Yumpy. Again, I think playstyle, there's a distinction, but I also think this is quite an even matchup as well.
It's even, but I think it's two of the most heavy hitters on the team. I think the Chronicle also has a very supportive role. Most likely, like Solkas, he can play almost anything. I think in the Gambit days, we saw him playing a lot of things. And it's the kind of player that maybe won't go for the kill, but if you go to his side, you won't make it alive.
It's so funny that on the card for Yumpy, it says duelist initiator, but he also just kind of yesterday played Killjoy, you know? So it's like, you can see that Yumpy is a very flexible player, but I also think he was looking for his identity. Overall, when he started his journey in VALORANT, he tried to find what works for him. It took a while, and he's now one of the most explosive players in our region. I still remember the clutches that he delivered on Fracture when he played Chamber.
And I think that probably alongside Solkas, he's the one that brings flexibility to Liquid, because if we take a look at the other players, they're more stuck in their agents that they can play and the way that they want to interpret the world. Yumpy was aiming an Omen and the Killjoy back in the days with Jets. You know, I think that he's always down to try something new.
And also, I see a lot of comments about how he's very explosive, he might be a little bit too explosive, but I want to give him some credit, because in the post-plan interview we've had with him, I think he deserves to be also called smart. He was in a 1v2 clutch on Split, I'm sure you guys remember this, and the reason that he told us that he knew exactly what was happening is because there was one player that was supposed to be defusing and one player that was closer to him, but the one that was supposed to be defusing had a Phantom. So he was seeing the traces go past him and go, I know he's not defusing because there's a Phantom shooting at me. So when the Vandal started shooting at him and the defuse went, he peeked and got the 1v2. You don't hear that from many players.
And especially in a situation where you're under pressure, we have been highlighting some of the mistakes that we've seen in the server. Sometimes you're looking at the mini-map, a lot of things are going on. Maybe the player is IGLing, but in this situation, I want to think of the silence that was going on around him, because it was his decision to make, and he made the right one and probably gave us one of the best plays and the best finishes of a round that we've had.
And I really loved in that situation, that 1v2 on Split, he also had the perfect timing. It was like in the 3 seconds window when you should be peeking, because your opponent is gonna be close to half on the spike. Those small things, as like with the weapon recognition and with the timing, you see the, let's say, the skill of the player, the game knowledge that he represents at this level.
Well, last but not least, let's talk about the Sentinel players. Could not be more different when it comes to the agents that they play. Alpha versus Nats. I think some might say that Lothar, this might be the only department where maybe Fnatic don't compare up to Liquid.
I feel like when it comes to the responsibilities that a player represents on the server. Nats is a personification of someone who is playing for himself and around the team a little bit, but still like for himself when it comes to taking map control and trying to find angles that no one will be predicting, right? And he's the, well, sentinel of our region. Alpha, on the other side, is like the complete unhinged Turkish aimer that comes in those unpredictable things on the roles that should be stable.
Yeah, I think that for a very long time, Nats was the Cypher to be that sentinel for a very, very long time. Alpha just came in like a piece of clay. I think that he still has a lot of room to improve and to learn. I think he's also down to be that guy that listens and just learns new agents, learns how to use them, and actually to become the best. I think that at the beginning we saw him going a little bit on the duelist, just, you know, Fnatic was trying to see what they wanted to do with him, and I think that in this roster he fits perfectly. I just still want to see Nats maybe picking out on the kill shot.
Yeah, and also I feel like if we compare this to the 2021 roster, back then was very much, oh, we need Scream to show up, we need Dirk to show up, otherwise it's going to be very, very difficult. But even as we talk about Nats and Alpha, it doesn't matter. If these guys show up, they have a good chance. If they don't, they've got 4 other players on their team that could carry them as well. But let's take a look at the updated, after yesterday, first kill leaderboard between all of the players here at EMEA. We've just included the top 3 because the other ones are no longer in the competition. And Kiwi, you know, sneaks himself into there. The crazy thing about this is that Durka has played almost 200 rounds less than Safe and almost 200 rounds less than Kiwi. And he's putting up the numbers like this, which is kind of wild.
Yeah, that's insane. 200 rounds when you think about it. Let's just assume that most games finish 13-7, 13-9, something around that. Yeah, that is like 18 matches, 18 maps difference. Insane. How is Durka able to deliver so many successful duels? Because you're not gonna have much more duels than Safe is, because he's also in the same position, the same kind of playstyle. But somehow I feel like the entire team just lifts up Durka, and then the skill just shines in those moments.
And I think it's a protocol that has been working. I think one of the things that made their icebox so strong is that not Durka go kill, but especially Durka go for that first kill. That's the one that matters. He will be very patient and come back, not going crazy. If you do it again and again, they keep falling. They still have to face up against Durka. Nobody can do it. Just keep repeating it.
I mean, Safe, he does have a chance to catch up today. This is the golden opportunity to be able to catch up in that department. But of course, today is a best of 5. And in this best of 5, because Fnatic won through the upper bracket, they will get 2 bans coming into this. Let's take a look at the map performances of these teams and kind of theorize where we think Fnatic should be going. Lothar, of course, as we know, they only dropped 1 map in playoffs and 1 map in the regular season, both against Turkish teams.
This is just unreal when you think about it. 7 times Lotus, the newest map, and the performance on attack is insane. 73% on attack is absolutely bonkers, but pay attention to now on the right side of this graphic. There's the performance only against Liquid. 2 times they played on Lotus. One of the halves ended up in an 11-1 for Fnatic. And then we're going to talk about this a lot in the future, because we're going to tie it up on how Liquid tried to countering them. But the performance that you get from out of Fnatic, on every map, because they have the strategy of just hard banning one of their maps and then lifting up the strategy on the other ones. So they're just well-rounded machine.
I'm just sad that Liquid didn't make it through the to the upper bracket instead of Fnatic, because then maybe they would force them onto Pearl and we would be able to see that map. But of course the numbers are going to be different on this side. I think that they've had their highs, their lows. Obviously our eyes are on Lotus, because I think is a very big contender for today. I think that the difference is also that, as I said, Liquid has had to evolve. To me, the Fnatic that we saw at the beginning of the season is practically the same. The only map that I would say they've gone a little bit forward is, of course, Lotus.
I mean, judging by the graphic we just saw and Liquid having 6 wins on Split, do you think the Fnatic second ban will be Split? And is it wise to go there?
I have 2 options in my mind. Like one is gonna be Split. That's also like kind of pairs it up with the history of how Fnatic played in the past. We have always seen them actually ban Split. That's why we have even seen Boaster on the Reyna, because they needed to play Split that one time. But the past performance in our season right here on Bind was a little bit, like, let's say, fluctuating in results. So for Fnatic, I feel like the secondary option would be to ban Bind.
Yeah, okay, I like that. I also had another theory because we haven't seen them play Fracture. We know that is an option that they have left open as they have banned Pearl instantly every single time, and we saw it as a decider, but actually never made it to it. And it's something that maybe they want to ban, but if I am Fnatic and I am about to go to an international event and I have spent 2 months and a half, let's say, without playing it in an official, knowing that my permaban is going to be Pearl, I need to get some reps on that map.
Yeah, I definitely think Fracture will be floated one way or another. I also want to throw Ascent in there. I feel like Ascent could also be a good option for Fnatic to ban, but I feel like no matter what, if they ban Ascent, I think Liquid will just insta-choose Split. If they ban Split, Liquid will insta-choose Ascent or Bind. Do you know what I mean? There's a few choices we could go there, but the thing is, Fnatic's map pool, as you guys said, is just very, very good, and it's not just the map pool is good. That's good. It's almost everywhere else as well, except for the pesky Thrifty wins, Lothar.
I feel like that just falls down on Liquid's Sheriff gunplay, that they just get some nasty kills with
It
it.
also has some good plans. Like, it's not only the aim. You have to think about what you do with the timings and everything else. I think that a good example was Lotus when they changed the compositions, and on the second round against Fnatic, I believe it was when they jump into... Was it against Fnatic or was it against Footballers? I can't remember. It's been a lot of days.
Do you know what? Let's show that round, because we actually have that, the Lotus you're talking about. We have both of the Lotus rounds where Liquid ended up ecoing Fnatic despite Fnatic winning the pistol. But yeah, as you can see here, Cougar.
Oh yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. I didn't know you had this ready, sir.
I prepared this
Thank you so
especially
much.
for you.
Yeah, if you take a look at the clock, this is not happening the moment that the round starts. No, and it's working a little bit with the other team not paying a lot of attention and actually not going super hard onto one side, that you decide to take up that space. And also, thanks to that Viper wall that, as we see, is a little bit more advanced than the one we see cutting out through door.
It's actually also very illustrative to show this round, because it shows how a small mistake by Alpha, by overstepping his boundaries into the A zone, A main area, can get punished. That one kill from Solkas, it's the personification of a impact kill. That impact kill on the first player not only essentially enables them to have a flank as well, but then essentially also gets them a free kill, a free gun that is used in getting another advantage. And then you get into the situation where Boaster just is between the rock and the hard place.
Would you believe if I tell you that they did this again? They got ecoed in the same map, Lothar, again after winning the pistol.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, I would say.
I mean, it's sometimes it do be like that. Sometimes it happens. I think that on the previous one as well, we just see how smart some players can be. Yampi, for example, just put in the turret and then running right after, not waiting for the pick. Is this kind of decisions, and probably a little bit of overheating here for Alpha. He didn't need to just keep peeking and peeking after that. Maybe a little bit hungry for those frags, and actually ends up costing them the round.
I'm guessing no one was yelling DRX, DRX, DRX to keep them in check.
Because it wasn't an execute, and it wasn't all of them maybe performing a retake. It was just Alpha making his own decision. That's why I was mentioning that he still has that room to grow, that he's going to keep improving. It's just there's space for him to become better.
I mean, they got to iron that out today. They can't keep letting Liquid eco them in fashion that they did. But also, both of these teams, they played a lot of maps, albeit Liquid a lot more than Fnatic so far. But Lothar, as we take a look throughout their season, it's been just an uphill kind of walk for Liquid. They've just gotten better and better every single week.
And I think defeating the expectations that so many teams and so many people around the world had of them, the performance that we saw at Locking just left us a little bit cold, let's say it like that. And when the season started, knowing that so many other rosters were going to be competing for the same, they were thinking, is this going to be enough time to build a sustainable roster, sustainable protocol that is going to, take them that far?
You know, it's not funny, sorry. That's actually what was upsetting for me. The beginning of the season, we have seen Liquid maybe not perform to the expectations that they had, and then many people were literally trying to call out Nats for like bad performance of the team. That showed me a
always
lot.
Someone in a forum pointing.
There was a lot of like that. But in general, people were not understanding how Nats was playing. But now let's jump to Fnatic. And well, there's gonna be a lot of multi-kills and flashy stuff happening here from Derka.
A lot of Derka, yeah.
I think for them, it's almost the opposite.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, Icebox, we miss you. I miss you, sorry.
For them, it's almost not the same kind of story. They've maintained the undefeated record, but as the season have gone on, Cougar, they've shown weakness. They're not unbeatable.
Yeah, exactly. I think that they've shown that they're human, that there are some weaklings, especially that they've been pretty vocal about it. I think the other day when they lost on Bind, Boaster was saying, hey, they were too aggressive. We were not used to playing with the KO and actually having them jumping in our face. And now, you know, it's another step in our growth that we need to take. We need to consider all of these things because, of course, for these past 2 months, they've been just used to what we do in EMEA. And, of course, there's a lot to think when you think about the international stage.
Yeah, in general, in competition, you don't want to be uncontested in your regional, let's say, league or whatever tournaments that you are, because you're not getting tested, so you're not really adapting a lot. And that's the case with Fnatic, actually, here in our region, because so far, in almost every single map, they just stick to what they had been doing in the past because they don't need to show their new cards. They're just using the old hands that were drawn for them.
Do you think it'd be wise for them to keep these comps going into an international tournament as well? Surely they changed something in Tokyo.
Well, Fracture, if they don't show it today, as Cougar mentioned actually as one of the plans for the map bans, I would say it's a huge advantage because I probably would guess that they're gonna play something that already played on Fracture today. Then for Tokyo, I would say they are starting in playoffs. So I would actually say that they're gonna go for something new, but probably not on all maps. It's just gonna be like one map, maybe something new with like new composition, new kind of strategy, like they did in Fracture, for example, in the previous international tournaments.
I think the ball right now is on Liquid's court. Like Fnatic are just going to keep doing the same that they've been doing so far because this has worked. They haven't needed to show anything else. But if Liquid pushes them the same way that they pushed yesterday, maybe we see a new face of Fnatic and maybe some.
We'll see. We will see. We will see. This is it. The time is here. The grand finals of VCT EMEA. Let's send it down to Ulysses, who's standing by in the pit.
Champions, underdogs, upsets, and heroes. And we have always think of it on the EMEA. And tonight, it all comes to an end. Fnatic, the kings, the final boss, hungry to build a dynasty. In front of them, Liquid, with the chance to make history. Welcome to the VCT Grand Finals to the EMEA. Let's bring the gladiators into the pit!
Fnatic, Bladestorm on line, Bladestorm away for that.
Princess Tiger, the gold, Derka!
Do they get that nice little unity between each other? There's crossfires in place, safe, tucked to the corner, good for one spot a second. Oh, the adjustment, phone call deleted, safe, he's having a round. Absolute stunning work.
Don't ever Diego, him or you will pay the price, the car pass, safe!
Trying to follow the classics doing work. All of a sudden they've got numbers advantage. Onto the side and Leo cleans it all up, sweeps them off of their feet.
He never misses! You better hide from Leo!
Cracks would be dead immediately. A single bullet catching him will do all for young people. There's more on Kiwi. This man close up is that defuse being stuck. He's gonna have a swing and he gets both!
Run, Forrest! Run! Jumpy!
Teammates not in sight yet as Kiwi is hunting out. Inwards again, lamp control ignored by Foot, wanting to isolate the fighter to sight. Boaster, ring around the Rosie and catches them both.
The commander of his army, the one and only Boaster!
Seaside blade on when you've lost the control. Now you become tunnel visioned on this guy. An insane start for Redgar. Oh, no! Through the smoke! He saw the gun barrel.
On his path to redemption, the captain, Redgar!
This could be the problem. Angel could be caught a little bit here and actually Chronicle. Perfect timing and 9-4 flight. Chronicle, insanity!
The only two-time international champions, Chronicle!
Redgar has found a response here though. Reckoning will come through. Has actually found the kill. Zolcast responds to third as well from him.
Where did he just find 3 kills?
the anchor, he always got your back. Solkas!
For mid, I don't think they have any idea where he is. Solkas finally starting to realize.
Oh, second crazy shot out from Alpha. The
The Turkish Prince without fear, all for
Naps from heaven takes another, takes two. No one's looking at him. Turn around. Nats has opened up the sight. Another player. Back of the head facing in with a shorty. Nats will take the round.
We see he's lurking in the shadows. You always need to keep an eye on Nats. Did someone request a timeout? It's Goats time! The minds behind the teams. Let's give a warm welcome to Mini and Amir. The Tank Gladiators are ready to fight right here in the Coliseum. Only one will take the crown. It's Fnatic against Liquid.
Only one can take the crown. Indeed, Uli. What an introduction from him, and what an introduction of the players as they walk out for the last time this season as well. We might not actually see them again this year in EMEA if they both skip LCQ, Cougar.
Yeah, exactly, and they have the best chances of doing that since they don't have to go through groups. I just want to say, of course, that going into the map veto, we know that Pearl is not going to be an option, and it's going to be split.
Do they
that
go
we're not going to
Haven
see.
first or Lotus, you think? There we go.
They want to
It was
expose
a map
the
with three
weakness.
sides, that was for sure.
There we go. And Liquid have choices. They have choices.
They pick defense. Oh, we're gonna
Ascent,
break
right?
this
Yeah.
down, but it was on Ascent. We're gonna have like a very, I would say so far, this is actually beneficial for Fnatic.
Yeah, and they
the
get
next
the
one.
Haven.
Yeah, exactly. That makes a lot of sense. It was either one of the other. Fracture is the one that Team Liquid is going to choose, but just as the fourth map, they didn't decide to go straight into that because they know that for sure Fnatic has something ready on that map.
I'm honestly surprised that we didn't see Team Liquid maybe pick Bind a little bit earlier than that Ascent. I feel like that's the map when they have the, let's say, strongest odds of beating them.
I completely agree. It's giving me kind of a Fnatic Na'Vi flashbacks. Maybe Na'Vi were also trying to play mind games. They ended up paying the price. But having said that, though, Cougar, it's not that bad for Liquid.
No, absolutely not. And I think that one of the reasons why they chose to go with this Ascent is the fact of the map that they had yesterday. They know that they're most likely going to start on the attack. Well, maybe Fnatic was feeling fancy. It's not the first time that they choose to be starting on the attack, but they're very reliant on that map. I think that they have a very good strategy, and it actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's gonna be hype. And I would like to also shout out the crowd. They're electric today. I loved it.
I mean, it's time for you guys to break down what we can be expecting on Lotus as you guys go over there. As you remember, I mean, Liquid played this recently. They played it yesterday and they beat FUT on it. They looked great.
In general, I would say that Fnatic and Team Liquid on Lotus is gonna be a great case study of what we can expect from the teams to follow through in the future when it comes to Lotus. So first, what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump into Fnatic first cycle, so first 40 seconds.
Wait a little bit until we get this
here we go.
ready. Okay, this view is perfect. Take a last look at the players before we break down what we can expect from this Lotus, as it's going to be the first map that we see here today in, as you remind, best of 5.
Yeah, and that's very important to note that in the first 40 seconds, Fnatic typically doesn't really attack into the A area on Lotus. Now, when we compare that to the next 40 seconds, which is the second cycle, you can see how they move towards that direction, but then they have like two options where to go.
Yeah, exactly. They can go through Hobby, through that small door, maybe execute onto A. I think that has a lot to do with what they find out. They just want to use that first cycle to maybe maybe put some aggression onto C, as we saw, but actually making the important decision in the second one with the information that they've gathered alongside the map.
Yeah, and now let's swap to the other team, so to Team Liquid.
Yes.
And we're gonna showcase what are they doing. Well, actually, this is against Foot. We want to show against Fnatic. What are they doing against Fnatic? Cougar, help me out here. How do I understand this?
Yes, exactly. Do you see this red blob that you're seeing over here? This is Solkas. The important thing is that, especially the first time that they played against Fnatic, he was not using his utility. We were talking about that first cycle, and he was not using his hunt to actually gather information in so many occasions, but he's going to be playing a little bit more passive with some Scythe, the pink that you're seeing over here, to just gather that information and probably be ready if there is a hard execute or just playing off of that. Sometimes, in most of the cases, you're going to have maybe the Viper alone playing here in A is something that many teams do, but this is just the first time that they played, probably just getting used to it. What happened the second time?
So the thing is that Liquid is trying to, like, let's say, counter what Fnatic is doing in the first cycle, right?
Yeah.
So they don't actually use a lot of utility into this area, but because they know it's not needed. That is insanely important. Now, when it comes to playing against Foot, though, they adjusted, right? So let's see how they adjusted against Foot.
Yeah, exactly. All of this that you're seeing, I believe that this is a lot coming from Redgar going on to Rabble and being a little bit extra aggressive. Again, this is the first 40 seconds, and in many occasions, just to counter the different Viper walls that you have on this map, is secure this area for the orb, for obviously everything else that you can get, and what you want to prioritize on the map, more so towards that right side of the map than to the left.
Yeah, and then this is actually insanely important to understand that Liquid is trying to counter the Fnatic's plan on this map. And I feel like they can just stick their guns to what they did in the past because Fnatic is not going to show us anything new.
Yeah, well, let's not forget that Liquid, they changed their comp after losing to Vitality and actually brought in a Killjoy, and it's been pretty successful since. A 10-2 comeback, by the way, yesterday. They were 10-2 down on this map, and they're going to stick with that Killjoy, which I think is the right thing to do.
Yeah, I'm liking this composition. It's the standard one. Like, you kind of need the stopping power of the Killjoy to make sure you're not gonna get pushed in the first tempo. Not something that we anticipate from Fnatic here, but this is just sticking to their guns and nothing new is being shown. The difference here is, though, the Astra and the Omen, Cougar.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing with the Omen, that we need to see how Redgar is going to be acting today. Is he going to be, funky and maybe going on the aggression a little bit more, or is he going to be much more reactive to what they do? What are they going to do towards those executes? Are they going to grant them the space? Maybe they want to try and secure that first kill onto them before moving forward.
I need Chronicle to be the one to step up a little bit more. The last time they faced each other, Redgar was killing him over and over again, often from the same spot. Lothar, I need to see some adaptation on the side of Fnatic for sure.
You want to see it,
yes,
but will we see it?
I mean,
that's the thing.
We know Redgar likes to TP on the top of that box after mount onto C on the attack side, smoke himself off, and then just one-tap Chronicle's ponytail off.
Listen. We're forgetting about the biggest factor here is the Redgar operator that we've been getting. It's actually very complicated because sometimes you're not going to expect it, and actually Liquid is going to give you a bunch of that.
I mean, at least that you're not going to expect it, but Chronicle needs to learn that Redgar will be on top of that box. So if he dies even just once, Lothar, I'm going to be annoyed.
Yeah, me too as well. I hate overpicking, and that's why I also want to see Alpha a little bit more on the leash when it comes to Boasters steering him on the map control.
Well, this is it, you guys, the grand finals of VCT EMEA, and it's time to jump into game with your casters for today. Give it up for Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you so much, Sue and the Desk, for setting this all up just perfectly. But we have to reiterate once again, these two teams could not have been more different in their route. Roll your minds back to Brazil. Liquid looked lost. People were calling for this team to disband. They had no faith in it, no belief in what they could do. Remember Icebox, remember Soulcast, all those horrific scenes. But then 13 matches, 33 maps, a new Liquid form. They've made it here to the finals. But again, this is a story of two teams, Mike.
It is, and on the other side of the Coliseum, Fnatic carrying across their momentum from block-in, DMN in absolutely terrifying fashion, a 22-2 map record across the season, and every single member of this super team delivering on all fronts. I think we're at the start of potentially seeing them solidify themselves as the first truly dominant Dynasty roster in VALORANT today. And today they take their first step to making that a reality, Lauren.
That's what they're fighting for on that stage, that trophy, that first place position. Fnatic against Liquid, you could not have asked for a better final here. Dark horses for sure. Liquid have got their work cut out. Fnatic have looked faultless throughout this run. And now their final challenger. Best of 5. Will it go the distance? Will it be just 3? Who knows? But for now, it's Durka taking those first couple of steps.
Actually, Redguard takes the tag here, so he's got to be careful of the paint shell following through. You have the TP away from it. Fnatic applying a little bit of pressure, though. No scrambled rotation coming through just yet, and a fair bit of utility burns up, actually. Redguard actually greets them here. Boaster and Durka drifting through the poison orb.
Yeah, and what do you do if you're Leo? You're trying to keep your life more than anything, and you've been overwhelmed. Trade for Alpha, but by now they're left in tatters, just down to Chronicle and him. And keep in mind, Chronicle's on the other side of the map, so unless something incredible happens here, this is looking wrapped up in round 1, but again, Chronicle cook a little here. How much space can he take? The pause is enough to at least keep them guessing here, and you can already see Soulcast.
He's conscious, but I don't think he's, well, maybe actually here, coming back through to clear heaven.
Chronicle
gets the better of him, though.
Yeah, okay,
Not a single
Soulcast.
tag.
He didn't take any damage. And now they've got a pretty decent post plant. This is something out of nothing. This is a 2v4. And they got some ground to cover. Redguard's going to be a minute or 2 to get there. He can try and apply some pressure.
That's the one smoke. Down to 8 HP, but Safe still has the paint shells and the boom bot available here. It's definitely doable. Redguard actually giving away his position, I think, slightly. Chronicle's going to have heard that.
Yeah, going to pop the wall. Back on up. Look for maybe a fair fight. And it looks like Yampi's the target. A clean pick for Chronicle. Oh, the second! Chronicle! Beautiful work!
Still got the snake bite to stall as well, Lauren. The time is ticking away for Safe.
Only down to that paint shell now. Boombot U's going to post it and hope for the best and pray! And no one's answering! Fnatic instantly put themselves on the board in an obscene pistol round.
But it's been a 2v4. That was absolute madness. Even here, this is a massive overextension, but I think they've missed the timing here to try and actually get themselves onto C. So dicey for Soulcast. At the timing here on Yampi, I think he's expecting it to fully reset, but like I said, Redguard being down to 8 HP, giving away his position as well, sets up Chronicle for success here.
Bloody hell, what a start to things. And now Fnatic reaping the benefits, right? You've got that Vandal on Boaster, you've got it on Chronicle, they got a nice little buy behind it. On the other side, Ghosts and a little bit of Pandemonium, but really to no end. I think Redguard just got spotted too. Yeah, that's being sent. Have fun, catch that. Any damage? No, Durka's gonna get it. Paintshot did find. That's about it so far. Leo took a little bit of damage too, but as it stands, nothing to report here for Liquid.
Very proactive, actually spread thin here, Yampi. Crisp on the first, Leo will fall. A 3v2 now, but Safe and Yampi only on Ghosts. 3 rifles actually in the hands of Fnatic. A little bit of space or time left in this rotation as well. Yampi's going to have to give his position away slightly by dealing with the door. What can they get done here, Lauren?
Spike planted.
This is tricky with so little kit on them. And the big issue is it's all the rifles left, right? A little bit of chip damage, but Alpha now notes Safe's presence. There's not much opportunity even from that door. No, yeah, it's been watched. Fnatic sitting very patiently in this post plant. Super keen, not allowing any issues to amount, and yeah, Safe can maybe get towards the site. But now, yeah, you've still got Killjoy standing and Viper. So not a fun post plant to try and handle.
Absolutely not. I think Safe just probably trying to bait somebody in, but with 3 rifles, Fnatic shouldn't overstep the mark here. Just want to see them falling back now. Yeah, with the gravity well. Maybe somebody just looking for one more orb towards something. Again, Chronicle within touching distance of the pit already. I guess we can get into the conversation now about this veto. It's obviously statistically, you can scroll for days and Fnatic sit at the top at most of those statistics, but coming to this to start on Lotus, I had some real concerns. I hit this on the desk yesterday, and I think if we keep ourselves in the correct mindset, yes, there was a big comeback there, but the way that Liquid have adapted to this Killjoy composition, I still have lots of questions. I think Fnatic are the kryptonite to that. They're the ones to almost exploit it, because there's a massive overinvestment from both of the, I don't want to say dedicated anchors, but expected anchors in the form of Yampi and Nats. A number of times we've seen them concede first deaths and dump all of their utility. And against Foot, I mean, time and time again, it was just that death ball approach that then if you don't have the stall, you don't have anybody to lock down a site, it becomes very difficult. I think expecting potentially a jump peak here, but Soulcast and Nats. It's not often you see Soulcast in this position actually to play alongside Nats.
No, a little bit of a switch up there, and it's worked quite well because it looked like Fnatic were almost going to go for like a little bit of a dry contact piece like that. I don't love that from Boaster. Yeah, it felt like they were going to go for something, but the Prowler working really well for Soulcast in that, kind of revealing how close Boaster had managed. But it's a quick pivot towards the other side, and this is when it's going to be Redgar on a platter. He needs to be very aware of this. Needs to almost deliver, and he does! 3 huge kills! Incredible work from Redgar. Zero right to do that much damage, and Safe's already here, so all of those opportunities for Leo have dwindled.
30 seconds left.
Might even get caught here by Nats. He seems to be aware. Does still get the kill, and actually doesn't take too much damage. 90 HP, but 3 left to find, 20 seconds left on the clock. Not seeming doable for him here.
He's got a fair fight on this until then. Yeah, Safe stayed back, but hey, Redgar, what a round from him.
Yeah, big bailout. Just as Fnatic are stacking up towards this A site hit. Well, he's setting up once again, potentially, to get in position for it. So, lucky here, just perfect placement on the tracers. Boaster just coming forward to try and remove some of that utility. Which again, if that is what I've got my eyes on here, is quite often Yampi's playing ahead of it. It's not used to kind of take late contact on a site or catch potentially a mid-round audible towards B. There's been a few times where it's spread very thin and it's there's no contact play on the back of it. At least here, I'm seeing the same setup once again, and that's a huge positive in my eyes. Looks like Liquid have actually fixed that on the fly.
I like that. This is a lot of work for Nats, though. Yes, they've been able to kind of invest Redgar back to where it was. It does buy a little bit of time, though. And they're going to try and speed up the pace a little bit here, Fnatic. Correct call on that, but let's see if they can break that back of the site. Boaster taking a lot of chip on the way down to 48, but did have at least a shot towards CT. No one seemed to respect it or even look his way. So it's Durka to deliver, takes down Soulcast, but Yampi answers right on back in. 2 big kills found, and they can push back towards the site if they want to. Alpha, does he find a little unexpected timing? No, he will have to reveal position.
Correct Chronicle is though. He's going himself into the backside of B, and Leo's trying to regroup with him now. 3 coming through that C connector. Chronicle has to find something here just to get back behind them, Lauren.
That would be incredible if he can, but I wonder if they've lost the timing now on the site. He would have to kind of knife out go. Nats is already getting paranoid. He's reading it perfectly here. Yeah, lovely work from Nats. Great intuition just to make sure they hadn't noted Chronicle. Maybe a little curious as to where he'd got to, and they read it correct. Lovely work from Liquid, and a beautiful hold on the site, actually.
Yeah, really well played, and already seeing positives in the adjustments, the slight adjustments being made here by Liquid. I'm not Fnatic, I don't know how early the timeout will come, but they certainly need a different approach. I think last time as well, we were commenting on how scrappy things started out.
Yes.
And the scoreline really not reflecting, I think, how close some of the rounds were, but it was Liquid to take the early lead on Lotus. I think actually coming out of a timeout was when Fnatic were able to stabilize, adjust the game plan accordingly, but there's a few different things from Liquid here that certainly need addressing here. Showstopper available, Viper's Pit and the Nightfall, but with the weaponry here, doubting the investment.
Smoke goes in. That's gonna keep Fnatic at bay for a little longer. What's this ratty little thing? Ah, it's just with the back of the wall.
Back rubble. Well, does that land top, actually?
If it lands top, that's very nice. I think one went to the back last round, so I'm wondering if it's the same one. Yeah, same as the last one. But Redgar's position, he makes no subtlety of this, really, but he's still a nuisance to get past. Cycling through the smokes, he does have support in the form of Safe. It's not like he's alone on this endeavor. So once again, early round, Fnatic really not getting much play into this. No chip damage done massively, a little bit of something towards Safe, but it's barely big enough to report. So it's a lean back towards B, putting the pressure towards Yampi. Alpha!
Just deletes him.
That's nasty. Quick clear towards the door and notes no one off the back of it, so they should be able to get a free plant.
30 seconds
Boaster opens up an avenue to close around this side, trying to defend this plant.
It's gone down on B, though. This is huge for Fnatic. And a 4v4, and they've got the Showstopper to play inside it.
Couldn't quite snap back in time to find Alpha, who's having a belting round already. Soulcast wants to close that gap if he can, but Nats needs to brave what's in front of him. Walk in the pit. Soulcast does find his target. That was Alpha, down to a 2v2 now. Tough part. Chronicle still standing. They're going to hear this and back away. Durka just protecting that spike plant. No one's there. They burnt the, I guess they burned through a lot of their ults on this one, so hey,
but
for Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, positive for Liquid, but this is a swing round. This is for Fnatic to get back in a comfortable financial position. I mean, Leo brought down to 650 there, so the plant and the round win is actually huge. I was questioning whether or not the investment was going to come. It's on the back of just one kill. But like I said, that kill comes on B, where Yampi's committing to an engagement ahead of his utility. It's not to take contact. He's holding that angle. And when you've got the pit and the showstopper, you can lock down B site so easily. Yeah, I'm seeing this a number of times now. Nats is kind of dedicated to the solo anchor this time. Safe, Durka actually way ahead of the curve here.
Supposed to not got a gun.
Oh no.
Has he forgotten to buy again?
I can't remember the last time we saw one of them actually. It was in overtime or something, a lock-in.
Oh dear, Chronicle's gone down. Another smoke cycled in, and the support system different this time. It was safe before. This time it was Soulcast and actually Leo finding both of them. Big win on one of the extremities. Still advantageous towards Liquid with 3 of them alive. Alpha and Leo have to try and navigate the path.
Ultimate's available here for Liquid if they do want to try and secure this, or have to invest something to secure it. So he saves here with the showstopper. If he's feeling the heat, might just look to close this one out. Leo down to 45 HP though, so
where are you?
Will be noted here at least with the reveal.
And there it is, felt the pressure.
He's locked in with the C's. Can't
Nice
actually
little
close
way
the
to use
gap.
it. Yep. Fnatic just having to respect this, but time is starting to run low. Does go in, doesn't get what he wants. So second attempt now. Nice work from Leo there to draw that out. Safe just running through the utility basically. Satchel actually kind of dropped the ball there. Yeah, Leo gets given a free pass.
I mean, Alpha's got a lockdown. Yampi does as well, but I was talking about the investment potentially. If Yampi finds something on the flank here, it could fall apart for Fnatic.
Let's see how close he gets. Leo, did he spot him there?
Run.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he did. He had no idea. He did not see Leo then. And now Leo's just left to try and fight it out. The shorty flies in. He goes down. Great trade work from Alpha. Oh, can he adjust? Yes, he can! Fnatic again!
Flipping the disadvantage once again.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, and Liquid have to pump the brakes because that's 2 rounds now that Fnatic have no right to turn that back in their favor.
Boaster didn't even have a gun.
This is a ridiculous swing from Leo.
The fact that Safe thought he was safe, safe because of the utility and didn't even double check. Just threw out that blast pack and hoped for the best.
They bait with the door once again.
Oh, it's incredible.
Yeah, we're running away from the showstopper, by the way. But another fumble in my eyes.
Yeah, a couple of these now. Starting to haunt Liquid. It's not a pleasant feeling to lose the pistol like that.
Well,
and then this.
Even just jump ahead of you there. You lose the last round of Thrifty, and then you lose another 2v3. Potentially a 2v4. I'm not even sure what the head count was initially, but Durka's dead off the rip for free.
Yeah.
Like I said, the spacing seemed slightly off, whether or not this was a read on Fnatic's side to say, yeah, we're not feeling too much pressure outside rubble, let's contest it here, but very limp-wristed in terms of the approach in the early round from Fnatic, and like I said, at that point, with the positions and the ultimates available, there's no way Liquid should have lost that.
No, it feels like a couple of these rounds have been like that. How many times they had to bail out a couple of big kills and then the round still just falls away from them. Cosmic Divide is there for Boaster, but on the other side,
The Vandal's
plenty of
there for
ults.
Boaster.
Honestly, that's more important to note at this juncture. Yeah, not a kill yet though, so don't worry.
I didn't hear Yinsu scream. Soulcast seeing a ton of damage.
Durka's, I'm pretty sure he's seen him too.
Yeah,
So they should have known that.
Exactly.
They've won this out so early.
Yeah, Yampi's rotated very early on. Safe's trying to pick up the slack. I think that's actually intended to deal with the alarm bot, to be honest with you, not to force a player off a position. Well, Yampi has actually switched up. I mean, you see Nats Now anchoring towards tree and Redguard to hold down the fort on C.
Much different look.
Yeah, Liquid looking to absorb this A site hit, to be honest with you.
Safe. Now on red alert. A lot of utility, but towards him here.
You definitely don't want to stay where when Fnatic have an Odin as well.
No, the paint shell should at least keep him safe for a little bit longer. Nightfall going to go in, going to know, I think at least maybe 2, maybe 3, and they counter-aggress. They get back into the fight here. Liquid taking a little bit of space off Fnatic, but Leo's going to find Nats here. And again, we'll see the same questions arise. It's a 3v4. They've held off that A hit well. They leave another advantageous round.
Redguard can't die here.
I mean, he's got 3 players and no one's near him. He's dead. Is this happening again? This is going to be gutting.
Leo's got the ult now as well.
Face your fear!
And that confirms it, yeah. No one's nearby. Yeah, lockdown, sure, but they're already looking for that fight deeper. Alpha finding safe is perfect. Slip back in here.
More importantly, the lockdown doesn't actually clear sight, and Fnatic have taken the space towards spawn. Yampy on the flank here, but Liquid are very split on this approach.
Soulcast has a little bit of utility, but again, he's got a challenge straight away. Does he want to try and use it there? He might need to now, because Yampy needs that support. Starting to take those first couple of steps, but down to a 2v2. Utility in the way. Slows any attempt, and you can see the instant sitting deeper here. Alpha and Leo giving them no quarter in this. Yampy might be able to close the gap, but time is starting to tick away from him. Turret finds contact, he looks towards second piece. Perfect read from Alpha, overwhelmed by Yampy, and now Leo needs to play the clock. There's that utility. It reveals nothing. It doesn't give him away. This is what he needed, and the fight happens. And Fnatic flip it again.
Wow. I mean, I was talking about this briefly on the desk. The overcommitment to some engagements in the late round on the defense from Liquid have been their demise repeatedly. Again, the ultimate here just clears so much space for Alpha to get ahead of the rotation, catch the timing, maybe then take advantage of them actually being split as well.
It feels like part of this early round is won out by Liquid so often, even though it looks really precarious, right? But they come away with an advantage situation. They deal with the initial work, whatever it may be. But the amount of times Fnatic now are finding their footing back in here is gutting. This is a very hard game to play and watch. Soulcast, the only one with the rifle. Guardian out for Yampy, and then Sheriff's outside of that, and 1 Ghost for Nats. But see Chronicle methodically taken up towards that A site. Soulcast this time sitting a little deeper, being a bit more cautious now that Odin's come out to play.
Only got a Sheriff. Pulled off a miracle from here previously, but Alpha's not entertaining it just yet. Fnatic actually clearing through outside B site. Whilst Durka's still trying to nearly actually catch it.
Yeah, that's not going to work, is it? And he actually snapped to Soulcast too. Nats, come off it! Finding 2 massive kills when he had 0 right to. Safe trying to get a little proactive on this. Keep on their toes. Spikes on the run towards C. They want none of that sort of messiness that was happening. Don't allow an opportunity as Nats looking a little bit more dangerous here after that damage off the pistol. But once again, Fnatic find themselves a comfortable post-plant. 3 alive. Lots of util to burn through if they needed to.
Yep, got a star down and 2 nano swarms. So here was a save round for Liquid, so Nats wants to try and chip away at this cushion that Fnatic have developed already. The time ticking away, and again, there's so many safety nets, contingencies here for Fnatic in the post plant to make it as difficult as possible for him.
I think he's starting to realize the pen is dropping. No one's giving me a fight. No one's doing anything. Let's see what I can achieve. Taking 1 down. No more to be had. There it is. Okay, so try to chip away at the economy in the end. That was the only real option. As said, that post plant was pretty much wrapped by the time they had all that utility just bedded over it. It got a little messy, sure, but it never felt like Fnatic are losing control in this.
No, and just to note as well, since we've had this adjustment of Nats coming across to A site alongside Soulcast and Yampy actually picking up the slack inside the connector here behind the broken door, especially once that Odin comes in for Chronicle, you just can't hold behind that door. You really can't. With tools like the Prowler, the Boombot, anything like that, once that information is confirmed, it's such a confined space that the spam is just so easy.
Let's repeat here. An attempt made. Damage done back though, so almost walking away square even.
Yeah, the counter spam actually comes. So Durka down to 74 and Nats down to 83. So a little bit of chip damage, yes. But look at the adjustment now.
They're exploiting middle so well.
Yeah, look at the adjustment in the Killjoy utility. The alarm bot's protecting a lurk through A, and we've still got 3 players there. There's nothing to take contact in B other than the turret.
I just, as it stands, Fnatic feel like they have the perfect approach to this. And there it is. B-side's all theirs. Cool. Plant should be coming in.
Lockdown post plant as well.
Lovely. Couldn't ask for much more here. Yampi, just about as useful as a chocolate teapot in this. What was he meant to do?
Alpha's got his hands full though. Well, both are going to pick it up now. There's 2 flanking through. Chronicle still positioned outside rubble. What can Safe and Redguard do?
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
0 between the turret and booster.
I mean, that's
it's
a
done
save.
enough.
It should be a save call immediately for Liquid.
They've got to find an answer to this. Liquid are just being manipulated around this map. Again, Fnatic show early intent towards maybe a long, little bit of presence towards C, wherever it is, but this fold back in towards B has been working so well. Yes, they deny Chronicle. It's not the end of the world, really, at this point. Liquid need a round.
Yeah, they
desperately need
and
a
the
round.
problem being that the weak part of Liquid's Lotus game has been retakes. They sit at about a 22% success rate. They need to stop the spike from going down.
Yep.
There needs to be pressure on the extremities. Again, leave one of these anchors and dedicate them to anchoring. There's not enough achieved in the early round by Liquid to even throw Fnatic off. Even in the rounds where you have a bailout, Redgar 3K, you have Nats coming through and finding 2 kills.
Tony Toretto coming in hot, baby.
Another one for the montage.
Of course, you must collect them. And once again, you could always then argue Fnatic can, when they feel like that adjustment may come in, they can always lean back into a full site take, but a little difference here on the KJ setup as well. Lambot over towards B, but it's pressure. And now let's see if they can deal with it. Big reveal there, big paranoia, big kill coming in from Redgar. Finds Durka. They've handled this aggression for now. Now it's that secondary step that's worked well for Fnatic though, that lean back towards B, that late take towards C. Now we can see if they can adjust in time. Can they keep toe-to-toe with what Fnatic are doing?
That's a semi-committed position here with an Odin playing off the turret contact. Doesn't actually have any utility in the choke point. Soulcast is coming across here. Chronicle will try and get one away from the pit. Alpha's lockdown is going to force them out here. I'm conscious of a setup actually that catches the top left corner of this. If either Nats or Soulcast try and commit to it.
Well, Nats is there. Nothing to make him have issue yet. The site wasn't fully taken until now, so the cross gets punished. Boaster and Chronicle lazily strolling on up, and they get caught on the way. Nats not checked.
I mean, the stun was actually put in this corner, but without a smoke here, Nats can just step out of the way, still catch the cross.
And the spike just being left on the side there makes it so difficult. They're going to have to try and find a different way. Double stack on both parts of this site, basically. 2 towards CT, 2 towards connector, and 1 slowly creeping around. That's going to be Redgar.
1 enemy remaining.
And yeah, a little bit of damage, okay, but Leo's going to need to pull off, what, an ace, basically, at this point, or?
In 7 seconds.
Yeah. Probably not going to happen here. No, there's that eventual slow creeping death from Redgar. And again, I felt like Fnatic took some of the correct steps there, but Liquid got away with having Nats in a position like that for way too long.
I feel like this was a pretty lazy hit, to be honest with you. But yeah, the stun comes through. I'm not sure if there's a lack of utility or whether or not, initially with this site hit, you can see here the stun comes through, but Nats just steps out. There's no smoke covering. Nobody's swinging with the stun.
Yeah.
The timing's just completely off here. Maybe if Durka's alive there's a
maybe
C-Stay
that's
combo or something. But yeah, a little bit off kilter there with that C-site hit.
Oh,
Chronicle
dear.
off the rip finds Soulcast.
Soulcast getting bullied, and they've worked it out. Fnatic, they didn't like what they just saw, and in the space of a round, they've got him dead, basically.
Yeah.
Now Durka 1 away from the ult as well. Yampy, that's a little ambitious here, mate. Leo.
Just down to 1 with the decay taking effect.
Crowd feeling that. They're like, 1 HP. Poison's off. Gets to slip away in time, so he does get to go back up to, you know, a reasonable amount of HP, but how much further can he creep? Gets the angle, but loses his HP again. Yampy is having a horrible day at the office here. And Fnatic just switching gear, it feels like. The difference of caliber already being shown. The fact that the space of a round, they feel like maybe, okay, that was a good adjustment towards, you know, them pushing out, taking A long control. Let's deal with that now. It's an instant call.
I think Liquid have... Yeah.
Oh, that's me, good night. He still does it.
I think since this comp change as well, it's been difficult to see what plans Liquid have around Safe in the early round. It's Redgar TPing forward. It's again, I'm not sure if we're missing it off screen, but how many times have we seen the C's and the nade invested here? This time, hopefully, with well, Safe going to catch him with Operator. That's the answer in this round.
Just heard that pop as well. Safe trying to close in, sends it. Ooh, just went on by. But that's first blood drawn, right? They've won the battle out this time, willing to scrap towards A long. But these pivots back towards B have been working really well. This time, different setup though. Do we see Yampy punished again, or does he play cool this time? Does he sit a little deeper?
In the same angle once again, but adjustment of utility. And the boombot actually to come through.
Nice.
We'll spot the whereabouts of Fnatic. Avoids the C's.
Where are you?
Actually, Fnatic going to try and slip through to C potentially with this. I mean, Nat's back's right off the choke point, and it's drawn Yampy as well.
Yeah, they're looking for
Double
options.
face,
yeah, they were trying basically everywhere here, pulling them apart, but Safe on the cross, they need to hear him to land those shots. He knows they're coming his way. Spots another, takes another. Lovely.
Down B.
And now Alpha.
I got the spike.
4 more players. Ugh, not gonna happen. Okay, we've got a half. We've got a half. It felt like we weren't gonna have a half, but here we are.
That's the best of a bad situation for Liquid, to be honest with you, to come out of that half with 4 rounds. Yeah, it's some... I guess missing some of those set pieces that other teams demonstrate very well on the defense on Lotus. That I don't know if it is the comp change and maybe not had enough time to really come up with some diversity in the way that they hold on to particularly Rubble, outside Mound, and when and where they want to get aggressive, because they're outside of Rubble. I mean, we didn't really have anything. Pre-Spike coming down, pre-Fnatic finding a first blood, it wasn't really anything from Liquid. It was very receptive.
Yeah, and I want to see the second half. It's a best of 5 now.
Sure, yeah.
Long series, just going to kind of play it cool on this long term. But yeah, it did feel a little one-dimensional. There wasn't that layering to this.
We've seen hints of this, so this isn't necessarily a surprise. And Fnatic have looked exceptional on the attack on Lotus. So take nothing away from their performance here in the first half.
No, their ability to pivot so quickly is just always a treat to watch. As said, small adjustments here and there, instant gear changes, shift changes, pace changes coming in. But we have to kind of also highlight this started off of the tail of basically Fnatic turning every situation. No matter if you felt like you won the early round, I wouldn't be so sure.
Yeah, I feel like 3 out of the 5 advantages that Liquid had, Fnatic flipped them. And it wasn't really down to, you know, somebody from Fnatic going nuts.
No.
It just, after the first blood, Liquid never reset back. And this is the thing I was talking about versus Foot. There was a number of times where it's 5v5, there's 35 seconds left on the clock, there's a boatload of utility available for Liquid, and they still commit to engagements in some of the choke points. At that point, you know, play for the retake, get set up, don't give away the 2 kills and then put the remainders of Liquid in a 3v5 retake situation. I don't think that was necessarily evident here in this half, but...
No, bigger picture though, that was something for sure.
There was no reset after the first bloods that Liquid found.
Which is weird, right? Again, don't know if it's just because it's the grand final, a little looser, just trying to play it out, see how it feels.
No,
but
I think we've seen it already.
We have seen it more than once, yeah. Which, again, something that maybe they need to address before Tokyo, desperately. If you're showing any sort of weakness at this point, every other team who's going to that event will also notice it as well. So we'll have to see if that does come in to effect. But when you are in best of fives and the veto is how it's done, which is like ban pick for Fnatic, they do have that huge advantage coming in. They should be able to kind of take this game where they want it. So for Liquid, they knew they'd be starting on the back foot. I just wish a couple of those rounds they were a little bit tighter on, because that scoreline could have been much closer.
So being the attacking side being their favourite half, but yeah, it's a tall order. It starts with a pistol hit. Liquid very quickly, 120 on the clock, set up outside of C site. Conical has 2 snake bites here, a little bit of complementary utility as well, but has to respect it, takes a little bit of chip damage.
Okay, Sport's on the way. Still not crossed safely enough to get the plant down just yet, so keep in mind that there's still threat here. Spam's done, I mean, look at the HP, they're starting to get a little low on this. And there's the push. Nats takes the space right on back, takes it away from Chronicle. The trade was there, so the plant doesn't go down yet. And the second time of asking, it should be there.
Safe looking to get aggressive as well here. Leo and Alpha, close proximity. Yampy actually planted the seeds of a flank coming through. Durka finds Soulcast with a paint shell.
Paint shell, I don't think he thought he was going to come back down that way. And now down to Boaster.
He's trying to get just the edge of the spike here.
He's heard the other, but he's just not going to get a comfortable fight. Oh, good damage. Paint shell going to come out, trying to draw that away. 28 HP. This is going to need a lot of work here. Looks to Yampy. Good work on him.
Not like
He's
this.
trying.
Surely not.
You're going to check this, right? You're going to check this. Bloody hell, that got close. I thought there was no way that that was going to even become a problem.
The mind games there, safe down to 16 HP, is seen on the first half.
Yep.
And Boaster sticks it through. A great read of the situation. Liquid find their fifth. Get themselves on the board here in the second half. It's even Alpha here. Perfect time as well for Yampy just to show presence and create that paranoia that there's going to be alert coming through. And 4 on the pistol for safe as well.
Huge. Nice to see him activated here nice and early. And a hyper-aggressive beginning. It's 2 Sheriffs, one's just gone. Oh.
Oh, Redgar's 5 HP.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, run away. And that's a Bulldog.
Yeah.
Right. Fortunately, for the other side, though, Alpha was also low. So Nats was able to capture him, and we're down to 3. But what can Durka do with that Bulldog? Nats, the position is great. He knows that Durka was slightly further ahead, but actually, this readjust from Leo could be an issue. It is. Oh, dear. It's all going a little wonky. Safe the one to try and secure. How much damage can Durka do here?
If he gets an opportunity to play exits, Redgar 5 HP. They're going to be scrambling to get out of sight here with the clock ticking. Yeah, Redgar's trying to go and get one of those rifles.
Yeah, may want it, but you ain't gonna get it. Okay. But this is costly as hell, considering I think that was 2 Sheriffs and that was it. Woof! Big amount of damage done.
Force out the armor repurchase as well for safe.
Even in your wins, it feels like Fnatic get the better of you. It's mad.
Nats and safe encroaching on their ultimates here. Probably ride this through with a couple of shit, I'm hoping. Redgar.
Oh, there he is.
He's back in the koi game.
But if he's having fun, you know, that's all that really matters.
I just want to see him smiling.
Honestly.
He'll pop off now and get 3K with it.
Yeah, and then you're just a bully, nasty bully. Okay. Looks like a pretty clear intention. Oh. Durka wins that against Nats.
Apparently.
And now there's a problem. They've got 4 players on P and nowhere else to go to. You could fall back blindly, sure.
Yeah, the problem is they have to re-clear so much of the map.
How much utility do they even have to do this? Or do they just risk it and have to, I guess, risk it, right?
But neither of Redgar's smokes are there just yet. Safe will be noted. And look at Boaster's position.
And look at his gun.
Yeah, he's literally looking to play anti-plan once again. So Chronicle doing the same thing as well with the snake bites. This is going to be the approach for Fnatic here for some of these late round hits on C.
Bucky didn't look great, but that's gone quite well. Eventually overwhelmed by Yampy, but the site isn't safe. The spike's gone down. Durka slides in, and it's all on safe. Oh dear.
Be careful, he's 10 HP.
Yeah, a little maybe overzealous for that one. Didn't have to die for it. Another clean fight. What are you doing? Fnatic, you're giving him an opportunity here, and this man needs no chances given. Paint shell back online for him. Tries to post it. Did he catch an audio cue from it? Nah, the angle from Alpha. Too many targets to worry about in the end, but got a little nervous seeing that.
Yeah, another 10-15 seconds. Let Safe work on it.
Yeah.
Potential to close that one out, but it's costly. Fnatic lose a lot here. Post at this point. Boombox just makes the spray control just a little bit harder.
Just a little bit.
Fnatic, I think, will be able to get rifles back on the board at least. It should be coming close to potentially Boaster and Durka's ultimate, yeah. Liquid lagging behind a little bit, actually. A little more top-heavy for them in the second half so far.
Called it. There's that online for Durka, so he's going to be a man to avoid, basically, if you can, this round. On the other side, Soulcast still trying to build towards his 2 off. Wow.
It's a 3-man stack towards
Yeah.
C. They're expecting Liquid to drift very quickly towards this hit, but it doesn't come through. Maybe on the back of Durka being completely uncontested for this orb. But now he's in a deadly position.
Does that catch on someone? No. Okay, so they just avoided the Prowler, so that might give him a nice little window to work towards, but you still are going towards Danger Man himself. You got Durka waiting here. Leo just sat around the corner. He's not completely backed away either.
Leo's utility as well.
Yeah.
So a real chance to slow things down.
I don't know what Liquid are up to yet. This feels... They're leaving so much to chance here. They hadn't drawn away too much of the utility. They've gone back towards this C hit. And just going to let Safe lead the way. Can they find the player they need? Oh, it felt like a little bit of a waste, but a 1-for-1 trade out, but the site is theirs. Spike not fully crossed over just yet. Speaking of crossing paths in the smoke. And now with a push towards CT, Safe is securing this one. Leo's gone down. And leaving just Durka alive. A 1v3 now. I've told you a couple of tales in the past. A couple of stories, fables.
How does this one end?
Probably a save.
Yeah, he saves, yeah.
Did you select his weaponry today?
No, you see, he's still running the skins from the other day, actually.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
I see he was a fan.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. A man of taste.
I just hate seeing him use the Phantom.
It just doesn't feel right to me. It doesn't suit.
Might actually get a chance for an exit here. The pings are coming through from Liquid, but Redgar's...
He's close. And Redgar does do weird things sometimes.
Durka's foaming at the mouth here.
Yeah, he's like, I know you're here. I... Does he do it? Does he do Durka? No, okay. He's not going to go too far. Yeah, keeping all of that is valuable enough. That's fair. 7-9. Okay. That early round, Mike. I mean, I guess if anything, yes, they dismantled that stack that was on C, sure, but it just felt very strange that we saw that kind of drifting default across the map.
It starts.
I can't give it that.
And so it begins while they're still trailing Fnatic.
But yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for Fnatic. I mean, Alpha still staring down a C as a showstopper, able to get away with one. And Nancy can't retreat away from this beautiful shot from Redgar.
That was a
Alpha
stunner.
just hoping to get ahead of that reveal, but pinged at the last second.
That was a very nice shot. Do they see a vulnerability they want to explore, which is Redgar? Yeah, I think he's like, there's a lot of utility behind that, and they shouldn't have much. I think I'm going to dip away, actually. So falls off this, but it does become incredibly telling that Liquid are going towards A, and they need to get a bit of a wiggle on here, because Redgar's going to be in a whole lot of trouble.
So it's basically in round 2 with the 3-2 split across C and B. Redgar holding the flank here, and Chronicle will punish.
The audio, just
None
the
the
baited
wiser.
in. Here, the steps on the sand, they turn, and you see the nice little crunch there. That's another rifle to hand. That suddenly made this buy a little bit more dangerous.
Conflict Divide, Nightfall, Showstopper available.
But I like that they've held space towards CT. Just the fact that they've held this space down, I don't know how much Boaster can do from here, but he's seen so much, and the site's now theirs. Durka has to get away from that spike. He cannot sit towards this That's going to find Leo. And Liquid holding this really well. This was getting dangerous for a while. That's much better from them.
Well contained. Again, being proactive once again towards spawn. This time as 4, 2 up the rope and 2 through the archway.
Thank God, because imagine, again, it's Boaster there, I think, with just like a Guardian or something, but still, he's holding a lot of that room. They wouldn't have been able to be as safe towards you, playing back towards the side. It's very well done to them to do that with intent.
Sometimes just heartbreaking for Alpha. Beautiful catch. So obviously coming to a crucial round now, Liquid already made great progress back into this, almost flawless on the way back through, only 1 round going towards Fnatic. This bye round will decide an awful lot of how this actually concludes. Take a quick look at the ultimates. Obviously there was a few available there.
Yep.
So it's Nightfall, Showstopper, Cosmic Divide, and actually Alpha and Chronicle one away from there. So a huge advantage for Fnatic in that regard. But Liquid have the pit and the lockdown. So they have the ability to clear a site and secure it in a post plant.
What do they go for then? This is a lovely little conundrum these teams now have. Probably why the timeout's called, to really run through those options of what they could work with here.
Well, yeah, this basically becomes a must-win for Fnatic because they're tapped out financially behind this.
Oh, but so many tools to work with. What do they do with this one? I'm kind of interested. And again, we saw Nats being bullied in the last game, especially on this side. He was dealt with, and I wonder if that's something they explore here. Is a 4-play stack towards A for Fnatic. They are looking to take that space with players behind it. Liquid in no hurry, particularly. Still have their own lockdown. Still have obviously Nats with the Viper's Pit as well. And all of that to push up Durka to this position.
This is the deadly combo though. Chronicle drifting across to help Boaster, and with that Odin, the snake bite can be absolutely deadly. That's going to be invested here.
Soulcast down.
Yeah. Overstayed is welcome just a little bit, and he's punished for it.
Yep. Now they're going to respond with a lockdown. But are they prepared? No. Okay, I was looking to see if Boaster was actually going to try and stick around on this or fully fall away. It looks like he is going to commit towards that corner. He's going to have a fight on it. Pain Shell's gone in. Does not find what they want, actually. Boaster's been given a chance here. Spam comes in. Does he get the connection? A little bit of damage, but it's not that much. And the spike's now down. So even with 4 players live, they're happy with this one, Liquid.
Lockdown should cancel out the pit, though. Safe goes... Actually, no, it's Durka to fall. Safe even dip back in onto that one. Redgar gets the TP cancel, he's back outside, but Alpha punishes.
He's too aware, and the defuse isn't stopping. They need to check this. They already had to check this. A fumble made. Oh, and Alpha. He could feel the breath down the back of his neck, and Safe gets sliced.
It's been a while since we've seen one of those.
Yeah.
Obviously confirmed by the Seas. Yeah, this costs an awful lot. I mean, like I said, it feels like a must-win, but the big benefit being both of Liquid's big execute-oriented ultimates burnt up here. Safe 2 away from the Showstopper, but that's about it.
The desk slam into the wave. Oh, the absolute range of emotions. But 8 to 10, it's given them a lifeline.
Sorry, just look at the contrast here, the freedom that Fnatic have on the defense towards Rubble.
Every round, Durka's there. If you want it, that is. Yes, they go for, last round I think it was like 4 players to try and facilitate it, sure, but they leave 2 there and they seem perfectly comfortable. They don't have to over-expend utility.
I think this is paranoia from the number of times Nats was punished in that position previously. There's a real lack of focus on the side of Liquid. We're down to a minute now, and I mean, looks like the spawn barrier's just dropped.
Yeah, that does. Late exchange of util. And player spotted. Okay, Safe gonna take those first couple of steps. Does he close the gap? No. Holds for a second. Fnatic respect it, sit deeper. They're gonna take the long way back around towards site. They're not committing here. Where the hell?
Liquid drifting back away once again. But Redgar and Yampi haven't necessarily found any tangibles here in the lurk.
No, there's not been any massive gains in this. Okay.
30
Turret
seconds left.
Dealt with, Alpha spotted, but it's a C-site take. This time around, stuck towards the back, it's gonna be Chronicle.
Yampi's followed through though on this lurk.
Oh, he has Yampi. Oh, he couldn't quite catch Leo. So Yampy has to kind of sit a little deeper now. He knows he's a problem. Nightfall gonna come in, spam comes out. Soulcast! He's barely breathing, but he's still standing. And Redgar's found Chronicle, a double dip back in. It's Alpha to trade out, but now a 4v3. Leo down low, Alpha and Durka looking for the next steps, but this post plant's ratty. It's nasty to try and break. Layer upon layer, and Nats is the first. Perfect work from Nats. Oh, and a perfect close. Gorgeous from Nats now, showing his real value in these late rounds.
And the approach here is to, I think, commit towards the retake from the get-go. They want to play the Nightfall, they want to make use of the decay and commit to that anti-plant approach on C, but the shot's just not landing for Boaster. Unfortunately, at that point, he's semi-committed to... When you talk about operators in the retake, the Odin's just as bad.
Yep.
Even here, I think a little red herring because the C's catches, but Soulcast able to jump away and actually get down underneath.
It's kind of lucky, if I'm honest, even get away with that. I thought that would be at least denial of the plant, but no. Wow, okay.
It's another example of the anti-plant just not really paying off for Fnatic.
I don't love it. If I'm honest, it's just too much into the unknown, and they put you on the back foot trying to play retake, which is just like doubling down on a bad scenario. Let's see what the adjustments are. Fnatic have, I'm sure, you know, pages of options, but what do they go to?
One round left for Liquid to find to tie things up here. Like I said, statistically, you look at the veto, there's very few gaps for Fnatic, but even here with this map score, it's defying the statistics, to be honest with you.
It certainly is.
Showstopper back in hand now for Liquid. Only the pit to work with for Fnatic. 3 away from the lockdown, though, already. Great progress back into that.
Okay, where's the change up, Fnatic? Show me what you're going to do now. Does Chronicle try and hold this? Yeah, it looks a little different already.
Poison's off.
That's on the other side of the map, still cautious as ever, feeling maybe haunted from that horrific game not too long ago, and Durka's going to take the space. They're giving him so much to play with if he wants it. He does have the support from Leo as well. Paint shell in, C's there, they're in danger. Didn't take as much damage as expected. Keep themselves standing, but that's early pressure again.
There.
Once again, Liquid holding just outside of this. Look for a combo here with the snake bite and the showstopper potentially, but
They're gone.
yeah.
Long gone, yeah. Safe can backfill the space a little. Maybe send it in blind, but beyond that, you're just going to walk into the blender. Durka there at the helm of it all. Boaster with a good trade as well, takes out Yampy, so even with Soulcast drawing blood, it really doesn't matter much. Fnatic all too aware now. Regaining a little composure on this map.
And the problem being there's been such a lack of focus that this is a big question mark.
30 seconds
So
left.
late on in the half for Liquid to try and rely on. It comes through here in a round where it burns up a huge ultimate. And I hate to say it, but they almost learn nothing from it. There's no vivid picture of how they're holding A site. Dirk are able to peel away so quickly.
10 seconds left.
Say, Alpha's probably the one you don't want to give a kill to, but...
He doesn't get away, he doesn't get away. There's no getting away. Okay, plant, and that's about all she wrote there. But I'm still worried about this A presence, right? If I'm looking at it from like a Liquid perspective.
Yeah. Seemingly.
Yeah, apparently not.
Like I said, this is almost unthinkable this late on in the half to now try and roll the dice on some of these attempts to retake the space early or even take it away from Fnatic, because the re-clearances have not been good from Liquid at all.
No. I just feel like it's fundamentally flawed, and that's what's worrying me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this isn't even a conditioning factor. Like I said, Liquid have been so hesitant, so cautious of not giving away a first blood, and I think maybe that is the element of Nats being punished there time and time again the other day, but you can't leave it this late with this many buy rounds that have gone through to now start exploring, because it's unknown territory, uncharted territory.
You just don't get that wiggle room to try and kind of navigate through it, right? You can't sit there and discuss and maybe come up with a concept that you'd like to run.
I mean, the other side of it as well, Liquid don't even really benefit on any paranoia of alert coming through rubble. Because there's been a lack of presence, Fnatic have all the freedom.
Yeah, carte blanche, do what you want. We've seen it. How many times has Dirk and Leo just kind of gone on those deeper fact-finding missions? Okay, cool, C's nade, maybe we get something for it, maybe we don't. Okay, if we don't, we've still got the showstopper we fancy. Push all the way up, take all that space. You don't want to let these players have their way to that extent. So now the problem is Liquid have to try and either fight for it back, which may be the plan, and going in blind to it.
Still got cash in the bank though. Only Redgar's TP to work with. Fnatic getting closer and closer to another ult cycle here. A couple of crucial ones. The pit available for Chronicle, 2 off the lockdown, 1 off the showstopper for Durka. And that's it, the response looks like now Liquid want to try and explore this space. Redgar commits to the TP. It's a little unorthodox here. Potential to catch somebody off guard. Boaster seems aware of it though.
Yeah, Boaster's going, he's gone for a little bit of a look. Oh, the timing!
He turned for these.
He tried to help out Leo. He tried to help Leo on the side who was so isolated, but the timing for Redgar was perfect, and it was appalling for Boaster on the other. He seemed like he was considering that TP.
He was literally, he was scanning all of spawn. It's only when he turns to pop the smoke, I think on the back of Leo calling for it. The decay catches as well.
Oh my word. Liquid, what is this take?
I mean, Liquid pull it out of the bag.
Yeah, and now you got Redgar in this, but Redgar can slip away. He doesn't need to overdo this either. He's going to, but he doesn't need to. He's done his work. That's basically forced them into a save. You know, Durka maybe can do some damage on the way out, lock him in on the site at best, but that was beautifully done.
Yeah.
I mean, a little unfortunate, I guess it depends which way you look at it. Unlucky for Boaster in the timing then, but also credit to Liquid for seemingly facing their fears and finally taking the site.
Well, I think this is a perfect read as well. Fnatic almost expecting a pace change elsewhere on the map. It's the first time you don't see Durka and Leo really commanding this early space.
No.
Oh, wow. I didn't spot Nats for a second then.
Yeah.
That only happens in NA. Not here. But yeah, it's beautiful from Liquid. Talking about it being unknown territory. They're happy to... Fully committed as well. It's the first time you've seen more than 2 or 3 people. The timing is...
Oh. I'm a little heartbroken.
Yeah, that's tough.
He's trying to be the good teammate. Help out Leo, who's isolated. Sure, it makes sense, but great timing, I guess, if you're Redgar to go hunting for that as well. Wow, okay, 10 to 11 game back on here.
Look at the boom to the economy though, for Liquid.
Still waiting.
They can afford to play out a couple of scrappy rounds here. Maybe build back towards some of these ults. I think Fnatic still with the upper hand in that regard, yes, but they come into this with rifles and a judge in the hands of Boaster. With set up towards C as well. Looking to bait Liquid into the blender.
Where's this one off to?
This is going towards rubble. This is almost kind of a fake to say that, yeah, we're set up outside A.
Yeah, Soulcast throwing in a prowler towards it. I like he's actually clearing it himself as well, putting a body behind the utility. Right. Well.
Boaster's like, I've got one. MP doesn't follow through though.
Okay. So this is nice. He's kind of acting like basically an alarm bot at this point. No one's pushed behind that little show of force. Paranoia's okay. Gonna force the early util though.
Yeah, it burns a lot. We'll buy a little bit of time for the rotation to come through. That guy's got to be careful. I mean, he's actually slipped through.
He has, but I'm pretty sure Chronicle saw him. The shot's fantastic. And Boaster's made it there in time. Spams away. And it's got him too. Leaving just one with Liquid now. And wow, okay, Fnatic find that one back in.
I thought it was going to be a blender with the util, but it's Boaster actually slipping back behind this push. They find massive value with the judge. Beautifully done. I thought they pulled the trigger a little early, to be honest with you. It was just on the back of the boom bot. But it's enough here to buy a little bit of time for Boaster to reposition. They ain't pretty, but it gets the job done.
But and it's funny because I actually liked what Liquid are trying to do, show that presence over towards the other side of the map, kind of push and pull. It just
I mean, that's what that lineup actually cuts down the rotation time massively.
Speaking of,
Yeah.
hello. Durka's angle.
He's not watching this, though.
No, he is not. But he adjusts quick enough. Nat's got the better of him this time. Durka goes down. Maybe a little confidence booster for Nats there.
With that orb going up, I'm not sure why both members of Fnatic there, Leo and Durka, are committed towards peeking the right side of rubble. Again, almost the victims of their own success or their own freedom early on in this half.
Placing swarm grenade.
Easy to kind of rest on your laurels a little bit when you have
a little bit of
tested.
complacency, honestly.
Leo's going to hear these steps. He's going to certainly hear the door. And now he's in danger. Caught by Tree. Counter spam, hoping for the best. But gets the worst. Soulcast.
Like 3 people mag dump into him.
Just not much more you're meant to do with that. And by all accounts, they've done this perfectly, right? They've taken down Durka initially. They've punished Leo.
Finally.
This is it. And now you've got Redguard with all this space available. Should be able to drift in freely. Obviously, he doesn't know how well they've succeeded, so you still have to be cautious about it. Wait for the rest of the team. But absolutely brilliant approach from Liquid. They've done the perfect kind of a little bit of a fake, a little bit of something, show a little bit of presence, and then pull the rotation.
Last few rounds have looked better than the entire half, to be honest with you, in terms of the approach. Fnatic will give this one up. Oh, Alpha looked as if he was going to. I mean, Chronicle's a million miles away from this one.
All right.
One and done for Alpha. Again, Boaster and Chronicle at 750 and 900 credits. They're going to be wanting to maintain as best they can. At least here a chance to have a chat while this round concludes. But yeah, been very impressed actually with Liquid getting some of these rounds back under control. So it didn't feel like there was, you know, bigger picture-wise, a very robust plan in place.
No, now seeing this a couple of times, I'm happy enough with it, even with the one just prior going wrong to an extent. The fact they're able to do it now. Uh-oh. Okay, that's
should
can they still get a buy?
Well, I was going to say you can buy a Guardian or something, but it's actually going to be a judge. I said the important thing as well, it's happened in a way that now forces an adjustment from Fnatic.
Yeah.
Because it hasn't been considered previously, and Fnatic have had no resistance whatsoever. We keep referencing this freedom. Now actually it warrants a response from Fnatic. Not necessarily to address it, but I'm not seeing any change.
Stopper is here for Durka though, so this gets quite unnerving.
This is the way to address it.
Yeah, high amounts of pressure here. Full investments of utility behind it, but no drastic push, but talk about pressure, similar scenes on the other side. They're taking space quickly, trying to avoid some of that setup, but Alpha's going to find safe. Turns around, looks to the right, spotted another coming up towards C. He's now on red alert, Chronicles by his side, and they're buying a little bit of time. Yappy just got caught as well. This is going very well for Fnatic. Winning out the extremities. Big fight for Nats though. Messy, but it works.
He's got a pit.
He's got to be careful to not get isolated here, but there's the lockdown as well. Do they try and push in time? This Alpha's getting interested. Hello.
There's still so much time though, Lauren.
They are backing. Slowly but surely they are backing. Soulcast got caught, but sells them a tail, sells them a picture. They're trying to quickly pivot. Nightfall comes in, almost herding them away from that B side. Gonna note them both. Redgar has to just chill for a second. He hasn't got much HP to play with, so
That's
give
the
it
way
a
for the
moment.
decay.
And the cross is being watched. Alpha's been here, divide. Gonna go up. That's Redgar going down, and it's all on Nats. He's got his pit, and he's got 25 seconds. Oh dear, there's a showstopper coming in.
Oh my god.
Shorty v showstopper. Oh, it's Durka with a showstopper, and it's map 1 going to Fnatic here. Honestly, a much closer battle, a much closer affair than I thought.
Yeah, I think as well you can never really count Liquid out of a second half performance on Lotus, to be honest with you. Again, was waiting for the round that came where they were able to stabilize, get some control in the early round, because it felt like they were just sending feelers out in a number of these buy rounds as well. It was a little bit concerning, but nonetheless, Fnatic able to stabilize and close out map 1.
Yeah, seeing that kind of, I guess, depth to Fnatic kicking in, their capability to go beyond the expected amount really started to shine, but that was a very close affair.
Sure, some of the game plans weren't executed very well by Fnatic. Take nothing away from that, and Liquid actually
pushed them.
Yeah, pushing some of the intended outcomes that Fnatic had. So like I said, that's another example where Liquid are able to dig deeper and show some resilience on Lotus.
And that's what we like about Liquid, that resilience they've been showing as of late. Hopefully they have more of that, because it's going to be a very long day if not. So we're going to go to a short break, and when we're back, we'll be on to map 2.
Nice so far. Nice! What a comeback, guys.
Tony Toretto coming in hot, baby.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Welcome back to the show. We're gonna break down a little bit of the adaptations that we've seen. And the third time that Fnatic played the Team Liquid, third time on Lotus, that they played against each other. So for a reminder first, this is the first iteration of attack of Fnatic that they played against Liquid, which was 11-1 for Fnatic. As you can see, just want to remind you guys, there was not a lot of happening in the A and B. Now we're gonna jump forward. The adaptation from Liquid defense in the second time they met in the 14-12 match was actually reactive to that. We didn't see a lot of stuff happening from Liquid on the A hold in the first 30 seconds because they knew that Fnatic is not really pushing that. Now the problem is Fnatic was actually pushing and they adapted to that way that the Liquid played on the defense very deep on that side. And now in this match, we're gonna jump in to see how it played out. Now this is Liquid actually playing defense, and as you can see in the first 30 seconds, they actually battled their way into the A rubble that was met with opposition. And Fnatic was fighting for that location with a lot of the utility that you're gonna see on the replay on the minimap in a moment, because there's a lot of satchels from Derke happening. 2 rounds in a row, we have seen a very similar situation. This is round 10, where we're gonna see a basic setup by Fnatic. They're gonna spam the Odin into the direction where ping is happening. This is a typical location for an initiator to use any kind of utility towards the choke point area of A main, and then the players are just trying to go into the rubble area, as you're gonna see here on this replay. And this time Derke gets punished by the TP from Omen and then the Paranoia. Now in the next round, Team Liquid forgets about the Odin and it pays and they pay the price. They get 1 kill on that area that got spammed, and Derke adjusts to the way that Omen TP'd onto rubble and punishes the entire team. That was a really cool back and forth that we have seen in the 3 maps that we essentially have seen from those 2 teams, and it's actually a pretty cool thing to see the evolution of the strategies and the push and pull that those teams represent.
Yeah, but there was also so much just bullshit stuff going on. Cougar 3v5s they were winning, 2v4s, 2v2s. It just got to a point where it felt like it was a bit unfair.
I think it has to do a little bit with the nerves and from the other side, overconfidence, right? The team that gets this first map is going to get the upper hand and probably put a lot of pressure onto the upcoming maps, especially if you're Liquid, you're more, you tend more to make these mistakes. I think they threw a 5v3, but overall, I think that Fnatic was not 100% happy of the way that they finished getting up this map.
Oh yeah, they did not look happy. And before today, Liquid have only ever lost 1 5v3. They do not lose in those situations. And Cougar, it just seems like when you have final raid bosses on every single player of Fnatic, maybe not Bosa, but the other 4 with his brains, along with his brains, it's just a bit unfair.
I love the fact that they made it very complicated for Liquid to actually read onto that. They were responding to a lot of what Liquid was doing. For me, Fnatic was literally just trial and error. Let's test things. Okay, Derke, for example, has some positions that were very risky with a very low chance of a big reward. And I think that that's something that we saw during the match. They were just testing stuff still.
You think so? That they were testing that?
Yeah.
I mean,
I think they wanna know what things they're gonna be able to get with in the international stage and what things are just BS.
There was a lot of like very risky peaks happening from both teams. That Derke position on that A main area when he was on the boxes was just like such an unnecessary position to lose a round from, and then it actually gave 2 ultimates for the next round for Team Liquid because it's just snowballed out of control. So it feels like the reaction when they won, because it was very timid, was let's say a result of a not consistent game plan that they presented here on Lotus.
Also, not only that, we know that Mini is like reserved with his timeouts. During the first half, he didn't use any, but I think like in the time span of 3 or 4 rounds, he used both on the second half because he was not happy with all of these mistakes happening and them actually overheating.
I think 3 rounds. He just timeout and then, no, 2 rounds. Timeout, 2 rounds, and then timeout again, which is very uncharacteristic of Mini. We never see that. But I want to focus on something more fun. You know, the grand finals, we see a lot of good strategy. I like the breakdown. But what about just a simple knife kill from Alpha here with the C's as well? This is hilarious.
It's so beautiful because, as you mentioned, it's with the C's. So after they even get the reaction from Save, and Alpha was like, hello, it's me. No, but it's the C's, right? That tells you he's exactly where you think he is. And of course, it's going to be an instant kill with the knife. So beautifully done.
You can always when you're in that position next to the Astra ultimate, if you try to just like shift a little bit of your strafe to the right and you meet a force on the other side, you're like, oh, okay, now I know what the opponent is. We have seen those kills happening so many times in all of the regions, but they're always exciting.
I also love how he waited until they won the round to do that. That was like after they secure the round, he's like, okay, now Mini's not gonna have a go at me if I knife, because they do have I think they do have a system where if you try and knife and fail, you get fined. I believe that was introduced back in the days when Doma was on the roster. I remember Doma trying to knife people a lot. It is. But we also got a shout out to our tournament MVP of the entire season here at VCT EMEA, Timmy the Turret Cougar, at it again.
I loved it. I think it was Alpha got 2 of them. Sorry, Alpha's Teamy got 2 of them. I think that Boser was feeling a little bit sad because it was 2 kills very close for him.
Coming in hot, baby.
Yeah, I mean, Timmy doing its thing. Lothar, I definitely expected it. We're probably going to get more. That's why I need to see Nats on there. Nats has no Timmy kills.
How is that even possible, right? That you don't play Killjoy in current metagame, right? But Nats is just like this iconic Cypher player, and you can see on Ascent, which is coming up, he had a lot of possible lurk plays from mid, and that's something that you cannot really do on the Killjoy, which doesn't have access to the cages.
Yeah, I mean, he has told me, you know, over the last couple of weeks that if he needs to play the Killjoy, he is at least well prepared. We're gonna maybe get all 5 maps today, so if it doesn't come out today, I'm gonna be really annoyed with him. But let's talk about the second map real quick with the Ascent. This was Liquid's pick. Obviously, with Split being banned, I think we felt like they could go to Ascent, they could go to Bind. Both of those are very, very good options. Now, let's take a look at Liquid, actually, with you, Lothar, and Cougar, and see why this could be a better option than Bind, even.
Well, they think that. I actually think that there's an easy way of punishing Liquid here, because the tendencies that we see on the defense on Ascent are very clear. So this is all of the Ascent maps that Liquid played so far in the regular season plus playoffs, and yeah, there was a lot of it. If I remember correctly, 6 of them. And now you will clearly see, if we're gonna just mark safe, how he plays in the first opening of the round. So we're gonna open only safe traces and limit it actually to the first 10 seconds of the round. Cougar, what do we see here?
We see a lot of incision here in the mid part of the map. He's going to be looking for those first kills onto mid. Always coming from this angle. It's very unlikely that we see him playing from short.
Yeah, and that allows actually Fnatic to punish a lot of those positions, because it's expected for Safe to be in that, well, bottom mid position to always peek there, right? So there's a possibility of daggering with the knife of the KO to establish that he cannot dash away. There's a lot of possibilities with other mollies to make sure that he's being tagged on the way back, and that is easily punishable. But now I would like to also talk about Cypher setups. So we're gonna check in on how Nat is doing. In the first 10 seconds of the round, we can clear this, we don't need it. And now what is happening with those setups?
Yeah, exactly. The blue dots that you're seeing on the screen right now are the Cypher cams. You're going to see that there is a bunch of, on the A side, they're probably the same, just controlling this area, but it's on the B side that we see a little bit.
No, sorry for that.
It's okay. Just a couple of changes, but always it's going to be on top of the door, or just gathering this, just guarding this area. To me, the most important things is the trap wires, because you see that there's a lot of different spotted dots. Some of them are on top of each other. It's very hard to predict which ones he's going to be using, but we know that on every single map, especially if Nats is playing from backside, he's going to have all of the angles to get the kill onto you.
Yeah, there's also an important thing to note, that Cypher, Nats, is actually establishing control in the backside of B, just because he's avoiding the KO dagger that is now being used so much on the lane area.
Well, let's see if Fnatic can read into this as we head into Agent Select. Of course, on the last map, Cougar, we were talking about this in the break. Safe absolutely diffed Durka to another dimension, and we don't see that very often.
Exactly. I think that the last time that they played against each other on the first map, Durka probably 10-2 to him, if I remember correctly. And in this one, Safe 7-1 him. This is a direct duel between these two players. Now, we know that is Ascent. We just highlighted the positions that Safe is going to be taking on the defense, and we know that Derka will be on the other side.
I mean, this is such a jet-heavy map, so if Fnatic want to win this cleanly, Lothar, Derka, he cannot be getting 7-1 by Safe again.
Well, he can on attack because his job is to create the space there, but on defense...
Not ideal.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal,
Decided to start on the
right?
attack
But,
again.
yeah, Fnatic on attack on the Ascent. This is the most heavy defense map that we have in our region.
Well, we're able to confirm this because Mini said this in the interview, that when they decided to choose attack on Ascent last time, it's purely because they need the reps. So
that's what we thought.
So, yeah, that's what we said on the desk.
Yeah, yeah.
So is
I mean,
this
it's
still
confirmed.
the... Yeah, but is this still the case? That's what I mean. Like,
I assume, yeah, I assume.
Really?
If it was the case last time.
It gives us a lot of context into the way and the perspective that Fnatic is facing this. We're talking about a trophy. We're talking about your name down on the history, on the dynasty that we're creating with a partnership system here in EMEA and in the rest of the world, and they still feel like they need those reps on attack.
For the viewers, though, I would like to also pay attention to something very interesting. With the Nats and playing on Cypher and the Killjoy on the other side, it's going to completely differently be played out on the B side, which requires to clean up that camera on top of the door of First Temple.
Well, Fnatic, they chose to start on attack. Pansy and Hypo, let's see if this is going to bite them in the ass.
Ooh. Yeah, I guess we could explore that option of does it bite them in the ass. Thank you, Yinzu. But Ascent, where does this sit then? Because, look, we know when a team comes in like Fnatic, they get the ban pick, right? It's very favorable. This is the first chance now for Liquid to try and find an opportunity.
Sure, yeah, and like I said, when you look at the stats across the entire map pool, there isn't really any weakness.
No.
Ascent being the only chink in the armor, to be honest with you.
And it's small.
It's a very,
it's not much.
very small foible, you could say, in terms of the bigger picture for Fnatic.
Yes.
And word bingo before we get into map 2.
Well, there'll be lots to keep us entertained once we do get into game here. A big opportunity for Liquid, a close affair on map 1. It was enough to keep us thinking maybe there's some room in this, but Fnatic close out as Fnatic does. However, best of 5 is still a chance here. We go into Ascent, Liquid's first choice in this, being dictated to, other than all of the maps prior. This is their first chance to find their footing here, and it's got to be a resounding score in my books.
Yeah, it definitely does. So last time we saw this versus Koi in week 4 for Fnatic. But the one that sticks out in your head is that BBL loss. Like I said, circumstances very, very different. Alpha already set up here for a lineup with the Nanostorm, so it's making me feel like there might just be a set piece. And the pistol coming through.
That looks quite simplistic.
Derka very disconnected from this and actually isolated.
And done by the frenzy of all things. Didn't think that was going to go that way, but it does. You still have that play towards top mid as well. Leo really not being eligible to this round at all. Door about to be closed. Cross made. 5v4. Did they get that plant down? Here's that late mid pressure. Coming in from 2. They are now like that. Heads up work, but it doesn't matter when Leo's that good. Finds both the players. I thought it might have just been Redgar, but no, Nats got a pull as well. Bringing it down to a favorable situation for Fnatic. Boaster, brilliant. Playing out from hell. And Fnatic just decimate Liquid. I thought they did the early work they needed to. Take down Derka, brilliant. Right place, right time. Doesn't matter.
I mean, it starts with another concern from map 1. Fnatic flip a 4v5 in the pistol.
Look at that. Oh, man.
Now, Vox has done so well to beat that contingency on site. The last person to actually dig their heels in here. Fnatic on the board, though. 2 rifles, well, Bulldog as well, Spectre and a Marshall, so fairly typical purchase for Fnatic in round 2. No aggression early on from Liquid either, only got, well, actually, yeah, 3 ghosts. Sheriff safe. Maybe trying to hold on to some credits towards an operator early on in this half.
Take flight.
Just in case anyone was up to that silly business, trying to get close with the Classic or a Frenzy or a Shorty. See Leo going through those protocols quite quickly, making sure no one had pushed up over towards A.
I think it's an indicator, though, that somebody's happy to face the drone so early on that there might be a couple more players here positioned towards A. Liquid peel away from that setup very quickly, though. Correct read on the other side of things.
And Leo's shock dart work has been second to none. Look at the chip damage on him already.
On the smoke drops.
And everything's going their way. Leo's going to find Yampi towards top middle. And once they call this rotation, really, Fnatic can go where they please. The only benefit is, I guess, Nats has taken a little bit of space.
Let's have a Ghost, but Fnatic with a lot of freedom here. Will be spotted by the turret, and I think that's going to be the green light for Fnatic to collapse towards A.
You're going to see Safe drop in, but he's been spotted by Boaster, so there's no surprises. They know he's at the back by Jen. The paranoia's hit. Yes, he's a bit close, so he could have maybe caught a pixel, but you're not going to do much against that Vandal in hand. Plant going to come in. Redgar and Nats, really, I mean, you're clutching at straws in this sort of round. The approach from Fnatic has been flawless. It's beautiful to watch them work. Again, kind of manipulating Liquid around the map. Leo barely seeing a player and doing so much damage early on, forcing them further away.
Looking for an exit here, but Alpha becomes the threat. Awareness is there from Redgar, and actually the door opens again. And Alpha backstabs. Perfect bait here. Nats find anything, a headshot, yes, but Chronicle will clean things up. A flawless round 2 for Fnatic.
That's huge as well.
Yeah, will bolster this economy so early on, especially with the light shield purchase becoming a factor here. And 3 rifles to work with.
They have a little plan in mind for this bonus, so they could be up to anything. Let's see. Liquid now needs to get a grip on this game. If it starts with like a pistol, bonus conversion, all of the good stuff for Fnatic, I'm getting already into worried territory for Liquid, but we'll see. This is one of those first big checkpoints. And Liquid definitely need this.
One suppressed.
Soulcast gonna note Durka on the other side over towards 8. Fnatic looking to potentially punish off the back of this. No one nearby though. You can really see Soulcast staying a little deeper.
Setting up once again though, looking as if it might be an A piece. Yeah, Durka going to follow through here very early on. Paranoia will catch, but Durka able to stall out here. Redgar will punish though inside the smoke.
Looking at Boaster, the second string to the bow goes down. Beautiful work from Liquid to be able to deal with that frontline hit coming through. Isolate the back 3, make it very uncomfortable. The pressure on Cat dealt with. Oh, Leo, shock darts, of course. Almost like an additional player in the server when he's got him, but still, what are you meant to do with this here? 2v4. There should not be much more said about this.
I believe 2v4s flipped on map 1. You don't want to see that repeated here.
No. I feel like you could put so much faith in Nats to at least play very composed towards B. Just seeing that camera take a turn, I think he's aware that that's probably where they're going to head eventually. But they obviously can't hit that insta-rotate button. They have to wait this out.
Now, I'm not sure if I missed any utility early on, but Nats only has the camera. Down to 0 credits, so like I said, if they were dealt with early on, there's definitely an opportunity here for Fnatic to at least get onto site.
Good ult progress as well for Leo in this round, just to be able to manage a little bit more. Doesn't need to give away too much. Spots out the player. And now with 4 seconds, maybe surprised they can even get the plant here. Well, they actually managed it, hold on. Okay, not too bad. Chronicle, that's a lot of pressure his way. Not gonna do much more than Liquid. Keeping 4 standing, that's perfect.
I believe off the death, Leo does get the Hunter's Fury though. And with the plant, Chronicle maybe 1 away. I didn't know his, couldn't know his progress, but you're right, 4 survive, 4 rifles maintained here for Liquid. Was it Boaster's Paranoia that catch? No, it's definitely Redgar's.
Yeah, Redgar's coming back
I don't know if it was both, actually.
Yeah, maybe the first one as well. Doug was so close to Dice then, maybe it was, but again, for Liquid, this is what they needed. 4 standing, get their footing in this game. Get Mini to wake up. Make him have to pay attention.
And Chronicle actually still 3 away from the null command. A little further offbeat than I expected. Oh, no, once again, and the Hunter's Fury off the rip here. It's going to attack Soulcast.
Oh, Soulcast is in so much danger. Yeah, found. Leo not going to let him get away with his life, and Redgar trying to play the edge of the smoke. Eats it, dips on in. He's got Safe with him. He's going to dip on down, but how much time does Safe get to try and readjust to the site now? Fnatic are already in the site. They're already at the door, and Durka's tearing a limb from Limb. No, Safe could only get 1. Thought maybe he could adjust. Almost had Alpha. 5 HP is all he gets left with. Speaking of all that's left, it's Nats.
I don't think he fancies his chances here in a 1v4. Chance maybe to look for an exit. Again, the money looking fairly decent for Fnatic, to be honest with you. Yes, they lose one, but I'm curious at how many times we're going to see Durka as that kind of solo late piece in mid, because here the backstab is perfectly timed.
Yeah.
A little bit of chaos created on the back of the Hunter's Fury coming in and the fragment as well. But Liquid absolutely buckle under the pressure.
Seen a couple of times that occurring. I'm a little worried about that sight hold now, because I thought they might have had a grip on it after that first couple of times you saw, you know, the paranoia, but maybe it was Boaster's paranoia, then Redgar's that really hindered it. But now if they get into form, if they start finding comfort on that, and there's no stopping power to it, I'm worried, because Soulcast has a lot on his plate, and he got dealt with here.
Yeah.
So it's, what are you meant to do at this point? You're now down to Redgar trying to hold, you saw Safe try and slip in. There's that backstab from Durka. It's very hard to find a solution to this.
Yeah, with a freebie ahead of an A site here, it becomes so difficult to recover. I'm sure what the response will really be, but now seeing Safe switch across towards me with an operator, maybe to address Durka's freedom to get behind some of these setups. Won't be rewarded initially. Will be noted here with the knife, so Fnatic will be perfectly aware of the adjustment.
So what's their response? They're going to start painting a picture of what they're up against. Yampi want to re-clear, give maybe Safe a little more to work with, but it still feels hesitant.
Redgar's no shield and a judge.
Ooh.
And he's going to have that paranoia of some pressure coming back through short once again.
Well, they've set that tone, haven't they?
Yeah, Fnatic are looking to regroup outside B.
First time we've really seen them kind of go towards us with intention as their main site hit.
So what value does Nats get off this utility? Well, he catches Durka in a dash.
Yampi's not going to be able to get there in time either. Nats has got to keep himself safe. Paranoia did find. Spray takes him down a half. It's not everything he wanted. He's got to dip away from this now. He's got Chronicle to try and handle. He can't do it. Fnatic, beautifully constructed round. It's locked out.
30 seconds.
You've got to respect this. Durka looking to torment them more than anything does. Meet his demise at the hands of Safe, but what a sight hit that was.
Beautiful. The awareness as well to read Nat, so we keep talking about that. Of knowing the positions he's going to play. The Nano Swarm comes through, forces him out of that position. He has a Paranoia, a Recon, I believe a Shock Dart, and a Nano Swarm, all sent towards the stairs to isolate that kill. It's another one where Fnatic just almost get a freebie on the back of utility alone. Now they know about Redgar. Does he find anything with the judge, though?
Caution here.
He's shepherding them back into B main here. Depending on the plant location, Leo should be able to live here.
Okay.
Didn't think Chronicle would.
No. All right, so 1-4, do they pump the brakes now, or do they give it another crack? Because I feel like the problem is they haven't identified one singular issue, right? There's multiple. The side takes on A have been very well constructed. This take as well, isolating that, so there's no escaping, right? So it's like, between that and the shock darts, everything else, how do you handle this? Because they are winning out in every single way.
You know, Fnatic can keep isolating players with this utility. It makes the sight hit so much easier.
We've seen it with Soulcast, we've seen it with Nats now. It's happened so regularly. They nullified Safe at the start too, so it's like, how much do they take away from the deck here? Safe, maybe an opportunity. Smoke there for now, but they've already gone past the second one. Oh dear! He's lucky to be alive here. And now the alarm bells are ringing. Pop the ult. Make sure that support system looking a little weaker than before. Yampi towards the back of the site. Nats towards CT. Durka looking to make that cross. Has a little look towards CT and loses his life. This time Nats on the adjustment going to do well here. It's only a Guardian for Yampi, but he makes it look sharp as ever. But one player slipped closer. Already down towards the side is Boaster, holding them back, and a punish Nats trying to play a little closer. The trade comes in. It's scrappy as hell, but Leo's still standing, as is Alpha. He's got too many problems. It's just Alpha in the 1v2. They should have noted both players here. What can the young wonder do here? Nothing. Soulcast handles it, and Liquid back in the game.
As Yampi forced into a hard anchor position on site here. Nats is wanting to play off-site because of the null command. Woo. Safe gets away with absolute murder by not falling there. Yeah, and Liquid actually very effectively retaking contact here ahead of Fnatic, even isolating Yampi.
Yes.
Or even establishing any sort of side control. It's a great response from Liquid here. Ultimate's starting to come online now for them as well. Bladestorm here, Hunter's Fury, Red Guy has the TP. Nats one off, Soulcast two away. Fnatic will look back towards exploring A. Now Knife doesn't tag Nats. Obviously invested elsewhere, so does he find some value once again with his utility?
Let's find out, because he's about to come face to face with Durka. Just face checking him on this one. Waiting for that dive on in. Yampi pins down Poster. This is what you want to be seeing from Liquid. Suddenly a little life in them yet. Chronicle, Alpha and Leo not having that same access as before. No comfortable approach to the site now remaining unless Alpha can give them some space. So many problems though. 2 players over towards Tree. That's hard to cross.
Leo slipped through though.
Oh, the flash is gorgeous. Forces him away, and now there's problems on the side. Oh, come off it, Alpha. How are you doing that to him? They did everything right.
Do they know about Leo?
Don't know. Now they do. Now they've got to be so aware of him. And it was a little bit late on the swing around. Redguard does find him in the end. But considering how that started, it still got dangerous.
This is such a beautiful read, almost in anticipation by Nats. And again, nails the pathing of Durka. Look at this. Flash actually catches as well, so there's no chance for Durka to even shoot his weapon here. And yeah, that flash caught as well, but it didn't seem to matter for Alpha. Early stabilization, course correction from Liquid. 1 round separates them.
Get out of my way.
And still some money in the bank here for Fnatic, but Bladestorm invested here. They have the lockdown as well. It's another round where they're hoping to find some crucial information to act upon in the early round, but nothing this time around on the Knife. Little trap play set up here, actually.
That. I'll say that, it's going to go terribly wrong, obviously.
Here.
Now it's straight up cat. Contact made towards safe. Are they looking to pinch towards us?
You should run.
They're going to get held back slightly. There's that lockdown. 3 players are going to have to filter on out through CT. That B take is coming in, and Nats has punished Boaster. So, okay, opening up that chance of that retake through middle perfectly. And by now, the plant's certainly not gone down, and safe takes Durka out of the air. Perfect work back through middle from Liquid, and suddenly we've got them firing on all cylinders.
A 2v5 now for Chronicle and Leo. What can they get done here?
I'm scared when it's these two, though. I'm desperately scared. However, Chronicle falling leaves Leo in the impossible scenario. Falling in the end. Liquid back in control. 5 standing. Massive round.
Starting to build up a little bit of confidence in these rounds as well. Happy to take the initiative, remove some of this space from Fnatic early on. Even here, the collapse out of this trap play on the back of contact is perfectly timed. They're able to shadow this execute perfectly. Safe wins the anime fight.
Nice, boys!
I need some barking, though.
Yeah, I thought that was in slow-mo for a second there. That was...
Do you prefer Roadman Soulcast or Barking
Roadman
Yampi?
Soulcast.
Really? That easy for you?
Oh, yeah.
No messing around.
Terrifying in and out of game.
Fair point.
The best
like
era
barking.
of Soulcast, I think, actually.
You think so?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Over flow state Soulcast.
Yeah, because I just think about the knife on Haven. That's, when somebody says flow state Soulcast, I just think about that clip.
Yeah. No, I feel you.
And Vanity smiling.
The absolute tragedy. 4-4 though. We've got a game now. Forcing the timeout from Fnatic. No easy feat. But you said that if there was a weakness to be had, and there's not many, there's almost none when you talk about Fnatic. Saying it's a weakness is almost an oversell, right? But if there's an opportunity, yeah, if you can't see,
yeah.
But it's like, if you were going to identify one, you'd have to look towards this map. And again, it's not like it's their one map they don't play. No, it's just there's a chance.
Swap weakness for anomaly.
Sure.
That's what
better.
it feels like, especially when you look at the stats overall. This is the one that trends a little lower for Fnatic. But again, we haven't seen some recent reps in. This would really be the fruits of any prep that's gone into this. To argue with the way the season's gone, it's definitely not left off the cards here. Very stacked up, very invested here towards this. And a trip in the choke point this time around.
Okay. See if that's going to do what's needed. TP towards the back of the side. It has! It's gorgeous. That's Nats doing serious work here. They can't do much to stop the second layer, but Booster punished as well. Nats coming alive in this. It's only Chronicle to try and deny him. But Liquid just flooding the site, taking it away from any control Fnatic wanted. And they can't get away from Nats here.
Another one where he switches things up. He's over towards A site here, but nobody's deep enough in the choke to identify this trip. There's no shock dart committed towards the choke. There's one towards mid to potentially remove some utility, but
which was one that they had in the last round. So it's like he's keeping them guessing every single round. God.
That's 2 freebies actually.
Unbelievable reveal again.
Yeah, even early on here, they're in a position where they mitigate the paranoia.
Yes.
Which is a huge tool in terms of hitting a site. Usually you can catch switch, you know, behind the door towards Gen, and even the bottom side of Heaven as well.
They're going again. Oof. Safe. Gonna give away the operators here, but still, does the trap work again? Yes, it does! Nats teed up for a second round of this, and this is gonna be fury from Durka, but Nats now gonna reveal, and that's a spike going down, trying to make it on the cross. Chronicle's at least going to get back to hand, so he should be able to get a plant, or at least maybe toy with the idea, but the others are so far away. The smoke's going to isolate them as well. They can't get back through there to try and help Chronicle, and they've pinned them down. They've isolated them bit by bit. This is beautiful from Liquid.
Again, remaining versatile here, keeping things very, very unpredictable for Fnatic, and honestly making them look a little lost on the approach of some of these. Again, that discussion always comes back of the count of being on the defense, a Cypher defending versus a Jet. And we haven't seen it addressed yet. Fnatic need to slow it down. They need to get a read on some of these sites. Again, this is where you look towards what's the utility of Chronicle and Leo as well.
You can see that frustration.
Yeah, absolutely.
Many of the people as well, normally.
Because it's uncharacteristic. This is, dare I say,
not Fnatic.
Liquid are doing fantastically well. Take nothing away from that, but it's a little sloppy from Fnatic. You lose one of those rounds, you adjust.
Yes.
You lose 2 in a back-to-back, it's a tilter.
So it looks at least a different start, right? They're trying to kind of indicate a different beginning. Maybe to a similar end. I wonder what the end goal may be. The problem is they are once again going right back towards Nats. Do they fall for it again? Do we get the classic no access to site?
I hate to say it, but around where you have the null command, if they do invest it here, it doesn't look as if with where Chronicle's positioned it will happen. But those are the ones that become must-wins. Versus a Cypher getting this much value, it has to be a must-win round.
But I also like how versatile Safe's being, right? You've got Nats being hard to pin down. Well, Safe took contact towards B early on, right? And now he's over towards A short. Now he's going to switch things up here. We are going to have the null command, but to very little effect, at least in that way. But they're not committing behind this. And people can double-check this. There is no pressure behind. Now Safe is going to fall off this angle, which does open up a chance.
30 seconds left.
It's... Oh, this is bizarre. Redgar, oh dear. They've fallen a little for this one. A lovely fake coming out from Fnatic. Safe is still here, but on a deeper position, and Soulcast still going to find Durka. Hold on. Oh, they're not out of the one just yet. Between Safe and Soulcast, they found it all. I thought Fnatic found the timing and a little bit of something. 10 seconds though, and Alpha ain't got it this round. What is going on?
Fnatic almost faking the fake. Waiting out there, anticipating the Liquid are going to get a little bit aggressive towards short, potentially, to confirm that it is a fake. But they wait things out, and Soulcast with a beautiful round.
Oh, lovely.
Oh!
Whoa!
That's a Roadman Soulcast round.
Yeah, where is it?
Yeah.
Like, let's go. I want to hear JME on the stage. Just bring it on. Okay. Operator out for Safe, Odin out as well for Yampi. When is this going to change for Fnatic? They need to get a grip on this, because this is very uncharacteristic of them. That last round, I actually quite like the adjustment, but did they get napped on the knife? Then save. Ah.
Timing almost being his downfall, but escapes once again in the early round. Alpha will be noted here with the drone and off the sound cue at least. Start chipping away at some of Alpha's tools, but they're also going to confirm there's nothing behind this.
First time we're seeing Redguard committed towards Wine as well. Looking forward to see if that does maybe find a bit of value.
Cover going out.
How much he's noted off this. Timing. Okay, Soulcast better be ready. Paranoia sent on either side. Redguard might be dead here. Soulcast is it? Oh, he's screwed on that one. Fnatic. Sight Shores.
Oh.
That looked on. Safe though does not land that one. These are looking so close. It's ridiculous.
He doesn't know how close he is.
Yeah. But Dirk is closing in again. Oh, this time it's Dirk. But it's Nats. How did you get Nats in that? I didn't. Oh, okay. And now Safe's got a rifle instead. He's flying on down. He's got another 1v2. Yampi. He wants it. He gets in. 14 HP though. Surely not. You're just seeing all that utility being put towards the site. One bullet. Okay. Reload.
He's got to be conscious of the turret, yeah.
Okay, it's gone. He's got time, and I'm pretty sure he knows the side that Alpha's on. He needs to draw this out somehow. Tap on the spike and waits. Jump peek. Oh, he tried to pre-aim for it. Trying to toy with what? What?
No way.
What?
No.
Show me that POV.
Way.
Show me it right now.
You've got to be kidding me.
Show me that. Alpha had that round. That was Alpha's.
That's a heartbreaker to close out the first half. And a stark contrast in two different results, to be honest. Redgar still gets one from Wine when he's noted so early on. But the short is coming to play here. Safe finds one.
Yampi as well.
Yampi follows up.
There's
14 HP.
What is this?
Oh my god.
Keep peeking, huh? Keep peeking!
He's absolutely giving it. Oh, mate. It's rare you see Mini looking frustrated and Fnatic not having answers, right? Like, or not even not having the answers. They've been playing well, but Liquid are matching them.
Yeah, there's been a couple of mistakes on this side from Fnatic that are just out of the wheelhouse. You don't usually see these kind of lackluster setups and approaches to some of the sides. Like I said, you lose one round to a Cypher.
Okay,
the way that you do, you slow things down. You get a feel for the setup because there have been no rounds other than when Chronicle gets a tag with the knife where Fnatic have, you know, a game plan. There's no reactive information to act upon. A couple of these have just felt like, I don't want to say bang your head against a brick wall, but I'm saying for Durka it feels like that.
I mean, he's just been slingshot in towards it. There's nothing else he can really do about this as well. It feels like, again, the setups, yes, have been varied from that. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, Safe as well. Hard to pin down a couple of like nice little bits.
But like I said, you get away with one of them.
Once. 2-3 rounds now?
Especially against a team like Fnatic.
Yeah. Context, right? It's Fnatic. This isn't just like another team. You hold them to a high standard for a good reason. They barely dropped a map throughout this entire season. Right now, they're getting bullied.
Could this be the second time we see him drop a map on Ascent?
Maybe becoming the Achilles heel of this team.
You could say that.
You could. Potentially. It's early days.
8-4.5. Like I said, the difference between the 7-5 and the 8-4, when you take into account the pistol, can be huge, especially with how this first half has played out. And last time, remember, the hero was Nats on the attack for Liquid.
He's at a half too.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic half.
He'll be feeling himself.
He kicked things off with a bang last time on Ascent.
We might have a game on our hands. I'm excited. I want a close game between these two. And 8-4 is going to make Fnatic put in work. Let's see what Liquid have on the second half here. Jumping back in, Liquid are in the lead, and Fnatic looking a little lost for an answer in that first half. However, fresh half, fresh start. 3 players already posted on B. If this is a simplistic burst, they are going to have problems. That paranoia should be very good actually for Boaster. Only going to get one for this. Does he get out with his life? Not with that TP, you know. Absolutely. And now they get the free side cross. Okay, it's just a brawl. Fair enough. And Liquid win it.
It's another one where I'm just looking at it. There are mistakes made.
Talk to me through them step by step here.
I mean, I don't know if Boaster's hoping that somebody else can pick up a complementary angle here, or whether or not Durka falling is then the thing that seals Boaster's fate, but it's like there's a point here in this round where Fnatic are like, keep pushing, keep like throwing bodies outside of a smoke to try and find a trade, and Liquid is stacked up. That's never going to suit Fnatic in that situation.
Gamble stack for Fnatic. And maybe just a tactical timeout to have a talk, it feels like, as well at this point. Have a conversation of what's going on. Get their heads back in the game here. I mean, for Liquid, they're just going to go through the motions. Obviously, they don't know. The vast majority of Fnatic are sat towards A heaven.
Cage triggered.
I mean, for Liquid here, if this is kept clean, this is fantastic start to the second half. Allow them to give themselves a real buffer. There's not going to be anybody here from Fnatic. They're still cautious on the approach. Boaster has slipped inside that smoke.
Here.
No kill comes through just yet, so a full 5v5 here.
Okay, Boaster goes down. See if there's any trade potential. Doesn't look like it towards that kill either. 2 on CT, trying to find maybe safe in a wider peak, but he's not going to be giving that away. Damage, yes. But still 5 alive, and I'm not seeing opportunities now for damage as long as they can exit safely.
There's no exit hold outside B main either. Yampy can give his life away. He's only brought the Ghost into this. Chronicle dancing with death here.
Last player standing.
It is flawless. I thought at least one of those was going to come through. Alpha just waiting on somebody to push out a market. Chronicle, I guess, does his best to bait somebody into that position, but 10-4 now for Liquid.
They don't convert bonus as well, do they, Michael?
And God forbid if you're a Fnatic fan.
Because that wouldn't be how this goes.
Nice shot, Alpha!
I mean, I believe Liquid have converted 4 out of 6 bonus rounds on Ascent so far this season, so definitely a real chance for it to happen here. The counter spam comes through, and that's the start you want. Alpha's down.
And Yampy's only on 88. He's fine. He's sitting pretty. So who does this fall to? It's on Leo. Now, fortunately for him, Nat seemed none the wiser that someone could be there. Great timing. And Dirk is hunting them down. He is looking vicious in this. 2 kills already. Has to finally fall away from this. Doesn't want to go over the top here. Oh, Durka! Threw it over the top. Hell, just destroyed them.
A little bit of a pace change back into this from Fnatic. But hey,
it's the first in a while.
If you look at it, that to me just that almost looks like desperation.
Oh, it's a furious round. Durka almost overdid it.
I mean, the tag comes through on the camera.
It was the camera that got that tag?
Alpha was pinged by the spy cam. I don't know if we can get a chance to look at that again, but he commits to the spray when he's also tagged by the spy cam. I'm not sure if we can pull that on another round, but that's definitely what it looked like.
Yeah. Okay, that's something to keep in mind. I'll be wondering if that's the case. Now, okay, let's kind of reset the... Oh. This time, Alpha not allowing any of that to happen. That's gone down. This time he gets away with it. So we're going to have Liquid operating with only 4 players, right? So what can they do with this? They do have Fury. They've got full sets of kit here, apart from the knife from Soulcast. So lots to play with. And it goes to just folding back towards A.
First test for this A-site hold as well for Fnatic. Really posted up. Perfect time on the smoke, but Safe's going to get ahead of this.
Yeah, Boaster just trying to avoid
Just get tagged. That's huge.
Lovely. Don't know how aware they are of him. Should have heard maybe a couple of shots or something, but Solkas gonna get two. Boaster catches the cross, denies the spike going down for free, but I see a shorty and I see danger. Boaster's trying to play his life. I hope that Leo can bail him out, but almost no man's land there for Leo. Gets caught. Nothing more to be done, and Boaster's got the world being poured towards him. Safe wants to clear it, but Boaster still standing in a 1v2. Goes ahead, no! Slips between the fingertips and Safe outdoes him. A valiant attempt from Boaster, but it was mostly just Boaster.
It was, yeah. Chronicle gets completely isolated from this. I think I'm not even sure, was that Boaster's smoke to create a little one-way angle for himself?
Maybe.
I'm not entirely sure, but he definitely goes down swinging.
Oh, that's how the second happened.
One enemy.
I believe it was actually Redgar's smoke.
Oh.
Nice!
He tried.
Yeah, definitely.
Can't say he didn't.
Boaster's done all you can ask for and more, to be honest with you, from that situation. Fnatic will call a timeout once again.
Give me Minicam. I want to see angry Mini. A rare
Spitting
treat.
absolute fire.
No.
I mean, Boaster's the only one on stage that looks a little bit flustered. There's been signs of emotion, yes, but like I said, in some of these, I don't even want to say they're coin flip situations. The Alpha Spy Cam thing still, I don't know if maybe he's just missed an audio cue or something, but committing to the spray when you're pinged by the Spy Cam.
It's just, you're signing your own death warrant at that point. Yeah.
Is that a composure thing? Is that a...
See, now we don't give me the Minicam once he's done it.
It must have
Too
been
late.
explicit content.
Yeah, he... Not a happy boy, though. A lot of work to be done here. 11-5, we're getting close to a scoreline the Fnatic are dreading. The Fnatic would be absolutely loving it. It looks all in. It looks one-dimensional, feels almost an undersell because they are on the way. Can Alpha do anything to do damage towards them, slow down the cross, hinder it? Yes, he absolutely can. Redgar's fallen. Chip damage on the follow-up as well. Solkas down very low, 23 HP. Those shock darts becoming lethal. Now you can see that pressure sign amount back in from Fnatic.
Spike not down yet either, so Liquid need to try and stabilize here. Or get some
Paranoia.
kills. Leo on a wild swing out of heaven.
We'll come back to this round because Chronicle, Boaster, and Alpha still have a chance to do something with this. With Solkas so low, it does get down to a 3v3 very quickly. Waiting is Yampy. Gonna find Boaster. Sets up Safe. And now it's just Alpha. So much work in front of him. Both players now by Jen. Doesn't see it. Gets to slip down. Oh my god, he still got Safe. Does he find Yampy? No! The Finn stays unfound and 12 is claimed by Liquid.
Liquid putting on an absolute clinic here on Ascent. One round is all Fnatic have managed here in the second half. Beautiful dart over the top, yes, but what is this?
What's the, I mean, try and maybe work off the paranoia. I'm clutching at straws here. But this is just, it feels...
It's uncharacteristic.
It doesn't feel like Fnatic, right?
Like you look towards the control, the composure, the consideration ahead of some of these set pieces, and it's just not there.
Which, as I said, not what we're used to seeing. They have been faultless, flawless, stunning. Oh, that is going to be stinging. Oh, the follow-up as well. Leo's done so much damage, and Dirk is already behind them. But Solkas shut that door, and he shut it quick. Hold on. It's a 3v4, and look at the weaponry. Can they police some of these weapons? Can they try and take it away a little bit here?
Well, Liquid still got their sights set towards A.
How long does Fnatic wait in this? They've
mean,
got to dismantle it soon,
Yeah,
right?
they're relinquishing a lot of this space, though. At least the early space towards site. Redgar's already through. Yeah, all three are out the choke point now.
Yeah, Safe trying to not take any damage, or at least as best he can.
Committing to the lockdown retake, potentially.
Could be.
I mean, they're going to know that Fragment's gone. They know that
Oh,
obviously there's no Hunter's Fury available.
Do they just brawl on this? There's two players there, Leo and Alpha. Oh dear, Alpha's found Redgar.
Enemy remaining.
But Boaster finds Solkas, and now it's just Safe. And he can't get away from it. Fnatic play that retake well, kept their cool this time, but it's still got a little dangerous even at the start. That was chaotic.
Aggressive.
Yeah, like Durka, I thought Durka was on their team for for a second or two there. I'm like, oh, they got two Jets, brilliant. He's top mid now.
Durka just
Look at
runs
him.
all the way out catwalk.
Nice kind of coupling with the paranoia coming in. It was actually quite nice, but still, just madness on these rounds.
If Fnatic can build anything upon this.
They've broken the buy from Liquid.
Yeah, which is actually mind-blowing.
How?
Swarm grenade.
Nice producer Sam with his phone out again, taking selfies with the players. It's good. What do we have here? Guardian, Frenzy, Sheriff. Why do I feel like this is the one they win? Safe does have his knives, but they've been put away. Back in the pocket here. Chronicle not allowing any fun to be had. Durka gets to keep his life.
But they pumped an ult command on a round where Liquid only have the Blade Storm. Again, it's hit the panic button, basically.
Knives back out.
To try and contain Safe. Mitigate the risk here so early on in the round as well. There's a minute 10 left on the clock.
Take flight.
Does he get any play in off this? No one's spotted yet. Does he start taking those first couple of preemptive steps? Yes. Trying to get away from that corner. You can see the drone back in. Durka does get revealed, I'm pretty sure here, so they're going to be trying to hunt him down, but great work between him and Leo, holding them at the door this time. Not going to find what they want. That still does a little damage. Well, it's not that much. 4 of them stand, and Fnatic get to keep those weapons going forward.
Again, Liquid almost giving that one away, though.
Look at the ults as well. They're starting to get
like I said, giving that away because of the round lead that they have.
Yeah.
You can throw light shields back in here with a little bit of pocket change behind it. Fnatic going to be way offbeat in terms of this ult cycle. Liquid, a huge advantage in that regard. And with the no command basically being dedicated to
purely
mitigating Safe for what, 15, 20 seconds?
Yep.
It's a round that you'd love to have here potentially for the Hunter's Fury.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? And that gets posted. Yampy, not going to get much for it, but it's out to find Nat, so...
Nats is way ahead of the curve.
Don't know how he was so disconnected from the others. Not sure what the plan was there, but gets caught up and, well, that's kind of taken a little bit of the wind out of their sails. Can they? I wonder if they can catch Durka, though, because considering how fast he's been flanking, he's been starting to get hyper-aggressive. Maybe trying to find him. But it is Durka, so you're hunting.
Durka's so deep on this towards tiles.
Yeah. Does he get caught on this? Now he's going to hear these shots from top mid. Soulcast trying to slip a little further ahead, but again, Soulcast does have spikes, so... Oh,
Oh my god.
Does he go again?
Oh my word. No way.
This is ridiculous. Durka, you don't let this man have any sort of play. It wasn't as clean as I'd expected. The trade's there. Okay. Not completely without a contest on this. The knife's timing is fantastic, though. Going to catch Soulcast just enough here. That puts a lot of the pressure back in Yampy's hands to create space.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds. How deep can he slip? Hold on. Does he get a free fight on CT? It would be Leo on the other side. Not much is free when it comes to him. Nope. All too aware. But the plan looks like it was to end towards A. Spike now over towards the side, and Alpha waiting patiently. Poised in the smoke. He's going to hear this. He knows where they are. And it was a clean enough adjustment. 8 seconds out, doesn't need to overdo it, and he doesn't. That's the Fnatic I expect to be seeing.
Getting a bit of a grasp on this half now. 4 still to find, but a buffer in terms of the finances. And actually building back towards, in my eyes, the most important ultimate for them here on the defense, the lockdown. Yeah, it's unlucky from Durka. Like we saw, half a second either way. Even then, I think he's still, obviously with Soulcast stacked up, he's only good for 1 in that situation.
Yeah.
But he's able to command this heavy lean towards A with how deep his position is. Bit of a gap still. Yes. Like I said, Fnatic have some sort of grasp now. Can they build upon this momentum? Because what, Liquid found 12 when Fnatic had only found 1 in this half, effectively.
It's, but the thing is, like, I have to almost change my mentality when we look at Fnatic or we look at Liquid when it comes to, like, closing out games and comebacks, right? Because out of all the teams to do it, Fnatic probably can, more often than not, right? So it's like, I'm waiting with bated breath to see if we genuinely get OT in this game or something ridiculous happens. Yes, it could take one round from Safe having a pop-off round, or we have a round from Yampy, or a round from any of them, right? Like, they're all having good games here. Soulcast having a belter too. So we wait and see what we find. Can Fnatic keep this cool? Can they really run back this game? It's been 3 on the trot now, and they're up against a very light purchase, so it should be 12-9, and then 1 away from double digits. They are slowly but surely working it out.
Fnatic have reset towards a much deeper hold as well. Looking to maybe play off just Alpha's utility here towards main. Obviously, Durka posted up with an operator as well. So no surprise to see that approach to this round. Alarm bot dealt with. Maybe from Fnatic scrambling to pick up that space once again. Again, good coverage on both sides right now. Mid being the only opportunity for Liquid.
Smoke just going down towards tree as well. It's just been invested across map. Again, if you are Liquid, you can just try and get the lay of the land here. Have a little consider of what you're going to do once you go into that buy round as well. Let's stack up towards B. Wonder if they can apply enough pressure from maybe the back of Yampy's utility that will keep maybe the third player there, or pull these players out of position, because this is what they're trying to do, is pull the players over. There's so much utility from Alpha here.
But the thing is, the turret doesn't take contact or anything, and Durka just picks up the angle after the drone. That's perfect timing for Leo to find a response with his.
Nowhere to go on this one. Boaster posted. Lovely work from him. Overstays a little here, but he will be caught by Leo in the end as Nats try to dash towards it, dive in. No more to be had. Fnatic.
As clean as he asked for as well.
Yep.
Building back towards these ultimates once again. 1 off the lockdown now. 1 away from the Blade Storm. Liquid will have a purchase behind this. No command here, so we're going to see Alpha disconnect from a site a little bit, play a little deeper to try and mitigate the risk.
3 Odins in 1 round.
I want to throw up.
No one's happy.
No one's happy. No one liked that.
12-9. Yampy going to start things off with the spam. Will be Boaster on the other side with his own Odin, and of course Alpha. Similar scenes.
Yeah, we're going to potentially try and get a tag here for Boaster, but reconsidering it.
A lot of info, but not much follow-up yet. Spam.
Boaster just slips off the edge there to
unfortunate.
Put the smoke in, yeah. Potential for him to find a wallbang there on the orb.
Okay.
Leo catching the backside of that one.
Look at this 3-2 split when they actually pop on this. It has to be now, right? Like, you want to be working off the back of your util. Safe, first man in, takes the first couple of steps. But now there's going to be some issues. Chronicle's fallen in CT. I didn't expect him to be the one to go down, but fair enough. Now the ult's going to reveal the positions, and there's problems starting to build up here. They know where they are on the site. Boaster's trying to at least get a quick smoke down. 30 seconds, so they've got to get a move on here. If you're Liquid, they're paused for thought. They're not pushing just yet until then. Boaster's got 2! Oh, it's devastating!
Oh, no.
The timing on the paranoia is far from ideal, but it does catch. Gives Leo a chance. Double dips goes back in, but he does fall. It's down to a 1v1. Yampy up against Durka. The timing's right for Durka, but how did it come down to that?
What a chaotic exchange here over B site. Boaster somehow at the weirdest point of that exchange finds 2 with the wallbang after things start to quiet down a little bit.
That's how he got it, fair enough.
Oh, it's a freebie off the tag.
Oh, wow.
I mean, and thank God he gets this paranoia off before he falls as well. Because Liquid collapsed so quickly there.
It's enough to make Fnatic start believing in this now, making it double digits.
It comes at a really awkward time though. There's nothing behind this purchase. Maybe some makeshift purchase, you could say, behind this. And this will be Fnatic finding 11 if they win this.
And look at the ult starting to come through as well. You've got the lockdown there, 1 away from Leo as well.
I think there'll be 3 light shield purchases here if Liquid do concede. Lockdown, 1 off the Hunter's Fury, Blade Storm. Fnatic in a really good position right now.
Look at this stack as well. You've got 4 players sat for, it feels like retake on A, right? So if they continue along this pathing, they get pretty, no, I don't want to say free.
Scanning ahead.
They get a fair game on this site. Alpha has to give away the game. TP is taken. That's Boast now trying to supplement and support the B site here. Gets over towards Alpha, re-smoke towards main. Down to 40 seconds now.
Now they're going to try and fake with the drone. You saw Alpha considering the lockdown there, but with no follow-through. I doubt it's going to be invested here, and there's still 3 members of Fnatic towards A.
left.
They have pulled 1 additional. Started to pull away was Leo, but coming back around here, Paranoia gets sent. Liquid trying to make that cross. Do they get across freely? For now, yes they do. Durka forced off the angle. Do they get a plant? 18 seconds now. Double dip goes in, and it's Durka finding Redgar. Oh lord. Okay, plants in. No more threat on that front. Can they deal with the lockdown? Yes, they should be able to. Save. He's found both players. And now Chronicle kicks into gear and now into a 2v3. Durka down low, flashes, Goopy's in front of it. Nats punishes Chronicle.
Look at Yampy on the flank though.
How the hell is Yampy here?
There's no way they expect this.
You cannot. He's got to play this to perfection. Nat's got to keep their attention a little drawn. He's taking a shot though. He's giving away the position on the 1v1. He's going to tuck on in. He dives on in. What are you up to?
Oh my god. There's no way this actually plays out like that. I mean, the plant comes through, so it's going to make the purchase a little bit better. But Liquid, yeah, calling a timeout here, because they tried desperately to drag this one across the line.
Wow.
Safe. You absolute beast.
And it just seems so chaotic to get to this.
I think here as well, he's just gambling as well with the recon outside the smoke.
Yeah.
He can't leave it up to chance. How have we ended up here?
I mean, I felt like we were going to have a good game between these two, but this is something. Minnie's up. He's got his booster seat out. Look at him.
I don't see Minnie look that tall, actually.
It's incredible. Gary, I need a little cushion like that. Oh, looking great. Okay, 11-12 though. Mike, we kind of talked about the prospect of, if there's anyone that can do it, Fnatic have that pedigree and capability, but they were playing a terrible game before. They were being
sloppy,
punished,
yeah.
It was messy.
Unforced errors as well. It wasn't as if Liquid were really applying enough pressure to, justify calling it any other way.
No.
Look at the purchase here. Hunter's Fury Bladestorm, but it's 2 Guardians in the hands of Yampy and Safe, prioritizing some of this utility. For Fnatic, just the Hunter's Fury. And a string of rounds now.
Yep.
Can Fnatic tie things up and force an OT here in map 2?
Durka's here though, and that scares the life out of me. And he's going walkabouts. Oh, given a chance, he's just going to go further. This man is a man possessed! Takes out Safe, removes one of the biggest threats from the board. Oh, Leo going further with the Hunter's Fury.
A tag on Yampy as well.
They are left in tatters. Trying to shuffle those precious rifles throughout the final few, but this has been nasty work between the two of them. Hunter's Fury coming back in, but finding nothing.
Yeah, blind Hunter's Fury. Doesn't get the tag, obviously. Durka deals with the drone. That's applying a lot of pressure to Boaster here. Got to be careful. Paranoia catches, but no kill. Does this play Alpha in?
He's on 5 HP. Life goes up. Does Nats get the timing? Boaster seems aware, but not aware enough. Nats outdoes him, and they slip away. They've managed to isolate one on the side, but do they continue on this train of thought? 45 seconds to play with. Noted them again. Yampy looking for a bit of play as well, but they're running out of time here, Mike.
I don't really have any control. They're kind of backed into this corner outside window. They're waiting for something on Fnatic to overstep. Nats has slipped the net though. He's found another one.
No more could be found. Leo with the trade now. Soulcast on his own. Spike's gone down. Yampy's 5 HP is looking lethal, and it is. Leo takes down Soulcast, and I can't believe this is where we've gone to. Yeah, bye-bye. It's 12-12. Fnatic are back with a vengeance, taking them into OT here in map 2.
They claw their way back into this. Look at that timeline. What a performance here from Fnatic. After things, honestly, it looked a little dicey. Very dicey.
I thought we were done on this map. I thought we were done.
Well, Liquid had 7 chances to close it out. Again, taking the initiative here. Durka being suppressed. And the Hunter's Fury to bail him out. Can't dash away there. Commits to the shorty. Leo even finds a tag onto a light shield Yampi. So down from 125 to 45. It makes it so difficult for him to have impact.
Not down, not out. We're back in, Mike. 12 apiece. Operator's out for safe, though. Let's see if he can find much work with his top mid. Oh, he did get Durka. I thought he missed that, but no. Takes down his opposing number. He has to slip away.
Maybe expecting the Odin to come through here, but Yampi on a Vandal. Yeah, Fnatic lose Durka very early on. Now, with this operator, I'm expecting a much deeper hold from Liquid. Don't want to commit to some of these riskier angles now. They have the man advantage here. Fnatic haven't even got close enough to really deal with the utility in mid, so Liquid can maintain this formation. Boast Obs to deal with it instead of TP and pass, so Safe will confirm the presence. Don't do it.
Go on.
No. Do not.
I dare you. They've been struggling to get past Nats. That was the big issue again. He was just basically everywhere, it felt like.
There's a lack of utility to isolate him now. Shockdart doesn't deal with the strip. Boaster.
Okay.
Thread the needle and find it.
And they're trying to sell a fake. Boaster is trying to sell this B take as best he can, but look where the spike is going. It's still towards Nats. Do not ride him out just yet. The man is a monster and he's got 13 seconds to hold on to this site. How much can one man do? His first challenger's got a shorty, so nothing. Alpha flies in. The plant's gonna come down. And his 3 players try and bring this round back to touch.
Boaster actually does retreat away to try and regroup. We'll get the door closed as well. The ping comes through, but no kill. A 3v4 now for Liquid.
Yampi and Soulcast off the back of this flash, and he takes some space, takes some territory, and they do. Yampi takes down one, Redgar another. That's Leo forward, and now it's just Alpha. A 1v3, it's not gonna happen. The vengeance is served from the shorty right back to him. After taking down Nats with something similar. Diffuse is there though, so it hurts just that little bit more.
That one's got a sting for Fnatic. A beautiful retake. So well coordinated. Oh, I mean...
Okay, he's bending bullets out here.
Even here, it descends into absolute chaos. When Boaster's able to regroup there, you expect Fnatic to set up these really robust crossfires.
Yep.
Tuck into a very, very good post plant, and Redgar TP's into the main smoke.
Of course he does. Oh.
Surely not, right?
Yampi's confused. And Durka's got the kill. And Boaster's right there. This is ridiculous. What a crunch.
I thought we were watching Redgar for a second then.
I know.
How that looked.
But it's down to a 3v4 here. Soulcast has been seen. Leo keeping him at arm's length. And look who's walking around. Boaster. Deep behind the wire.
Yeah, look where the spike is.
So unaware of that possibility to happen. It was audacious of a play, but Boaster up against Redgar on this corner. Redgar's got him. Okay, 3v3 now. They can get back to business, maybe try and get that spike back to hand. 50 seconds though.
Overstepping the mark a little bit there. I mean, Boaster's maybe just paranoid about where he can retreat to.
Yeah.
Because you look at the other members of Fnatic, Boaster's on an island.
Yeah, no one's coming out to help him
He's
either.
an information probe, basically. Liquid will recover the spike, though. And a 3v3. Alpha still anchoring towards A with that setup, but 20 seconds left on the clock. Liquid's hand is forced.
15 seconds, they gotta go.
Standing ahead.
Right, here it is, Chronicle. Can you deny him? No, you can't! Safe's in! Leo's gonna play ahead of this. 8 seconds, can he deny the... Oh, no! Safe! So aware! And now Alpha, he can't do it either! Liquid in OT! Get across the line, we've got a game on our hands now!
A And Liquid finally close out what they couldn't do in regulation here. The round that starts as a massive advantage for Fnatic here in overtime. Again, I hate to say it, it's not something I've said all season, but questions about some of the composure elements in Fnatic's approach here to Ascent. We did say that, I don't want to oversell that this was the weak part of the map pool, but it was the only anomaly in what else you would consider to be fairly flawless.
Yeah, there aren't many weak points to Fnatic, right? But I think if we look at it the way you were kind of highlighting, it's how they got there, that lack of composure in certain instances, those problems that are very un-Fnatic, right? We're very used to how Fnatic look. That was a very strange display. Credit, obviously, to Liquid to be able to exploit that, but still, the fact we got there. And if I'm not mistaken, Haven coming up next, so let's stick around for just a little while longer, because that map is going to be a cracker as well.
Keep peeking, huh? Keep peeking! Give it to him, give it to him. Nice! Nice!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Oh, this grand finals is getting spicy. Team Liquid, they win on their own map pick in overtime against Fnatic. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I'm back here with Cougar and Lothar. The fact that Fnatic managed to pull it back into overtime, which I thought was a little bit more impressive than we expected, but that OT was just unacceptable from them.
Unacceptable. A lot of work that we see on the side of Team Liquid actually to get this map so far. I think that probably Fnatic are going to regret choosing started on the attack, but it's something that they wanted to undergo themselves.
Well, as you said in the pre-match that they wanted to get as many reps. They got a lot of them on this map.
Yeah.
So that's something, but they definitely got a little bit tilted on the attack side. You could have seen that in the bottom movement as well. But I wanted to pay attention to a little bit of the stats. Save was absolutely insane. So many double kills. We had a stink of a game for Chronicle, by the way, and we...
An abnormality.
Yeah, not exactly, because at the beginning of the show we have talked about Chronicle, how flexible he is and so on. But from all the agents that he played in the 3 past months, on KO he actually has a 20% worse performance than on anything else.
Maybe that's why he needs the reps.
This one though was the worst one from all of the KO that he played so far.
Yeah, I mean, uncharacteristic from him, but also if we take a look at some of the rounds, we're going to show one of them. Uncharacteristic from everyone on Fnatic. It almost felt like it was just so disjointed to a point that you said, Lothar, if you took the name tags off, you wouldn't believe that it was Fnatic.
Yeah, this is literally like you just delete the names. I have no idea which team is this. So to prepare yourself for this is a 5v4 retake. Alpha got the first blood already on Redgar, and
he did it many times.
Yeah, true that. And now pay attention when we're gonna play this clip. Is the players that are jumping from heaven are completely disconnected from the forces that are rotating, and then you can see Boaster actually doing a retake smoke that is helping them get into that position that they jumped already to in few seconds. It's all so disconnected from each other. It really doesn't look like the orchestrated Fnatic that we all know. Look at the smoke. It's fantastic. It calls out all the angles to go from heaven, to jump down for Jenny, but it's already too late. They lost all the advantages that they had.
Yeah, and if you take a look at 2 seconds before they fall, we see that Boaster is put in a smoke, and right after that using the paranoia, but the paranoia is not in time, and I feel like everybody's a little bit rushed, and it has to do with the scoreline, right? We're seeing that it's an 11-5. You know that every single mistake is gonna go against you, and it's probably what is forcing this mistake.
The fact that they managed to pull it into OT, though, which is kind of crazy, and I think you're right. I think they might regret actually choosing to start on their attack side, because if we take a look at this, on their attack side, it almost felt like they didn't know how Nats played the game, Cougar.
Yeah, it's very surprising because we know that obviously it's not a lot of Cypher that we see in Ascendo's days here in EMEA, but we know that for the setups that Naps has, there is a very high chance that he's going to be on the other side trying to make the most and capitalize on the fact that you just ate that trap wire. The thing is that they could have cleared it with that drone and trying to prevent it, maybe clear it with almost any piece of Soba utility, but that wasn't there.
That is like my personal pet peeve that I see on the Ascent not happening from so many teams. Giants are actually using it. The lineup for shock darts, for controlling mid pizza, to destroy it from like alarm board, from the Cypher traps, and then using shock darts for lane and entrance of A as well, to avoid those deaths from Cypher. That is like such a crucial piece of the puzzle when it comes to success on attack on this map.
And it's also not anything new. Nats always does this. He's been doing this for 3 years, so you'd think that they knew what to do against it. But in the pre-show, we spoke about the Durka versus Safe head-to-head, and you guys were kind of leaning more in the favor of Durka. Maybe he is the better player, but I mean, after map 1 and 2, Safe has his number. Safe is doing so much better today.
Oh, this anime kill. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah. This was actually beautiful to see. I think the Fnatic was just encountering too many duels within themselves, within the team itself, things that were not working. I think that it was actually towards those late rounds where they, you know, try and do something a little bit funky, something a little bit different to try and get those rounds for themselves.
And also, remember how we spoke about Safe just getting control of bottom mid and like short, like in first 10 seconds because his dash was being active? That was literally happening almost every other round. And it feels like Fnatic kinda didn't want to deny that space that Safe is getting.
Also, you can't give Liquid this many opportunities. They're going to take it and they're going to beat you on it. This was their map pick, and I think this was a great choice they went with in the end. But let's talk about the next one, because this is where the scales kind of tip a lot heavier in favor of Fnatic. They love this map. In fact, I'm so surprised that the last few times they had Haven open, an option for them, that they didn't choose Haven. They kind of went away from choosing Haven. But surely, you guys, Liquid, if they want to close this out 3-1, this is a tough task.
Yeah, exactly, of course. But, you know, Haven is a map that we haven't seen from Liquid that often this season. In fact, we've only seen them a couple of times. And maybe the biggest criticism that we or anybody can have is the fact that we haven't seen them with the Killjoy. But maybe it's a change that we see now that Yampi has, you know, changed to the Killjoy on Lotus. Maybe they go and perform that change for Haven as well. But we wanted to take a look at how this attack looks for Team Liquid, especially those first 20 seconds. So let's start with the most obvious. Let me see, where's the drawing? Oh, you hid the drawing for me.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. And it's the fact that they do not put any kind of utility. I'm going to activate the utility from Nats. I'm actually going to just have him in so it's easier to see. The utility from Nats is not going to be used onto Garage, but we have this camera here that will grant the angle for them to cover it. So usually you would think that maybe Nats wants to put, you know, trap by here, maybe get the kill onto here, like things that you can expect. But no, actually they leave it pretty open, and maybe it's Redgar going to be the one in here trying to have some effect. But Lothar, tell me a little bit of what we can expect from Save, for example, because I think it's very interesting.
The usual suspect is just doing the usual stuff. So he's over pushing. Typically, we're gonna see him actually overpush the A area when there's a C execute. So that's what's gonna happen here during the C execute during the first 10 seconds, which allows for Fnatic to play a little bit of very basic anti-stratting by having like a very late, let's say, flank protection from even the spawn area, because that's the unexpected angle, but also by knowing that there's no one stationed in double doors, that creates a possible gap for the defenses, which then makes the player from the A side even more probable to start the flank. So there are some tendencies that they could expose from Team Liquid here.
So this is what would happen, right, if they do not change that composition. I think that we kind of expect them look into Tokyo, look into Masters, that maybe they implement that Killjoy here, because if they want to ban anything else that is not this Haven, if they want to move away from the Gambit ways, they need to practice this map, and they need to do it as soon as possible.
Well, let's see if they can surprise Fnatic. Of course, as you guys said, not that much footage on them. So, Mini's cracked out all of the... Wait, let's see if we can...
Omen, Jet, Cypher, Breach, Sova. Yes, that is indeed the composition. Mid, Jet...
Cypher A1 setup, Cypher A2 setup. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
He's busting it all out here.
Can somebody please send us the screenshots?
Can someone also donate a color printer for him? Thank you.
Yeah, someone needs to decipher that. But as you guys said, there's not that much footage for Liquid. And Fnatic, they are a prep-heavy team. And we've seen them pay the price when they pick a map into an opponent that's never played it before. So surely Lothar, especially given the way they're playing today, that is an advantage for Liquid.
Well, they played it twice, and the performance wasn't the best from all the maps. On actually Haven, they have a 21% win rate on attack and 38 on defense. Like, those are not good stats, as you can obviously state. But in general, also the typical composition that they played so far, the Breach, Cypher, Jet, Omen, Sova, is, well, you can say that this is the meta composition, but the Cypher for Killjoy doesn't fill the same exact needs for the composition.
Yeah, totally. And I think something that we saw against every single team that Fnatic has played on this map is the retakes. They're just beautiful. We were trying to see them happening on Ascent. They were a little bit out of sync. So something to work on for this map is definitely those beautiful pieces of utility.
Well, let's see what we get in Agent Select. On Liquid, Safe has played the KJ. Yompe has played the KJ. Will we finally get Nats KJ today?
Yampi on the Breach. So that's a change, because we had Yampi on Sova before.
Yeah.
And Solkas was playing.
Yes!
Wow.
We love this. Another thing that I love for Fnatic, and I hope that Nats is picking up now that he's going on the Killjoy, is that we've talked about how Alpha plays the Killjoy anti-Killjoy. He always saves up a piece of his utility when he's defending to stop them to use in the late round, something that we do not see many Killjoys do. I love this change. I love the fact that we have Solkas back on the sky.
I was going to say that as well, yeah.
The problem is, though, they lack the Sova, so controlling the A space
I don't care.
early.
Say what I'm giving.
Okay. Well, there's no recon arrow, no dot, but that's essentially it.
But no chances of breaking that utility, for example, when we're talking about the Killjoy.
Yep.
Well, Liquid, they had a great map on Ascend and a comp change here. Pansy and Hyper. Let's see if they can take Fnatic down on Haven.
Well, that's the question I'm going to pose to you then. Do you think the comp change is going to come into effect here? What is it going to take for Liquid to be able to try and best Fnatic on a map like this?
I don't think it lies with the comp, to be honest with you. I think it comes towards the approach to the map in general. This is a little bit concerning.
Sure.
Again, it's testing really the prep that you'd hope's been there since that last appearance of Haven from Liquid. And this has been a very lengthy discussion of when we're going to see Nats actually pick up the Killjoy where it's more applicable, more feasible, right?
Yes.
So lots of questions here as well. It's Soulcast to flip back onto the sky and Yampi to pick up the breach. So again, with this composition, it feels a little more aggressive.
It does.
There are questions around, you know, the validity of not playing the Sova and what you lose, but I think what you gain potentially would come from the approach overall to this map.
See if it's going to be enough, Mike. I mean, we're sat at a tied-up series here, which is just fantastic between these two in the final now. Obviously, this could go the distance if there's even a fight from Liquid here. Again, this is a stronghold from Fnatic. It always has been historically fantastic for them. Let's see if Liquid have what it takes to challenge them here.
Fnatic probe sent towards A-Long, and actually it's a setup here towards the tried and tested pistol round from Fnatic. Because there's three members of Liquid stacked up here. And Fnatic going to drift right back into it.
We talked about are they prepped? It looks like they're certainly at least aware. Yampi going to be trying to set up Safe, who's done exactly what he needed to. Takes down Durka, resets this now, but Fnatic with a quick lean. Deals with the turret and wants to build off the back, but Yampi mirrors it. This is nice so far.
Able to actually get an uncontested first blood actually onto Durka. Maybe slip away from that, and Fnatic don't catch any timing through Garage as well. So lots of question marks here for Fnatic across the map. Actually, Soulcast relinquishing all of that space towards 8. Tailored towards a retake here with the man advantage.
Of course, they personally as well love seeing Soulcast on that sky. It's always been something you
absolutely
enjoy.
Yeah.
It was one that kind of brought him back into favor
30
almost,
seconds
right?
Left.
Real pleasant to watch. But let's see where the spike heads here. That's a big thing for me. Yes, we're going to have that little bit of a backfill from Alpha.
It's beautiful though. Smoke goes down on C-Long and 2 drift out onto site, but Alpha punishes the first, doesn't expect the second.
But the spike's still not committed. They've got 13 seconds, Mike. This is a very uncomfortable situation, but they are walking in. And they shouldn't have too much threat on it now. Plant's gone down, and Nat's playing a little ahead of the rest here. Untradeable. Yampi's caught Boaster, so keeps the numbers favorable in a 3v2. Swings out towards the fight. Leo's going to find Redgar, and now... Oh, it's okay, it's okay. No harm, no foul in the end. But now Leo, so much work and so little time. A great attempt, but the defuse is there for Liquid.
It feels a little scrambled after the initial plan doesn't pay off. And don't get me wrong, it's been fairly frustrating to see Fnatic get away with this pistol round so many times.
Yes.
So credit to Liquid in that regard to set up for this. But they really, what's the plan B?
It's a small keyboard. It's a small keyboard. Look, it's pretty.
Hey, look, nothing wrong with the 60% keyboard.
It's not about the size. I thought it was a mouse moment actually for a second.
I thought it was the mouse
wheel
maybe.
jump.
Yeah. But apparently it's the keyboard. It's small. He's a small guy, you know. It's compact, like the keyboard.
It's a safe-sized keyboard.
Exactly.
Okay.
You should brand that. I'm not in branding. Can you tell? At this point, though, so let's talk about what that kind of means bigger picture here. This is so indicative that Liquid are very prepared for what Fnatic are bringing, but dealing with them is still a different beast altogether. Durka outdoes Yampi with a ghost. It's filthy to witness. Beautiful. As the plant will come down, Fnatic at least going to get the time on their side now.
Actually, a stinger, a Sheriff. A couple of upgraded pistols across the board.
Oh, it's not without
Going to
threat.
respond though.
Yeah, that's not bad from Redgar. That's going to help. Oh, quick swing. Leo can only hold that for so long. Has to fall away now. Depend on those shock darts to do the job for him.
Last
Notice
player
all the
standing.
sights. Not going to do much more. It's a turret to find Leo.
Of course.
But of course.
Wants to find timing, wants to get into garage, but get the plant down again and will offset this pistol purchase in round 2. Liquid already off to a good start here. And I guess now that we get into the buy rounds, the question actually does come, well, maybe not for Liquid here, because you still have a Bulldog and a Spectre. And that's obviously been on the Killjoy. I expect him to play a little deeper of how they actually approach A side. I'm seeing 3 members of Liquid over this way, but nobody on the other side of it for Fnatic. It's looking like it might be a little bursty.
Oh, Redgar, good luck, mate. You saw this site take before. We've seen how well constructed this is. There is one place of safety which actually was on plat. That was it. Now, whether or not we're going to see that even left open to chance, let's see. Has the chance and he takes it. They are very well prepared for this. And now the swing through garage, it's worked! Finding both out of 4? Nats, that's ridiculous to find 2. Chronicle and Leo unhappy with what's been presented in front of them. Yampy on the back of the site.
Safe's flanking though.
Right. Naps looking smaller. Safe's on the way. Chronicle looked his way, but not quick enough there. Safe already on task. Gorgeous work from Liquid. And look, we credited Fnatic for this on these side takes, right? It looks beautiful to witness. There was one gap before, which was playing on plat. Redgar's there.
Like I said, the kill comes through so early. Oh, just catches him. Gets pinged up by the recon, but it takes so long for somebody to swing onto that angle. And by that point, the Nano Swarm placed outside connector, it's expired. Nats can drift back into that space and pick up the slack.
Oh, this is... And what a fantastic test this is, because we haven't seen Fnatic tested like this, really. You know, it feels like someone's a really good read on them, able to really manhandle them. The flash, the combo allows Safe some room to work. He's going to get the first and fall away. Both now removed, makes it harder to hit these sites.
Safe just has so many tools at his disposal. That's a Fury post. Yeah, Alpha will find one. Durka follows through as well.
Sight's almost theirs, but do they expect Yampy? They don't, so he's still going to get one. Draws him off the spike plant. That's going to be Chronicle. Gone follow-up. Yes, Yampy! Wild work from him. Keeping Liquid in a favourable situation, but it's still Leo. Don't forget what this man can do. A 1v2. The dogs are starting to bark. Can he find a player here? Can he isolate one of these two? Redgar does only have a Marshall to play with. Nat's got a utility kit to invest if he wants it, but just pause. Leo trying to add a little bit of doubt, a little bit of paranoia of his own. Smoke gonna come in. He's so cognizant of maybe a flank and no one's there.
Trying to work the clock as best he can because he does have plenty of time to play with.
Revealing area.
Recon goes in.
That's both.
Yeah.
He's seen him, and he's got one. Leo, the 1v1 tagged up, down at 24. Redgar went back in for a little bit more as well. 24 seconds, the same as his HP. He needs to get that spike going on his side. A tap towards it, no commitment. Redgar holds. He keeps his cool. The second time of asking, though, does Redgar get curious? Closing in a little, but not a lot. Spike's now down. 1v1 here still. This is huge! A swing! What a shot from Redgar! Leo can only do so much. But Redgar's got this done. Massive round from Liquid.
Nerves of steel as well. On both sides, Redgar and Leo playing the clock to perfection. But a commanding lead very early on here on Haven. And Yampy goes huge to maintain site control here. Nearly gets caught on the second, so it's a no-scope. Of course it is.
And hey, I've got to give credit where it's due. Redgar's had some nightmare performances recently. He's looking much better today. Hold on, is Safe getting a little aggressive to start with? What you got for us, Safe? Show me what we're working with here. Operators out.
Neither of the initiators here, so.
You. How long does he hold on this? Oh. There's no way he even saw someone there. No way.
And we look at where the death marker is. It's outside lobby.
Yeah. They don't need frags for free. They've been doing well enough on their own, but now the pressure, a 2-2 split coming towards the site. Redgar's going to get contact towards Sewer. Soulcast is with him. This time they take the fight and they lose it. Soulcast, Redgar go down, but it was Yampi who was the problem before, and this time again, still going to find value. Durka overwhelms and brings us back down to a 2v2, but you just heard it. Bladestorm just got popped.
Ilambot will reveal the flank as well.
Is Durka waiting for this?
Does Safe go for the double updraft? He's going for it.
Yeah, and look who's... Whoa! But he's bought some time, right? They've had to readjust the plan to the front side here. But there's still going to be room for Nats to work up through from Sewer. They're cornered in on this. One on site, one to hell. Fight found for Alpha. Big shot for him. Now it's all on Safe. This is hard to work. They're not going to make this easy for him. Trying to toy with the timing, but they are readjusting well. And I think Safe knows his chances are gone.
Yeah. Perfect timing here from Alpha, though. The Nanoswarm goes down, and that's the window of opportunity for him to try and isolate Nats, and absolutely does so. Fnatic will get there first on the board. Lockdown available as well for Alpha. See what the bigger picture looks like. Obviously going to be comfortable in the purchases as well behind this. Already, Liquid off to a flying start here on their defense. Rolling Thunder available, Lockdown of their own. Soulcast one off the Seekers as well. So actually recovering from that freebie that Redgar's able to find. Like I said, this is so well played by Alpha. Again, a bold swing, but you want it to come through when you have that safety net, knowing nobody else can pinch back through from spawn at the same time.
Starting to figure out this pressure point towards A. See how Soulcast and Redgar handle this. Not an easy task at hand by any means. Slowing down a little here. Redgar just trying to hold this position as long as he can, but there is pressure behind this presence here. Boaster could be vulnerable to this. It's all about timing. They could pass each other and never see it, but Boaster turns. All too aware of what Redgar may be up to. Soulcast, this might be a little too much, but maybe he's up to the challenge himself. Seekers should reveal how close Boaster... Just ignoring him.
Turn for it.
Soulcast? It was Boaster who got the kill on Redgar. I don't know what's happened there, but Leo seems all too ready for Safe as well. They're starting to get the feel of this game here. Okay, that feels a little much.
Locked down into a 2v4.
Last player
And
standing.
Chronicle's going to find Yampi off the rip. Maybe they thought they were going to catch some timing there with the lockdown to force somebody into the hands of Yampi, but yeah, not sure about that one. A very, very weird sequence in sewers as well.
Yeah.
Like you said, Boaster's position noted previously. The Seekers come through and immediately turn the corner towards Boaster once again.
I think he just clocked on at the last second, but yeah, the fact he didn't even check after who it was that he got the kill on. Yeah, not ideal.
I mean,
there.
the hard work there was digging Alpha out, finding Alpha first.
Yeah. Okay, similar scenes. They found rhythm. Where's the adaptation from Liquid? Fnatic will keep running this A piece, and Soulcast can only do so much. This round doesn't have a great deal of a purchase behind it either, so even harder to make work, but they've got a quick flank going.
You should run.
This time, Lockdown going to come out from Fnatic, force Soulcast's hand one way or the other.
Flank's here nice and early, though.
And Safe does find Durka. Okay, damage. A couple of seconds to try and run away. Got to play this right. Soulcast gets caught, but that's fine. Fnatic waiting for the flank, though.
Yeah. Two members of Liquid outside this.
Oh.
Safe found another. And actually value on the flank as well.
That's ridiculous to do that with a Ghost as well. Leo just bullishly runs on in. We're down to Boaster and Leo here. Ugh, that's messy. Not enough.
Down A.
Now the spike lost towards Long. Leo's got his work cut out. A 1v2 he almost managed. A 1v3 might be even a little too far for him.
Same spot once again, though.
Yep.
Can he isolate somebody?
Oh, this crossfire though. Look at that. How are you meant to break it?
30 seconds left.
He's got a little bit of kit to work with. Nah, not in this world. Liquid with a shoddy buy, showing exactly how they want to handle this piece.
We know what we're doing. Just
very quick collapse as well behind this setup from Fnatic. I guess as well, with Alpha putting the lockdown in, the read from Liquid is that there's nobody committed to a deep flank hold. So they can actually capitalize on this setup.
Also, Nats has been filthy almost. Like his aim's actually been... Wait, where's the headband gone?
Yeah, where has the headband gone?
Oh no.
Drum roll.
There's something gone terribly wrong. Fnatic pumping the brakes though. Considering their kind of run-of-the-mill piece that was working just got countered, they need to look at something new, right? And again, you kind of roll your mind towards that C-take that we saw earlier on. Redgar seemed all too prepared for it as well. So a couple of these hits that Fnatic have liked to run have been met by force. Where's that adaptation? What do they go to next? Where's that next layer going to come from? This is hopefully what they're going to find out during this timeout from Mini and having a chat back and forth.
There's been a massive commitment to some of these opening engagements from Fnatic. I'd say it's been a story of First Bloods just yet, but again, just keeping in mind what happened on Ascent and how that ended up.
Turn out.
Certainly want Fnatic to keep that in check. Blade Storm, Hunter's Fury available here.
So it looks like Liquid are reading this as Fnatic's going to re-explore that C-take maybe, but we can see what's currently on our screen. Whether or not this is just a feint towards it, just trying to keep them dedicated here. But Flash finds nothing. And Durka is ahead. There's a second flash sent. This time it connects. Definitely a different look though. They've still got those two players at the bottom of the mid. They're nowhere near as committed this time.
Again, even really in this early default, we haven't seen Nats' utility dealt with early on in the round. Fnatic haven't looked to pivot away from dealing with that utility. This time it's really being addressed here. They haven't found it just yet.
No, still there.
And it's the first real catalyst that forces Liquid to adjust on the defense. If it remains undisturbed, then...
Hold as you are.
Yeah.
Second flash toward Long, just well. Third flash, should I say, to Long. Finds nothing there. I don't think he went far enough to even catch towards where Durka would have been. So he's held this for some time. There's no exploration down Long. They're happy to depend on the flashes to relay information. With all this contact happening towards Garage, again, not too worried about it just yet. Now Nats is in danger. Oh, a lot of trouble coming his way. Can't get away from it this time.
30 seconds left.
Not able to deal with the drone before it tags him.
But it's 25 seconds though, Mike. This is still so last minute that things can go wrong. Like this, Yampy gonna find Durka, and now there's so many bodies near this. Soulcast, flash ready. That's huge. Big flash. Chronicle just holds down Mouse 1 and it works. 13 seconds though, and Yampy, unrelenting, can't turn in time. Boaster hits the reload just about, but he loses the fight. And now Safe and Redgar, they can just play their life, surely. How much can Alpha do? I don't know if he's got time on this.
He's found it.
He does, just about. Redgar, the timing's everything. He's read it right. Redgar's there. Fnatic try and play into the pandemonium, into the mayhem. And it doesn't pay off for them.
Again though, late round, frantic, scrambling for a site hit on B. It's not the Fnatic we've seen this season. There are so many rounds now where it feels flustered.
Oh, Yampy's heroics this round were wild. Real close. I didn't think he had that, genuinely.
Do you know what's key as well? Alpha had a turret covering double doors early on and it was dealt with and would have picked up the flank of Redgar.
Oh, wow, you're absolutely right.
Little things there that Redgar's able to get away with to seal the deal there in the 1v1.
Okay, pressure feeling towards A. Setups here though, Nats this time in towards Sewer. Isolates Poster so easily. Yeah, Hunter's Fury gonna come out, that might be Nats dead, he is, okay. That's a little bit of a difference maker. Did he get the tag off it as well? No, he didn't. Okay, I thought it might have been that follow-up tag towards Soulcast, but you walk away and the casualties are still on Fnatic's side. Walking out without Boaster, without Alpha, very vulnerable here.
How do you recover with no smokes there? Durka gonna try and find something on the other side of the map. Redgar's drifting this way.
Oh, the timing! A second earlier, Durka probably had that.
Absolutely.
And now the map feels small. They've still got bodies on this site, doubled up almost towards that suicide.
But they have the pressure of a flank coming through as well.
they can't really backpedal away from this. They don't have the time for it, really. They don't have the information. They're just kind of stuck here. Hoping for someone to make a mistake, overstep.
I mean, if you look at the funds as well, there should be a save coming through from Chronicle and Leo very early on. Try and cling to life here next to sandbags.
30 seconds left.
But yeah, that trend from Ascent has continued, honestly.
It's scary when you see that initial plan, and it's a well-crafted plan, right? It basically every team in this league gets disrupted. We look at what's next, and it hasn't been pretty to watch.
10 seconds left.
Like I said, it's a continued commitment to some of these opening engagements. There seems to be
Last player standing.
what Fnatic are struggling with, and both rifles removed here. A 5-round gap as we enter round 10.
Okay, now I'm a little stunned.
Yeah.
Right, this, like, initially it's like, cool, they've worked out the pistol. Cool, they worked out a couple of the, the takes that Fnatic like. But then I expect that nice adaptation to come out from Fnatic, and it's just not been there, which is really surprising. Yes, Liquid are playing incredibly well. I can't not give them credit for this. They've done their homework, and they've done it better than anyone else in this league so far. But to walk into Haven, which has been like home turf, right, where Fnatic have looked out of this world on, and do this? Wow. Okay, this time early pressure towards Garage. I wonder if Nats can play this off a little differently here.
As well, this is the side that you want Liquid to find success on.
Right here.
I think in total they've won 3 attacking rounds this season on Haven, so the bigger the gap, the better. Safe actually very deep here.
But it's a good answer. We kind of credit Fnatic by doing this a lot of times, taking that space, kind of putting the likes of Durka in that position. Nats tries to make a bit of a swing, but...
Durka not affected by the fault line,
No.
so able to punish.
There's still 2 players on C, so even if they fall back towards the C site.
First time they've got the advantage unscathed, though.
True. But the fact, the kind of bigger picture to me is that Safe's still taking all this space.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like you can still, if you feel a bit risky, but now hearing this, you should 100% commit to it, you can keep the extra body on C. It's still not much to work with, but it's something. Redgar should have been noted. Has he? Almost got away with it there. First player to fall, though, will be Durka from Fnatic, trying to buy a couple of seconds, but they're already on the site here. Yampy's in danger. Dealt with. Nice from Boaster.
30 seconds.
Big work now. Soulcast going to find Alpha trying to linger around Garage, but now the plant's going to come down. It's a 2v3. Operator in play, but going to be hard to bring this in. Yeah, decides to switch her over towards Soulcast. Maybe playing Bogdan's Law here.
So Safe with no dash, but he wants to try and become active on site here. Tap out the gravity well removed very early on here.
That's not bad.
Still finding headshots.
Here we go. It's going towards half. That's massive. Oh, this is messy, though. And they know where the final player is. They know where Boaster is, but where's the time going? Safe could not make it happen in time. Boaster holds on. Close round, yes. But Fnatic finally getting another.
Boaster landing a crucial shot. Again, the money's still going to be there for Fnatic. Cosmic Divide and a Rolling Thunder, so a chance for Fnatic to lean more towards a site here or I guess an invested execute.
Yeah, that was...
So here's the crucial shot.
There it is. Okay, have they found any adjustment for this kind of Garage take, or do they even think that's going to be happening again? I'm kind of wondering now. And it's back to this fast B piece. Real switch up from Fnatic here, at least from Durka. But it is that pressure on Garage now coming in. Redgar having to deal with it, but it's Durka to over-deliver, finding 2 big picks. That was all the players from A. This is massive, but they're still going to go in for that C work. They still want to make this hurt. And Fnatic answer back brutally. What is going on with that?
1v4 Rolling Thunder.
Yampy, this is ambitious at best, but, prove me to be a hater instead, not to be. Fnatic, that is a turn-up, right? That is an instant game changer of a round.
Yeah, the paranoia as well from just faking this same sort of pistol round execute on a buy round. I'm saying, actually, yeah, breaks the money for Liquid.
Oh,
beautiful
man.
on these 2 kills.
Well, they found their pressure point, haven't they? That Garage pressure, yes, coupled with that distraction from Durka almost.
After a few very hesitant early rounds as well, this pace change completely catches Liquid off guard. Still got ultimates to play with, but I'll say you'd love to come into this with a rolling thunder as well. Safe aggressive once again.
They know that there should be someone pushed up here. Safe's been tagged though. Dog's coming down as well. This feels like you're trying to set someone up, right? You start getting curious about this. Durka's not showing his back to it just yet. Soulcast is trying to push down as well. Oh my god, he didn't give it away. He didn't give it away. You could leave him here if you want to. If you really feel brave enough, you could technically leave him to this and Soulcast can hit the rotation. But you can see what Fnatic are doing on the other side. They're trying to go back towards that B hit.
Do have the lockdown as well. Going to try and get this free plant ahead of the divide.
Pulling them in.
We'll get it. Shot will tag here, but does it get the kill? No, Chronicle will cling to life, but he's cleaned up by Yampi.
That was perfectly timed. There's the lockdown though. You said it earlier. There goes the other. Yampi, oh, he's just going in with a classic. A madman. 10 HP left on Boaster, but he's still alive and kicking. The lockdowns on either side here. They are both ferociously trying to fight this. Soulcast goes in, deals with one. But obviously, theirs is still ticking away. Most from the backlines gets traded out on, and now it's all down to Leo. In a 1v3, tries to spray in. He can't stop them anymore. Diffuse comes in. They find their footing once again.
I gotta say it again, it's just, some of these are just desperation mode rounds from Fnatic. You're not seeing that same consideration of the bigger picture. Take nothing away from Liquid's early round protocols. In the rounds where they actually dig a little deeper, with some of this utility between Soulcast and Yampi, has been beautiful.
This has been... I'm just so impressed we have a game like this. Like, Liquid are looking so good at this point. They've handled Fnatic, which no other team can say they have. Oh, okay, for us to take a second, for us to take a pause, we're going to head down to this stage to have a little interview with Harmy, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hyper. That's right, we have a familiar face here at the Coliseum. It is Harmy, Team Liquid's content creator, but also you played on stage this season. First of all, I know it's kind of stressful to watch your team play, but how do you think about the game so far, especially this first defense half on Haven?
For me personally, it's very nice to watch. It's every game is close right now. I think Liquid should have won Lotus, but I'm hoping for a 5-mapper, and I'm looking forward for good plays.
You just want more stress. Yeah. Nat's playing Killjoy. I don't know how much of the ins and outs you know of the team. We didn't really expect it. We thought maybe we would see it. What do you think about his Killjoy?
I haven't seen Nats on Killjoy, like never. Not even in when we played with him. I think yesterday you said something about he said he's prepared for it, but it's good to see him on like different agents, and I think it's a good fit for this map.
And lastly, you played on that stage before, so would you be able to tell me what these players might be feeling right now? Especially, they could be taking away the trophy today.
Playing was pretty cool, but I think it's more stressful to watch this game than playing against Na'Vi. Yeah, this is stressful to watch. I hope they win.
I mean, you won 5 maps, so you're going to be stressed for probably the next few hours. Thank you so much, Harmy, for joining me. I'm going to throw this back to Pansy and Hypok and see if Liquid can indeed close this out.
Oh, can they close it out? It's a big challenge, but they've done everything they could in that first half, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Like I said, this is the round that you want to see Liquid succeed on if you're praying for them to pull through and close this out. Again, the attacking side left a little bit to be desired in terms of the track record. Like I said, this really does test the few weeks of preparation that they've had. Whether or not this has been addressed as part of the map pool. Durka, Sheriff in hand, looking to get aggressive. Safe tagged up, but gets out.
Just about. Caught on the heels, but they are here in force, and Boaster's won that fight. Didn't look like he should have, but he makes it count against Redgar. That's massive. And Liquid just want to brawl on this. They're trying to get in towards it, but Fnatic are holding the back. Shock dart to boot as well. Wait, what is that from Nats? We talked about his work on the Ghost, but I didn't mean it like this. And Alpha, a 1v2. Yeah, okay, Soulcast 22 HP. The spike is still on long. Oh, he's gone one. He's taken down Soulcast. And now the 1v1. Nats up against Alpha. The HP now favoring Nats. To slip away from this now for the timings. Everything spots him, goes back in for seconds. This man is audacious. Turret's there, has to deal with it. Slips away and he's got the spike. Okay, 45 seconds. Where do you go with this?
Now only a 22 HP advantage for Nats. No utility to... No Alpha's reposition here.
Okay,
Nats will find the clean plant at least.
Where's he expecting
30
the rotation
seconds
from? Or what's, okay, so we're going to just opt for Garage to at least be the main port of call, but he can at least swing towards CT if it does come through. Where's he going to sit? Oh, Alpha's got a long journey in front of him too. If he tries to cut through Garage, you've got the turret to handle, so your position gets given away. And look how low he is on HP.
I mean, he can't actually tank a full burst from the turret. We'll put him down to unrecoverable position for sure.
Here we go. Nicely handled. Oh, but Nats! I cannot credit this man enough. I want to see it from his POV, but he has been monstrous with that Ghost. I don't know what it is with him and that weapon, but he has been looking good. And he gets Liquid what they need, because that round was not going their way until he made his appearance.
A beautiful pistol round from him. Again, Boaster shouldn't even got away with the first. Oh, that is...
Wow.
Absolutely outrageous. An ace on Ascent the other day in a pistol round and a 4K here to put Liquid firmly in control of Haven. 9-4 now. Alpha will throw a scope in here. A Sheriff in the hands of Durka. And a Frenzy for Leo, but that's about it. Liquid well-rounded here with the Bulldogs.
There's a lot of presence here, though. That's scary times for Safe. You can see, depending on that next layer, and it's there. Liquid backing him up perfectly. Not alone at all. 24 HP, yeah. But look at Alpha on the other side. 15. Chronicle just with that classic, too. There should be a plant. The only real vulnerability would be Safe if he goes down, but he's already sitting a little bit deeper here. Getting a heal. He's back up, sitting pretty.
Yeah, 4v2 for Liquid. And they're tucked in. They're waiting for Fnatic to step out. Chronicle will lost someone, but Soulcast now on the swing. And that's what clears things up. Okay. 4 left standing as well. 4 Bulldogs to be carried across into the next round.
And lockdown for Nats.
Oh. In round 3.
In round 3.
That's a huge tool to convert the bonus as well.
Yeah. Where do they use it? Where do you... Oh. You've got so many opportunities now with this.
I mean, do they use it ahead of a site here, or maybe try and work towards a plant and make use of it to burn time in the post plant? There's options here for Liquid. There's very, very few options for Fnatic. A small margin here. They have to get around on the board.
They're walking middle though. Chronicle's found Safe. That was just spam and Nat stays standing, but just about. That could have been deadly to lose out on that lockdown here. That was going to be the big key to maybe their chance in this round, but brilliant first blood for Fnatic. Going through that early protocol list. Oh. Alpha, all too aware.
5v3 for Fnatic. They keep this under control. Flawless round would definitely be the way to respond to losing a pistol and round 2. Get themselves right back in this half in terms of the early rounds at least. Fnatic just waiting for, I was going to say, somebody to overstep here on Liquid, but giving up C site here. Liquid is spread very thin.
Aim training with Soulcast here. He's done very nicely, even find just Alpha. They've over-responded to this. Yeah. Yampy's got the spike. And maybe the right call to find Boaster! Oh, that was such a great call. Now Soulcast can maybe punish rotation. No, a little too much for him there. A smoke from far away just to try and allow Yampy a little bit of room to readjust. Playing over towards long. You're going to have Redgar still with Paranoia, still with smoke. Just going to invest that now. How much more threat can they make from this?
This would be an absolute catastrophe if Liquid convert this. Paranoia is good, but Durka finds Yampy, and now just Redgar to try and recover this situation. Found the first, gets the headshot on the second. Chronicle down to 10 HP.
Ooh.
But they draw blood. a massive dent in the early progress here from Fnatic. For Fnatic, I should say.
Huge. Okay, that's how they got
This is
safe.
a 3v5, remember. They're able to find the plant and remove so much of the inventory from Fnatic.
Oh, that headshot. Oh.
And the aim punch nearly throws him completely off as well.
Okay, well, that was the bonus. Into the bye we go. Still have that lockdown, still 2 away for Yampi, 2 away from Soulgas. On the other side, Chronicle almost there, Durka almost there. The rest a little further off. Ult's not quite out yet. Because Liquid just need to get the lay of the land at the start. They need to get the read on what Fnatic are up to, how they're holding this. And we've always credited this man here. Durka always commands so much space, commanding the respect over towards A, but does he get handled this time? Do they have something in mind?
Ping will come through. He's going to give up some of the... Oh, I was going to say, looks like he was going to give up some space, but safe on the backside of that contact. A reactive smoke placed by Boaster, or at least the pullback to allow Chronicle to get all the way out of sight here. And now lockdown invested, gives them options. Not necessarily forced in towards a B site hit, but they might even try and catch the backside of this and split through to C.
It looks like it. There's still utility in the way. So Fnatic can kind of keep pace with their progress. So Alpha knows he's got his work cut out here, trying to divide and conquer, and he can't do it. Redgar overwhelms, and now the sight's on the platter. Spike not quite in there yet. I'm looking at Durka trying to make that flank around the back. He should get there eventually. Gets past one piece and the second. So yeah, he's going to get there somewhat unannounced.
Durka's passed all the utility.
There's a chance here for him, a big chance. Nat's going to be lingering, waiting in the depths though. How much damage can one man do? Nothing! Durka's fallen! And now all 3 players are tugged towards CT. They can't make anything of this. No. They have no go signal anymore.
They'll try and hold on to this. Alpha, 2350 in the bank. Leo, 2150. Might be able to drop some rifles. Well, a rifle across here, sorry. This will be the 11th for Liquid.
Shadows traveling.
And all 5 standing. Fnatic need to find an answer.
There's got to be a timeout after this, surely.
Has to be. There has to be. Because Fnatic haven't got a lot left in the bank.
No. They don't have those big ults to depend on. They don't have much to kind of levy that, right? It's just...
I don't know where Alpha's at in terms of the lockdown, but
yeah,
definitely want to see the timeout.
There it
we
is.
do.
Come on, Mini, cook us up something. They've got 5 rounds and that's it. When was the last time we've seen Fnatic in a position like this? I can't recall.
I mean, we credit how well they've done this season, but again, it's also the other side of that argument is they haven't really been tested. And make whatever argument you want to about the rest of the, this region, being a little more top heavy, but Liquid here stretching them to their absolute limit, to be honest with you.
And this is kind of what I wanted to see out of all the other games that Fnatic play. It's like, if you want to see a team, have that capability, that depth to adapt and everything else, kind of what we credit with the likes of, Loud when we see them, NRG, you don't beat them twice, right? That sort of deal.
Yeah.
It's like, I want to see Fnatic consistently tested because I want them to get that resolve, that capability to be the team who can push all the others. The fact we're seeing this out of Liquid here, they have done their homework so well, it is unbelievable. And if Fnatic think you can get away with the same thing again here, they've got another thing coming to them, right? Like, this is a big wake-up call to them that they've got to start delivering now, because they're going to lose that nice old comfortable 1-1, which was sat in here. They're going to have the pull against them, and I guess later it does start looking better for Liquid-ish. But it's not there yet. It's 11-5. Fnatic now need to get to work. Liquid hold the cards. They've got decent money. They're trying to build some of these big ults here. Fnatic pulling that time out, try and get themselves back in check.
Durka going to ride this on the Blade Storm. Fnatic trying to get themselves a steady footing once again in the finances. Follow up on the drone here, but Liquid poised in anticipation of this very thing happening. Liquid doesn't have the fault line to set him in motion here. Not necessarily on complementary angles either.
Here.
I think the progress elsewhere,
Yeah, I was going to say, Durka has to respect the smoke as well.
While that smoke's in, where does Liquid look, right? They're kind of commanding their attention, keeping them focused towards it. Looks like they're kind of testing over towards B, but Do they commit behind this? It kind of looks like it.
Now they've cleared basically the entirety of site, yeah. Safe gets himself up top. Pinged up, yes. Stunned up, yes. And Liquid actually thinking better of this.
Oh, this is lovely, though. They've pulled into attention so many players who are trying to look to maybe crunch towards B, but now it's on safe. Couldn't quite catch Leo, though. He was sat just a little bit deeper towards CT, so we're going to punish it. Boaster, undetected on the side. Nice control there. First take down a teammate, goes back in! Yampi and Soulcast in unison! And now Durka and Alpha drop gets hurt. Redgar's noted this, but he can't get the kill. Oh, done! Hold on! Alpha making something out of nothing! And now with the planning, can Yampi deal with him? Can he control the young gun himself? No! Alpha, the hero Fnatic needed, because they were not in this round.
No, when they needed him most as well. Bails them out in terms of the economy and puts a 6th on the board. Can Fnatic stabilize now?
He lost so much for that, though, as well. It's... You don't, I mean, this is the thing, right? Fnatic, yes, have the capability of depending on individuals once in a while. Yes, you'll get a Dirk round. Yes, you'll get an Alpha round, but I'm still looking at Soulcast starting to heat up here.
Last player standing.
Bloody hell, Alpha. What
This
a
is a
monster.
beautiful clutch, though.
Oh.
Yeah. And some of the faces looking a little deflated. Fnatic need a couple of, dare I say it, confidence boosters to, I guess, right the ship in terms of the playstyle here, in terms of the way they're approaching some of these rounds. Redgar's slipped forward. I mean, it's the first time we've not had anybody actually as a kind of counterbalance to Durka's position in sewers. See if Liquid just kind of sit on this for a minute.
I also quite like that Boaster's gone exploring. They've been mostly splitting through Garage, but mostly kind of applying pressure to B and then hitting that rotation through towards C. I kind of like that he's trying to take that space away by sitting towards long. Yes, I guess it puts him in a little bit more of a vulnerable position. But speaking of vulnerable, that flash has connected.
And they can pinch Durka here, potentially.
Well, easier said than done when it's
Durka's
Durka.
aware, but he's been stunned up.
And he can't get out. Again, Liquid crafting these rounds to perfection and safe catching the rotation. This is just a mastermind at work for Liquid.
Got the lockdown here, but going to commit to an open plant here, and Leo actually falls.
Oh.
That reduces the chances so much. Boaster's already thought better of this.
Give me another round, Alpha. Let's see. How much can you do?
I mean, even if he does, though, Boaster's giving up on this.
Which is strange that one goes in and the other doesn't.
I mean, Alpha's got money, sure, but you don't want to see him get 2 or 3 kills here,
And
that's
then
for
you're,
sure.
yeah. Feels like with Safe's position. Oh my god. He's still doing so much. Okay.
And time basically expired here,
Yeah.
but
Still. Nice attempt.
Safe's behind the turret as well. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's behind the turret.
Hands up, just like, well, what am I meant to do? Okay, just get Alpha in the right place. Put Alpha on every site, somehow.
Just clone him.
Can we get 5
Give him a Killjoy
Alphas?
setup on all 3 sites.
But again, I want to roll it back to that pinch, right? These 2 kills to me are everything. Everything else is
It's
really
beautiful.
relevant.
It's beautiful awareness from Liquid, and like I said, you got to credit some of the utility usage here from this adjusted composition. Like you said, Flash confirms presence, the fault line comes through, Redgar's position then pays dividends.
And you know the trend, right? We know how much Durka likes to do this. No one was able to punish him before. We're starting to see a little bit more of that, and it's such a treat to get to see someone actually trying to handle him, right? Because this guy gets away with...
One of Fnatic's biggest win conditions has been freedom towards sewers and towards sandbags on long. And Liquid don't entertain it much in the early round, but in terms of re-clearances after finding a first blood or dealing with some of the utility of Nats, Alpha, they're able to capitalize on that.
Placing swarm grenade.
What's the plan this time? Split towards C? Just wait for this one.
Lots of ults available here for Fnatic.
Yeah. Big uns as well. Looks like a 3-2 interest towards C site. Safe's starting to explore his options through Garage. They've cleared the utility. They're starting to build in towards this.
Here.
Boaster and Alpha are the ones there, and we said get Alpha on any site. Well, he's here this time. See how deep they're sitting towards this. They'll look for information, they find a touch. Safe's in though. TP, back of the site.
Cancel.
Clears it. Yeah,
30 seconds
doesn't
left.
go for it. Lockdown being toyed with here. Okay, the combo, Hunter's Fury, lockdown, but Soulcast did just connect towards Alpha. He's trying to get a bit more, Soulcast! Fantastic damage! Safe needs to try and evacuate as quick as he can, but the cross is being watched, and Nats has eviscerated Fnatic, leaving Dirk with it all to do. 3 players in front of him, and only a Bulldog upgrade not quite found. For the second time of asking, but it's Redgar to do it, and the unthinkable begins. Team Liquid taking the lead in this series.
Previously 0-2 here on Haven, and Fnatic 4 for 4. So in terms of expected outcomes here, I mean, I was saying Liquid needed Lotus.
Yes.
But then they flip percent. Now they've taken Haven.
Well.
Throw your pick'ems out the window.
Yeah, this one's totally different now, right? Because we go off stats, we go off results, we go off history, we go off everything we know. And by all rights, that was Fnatic's map, right? That one looks safe for them.
Sure. Liquid defying expectations here.
Absolutely.
Take nothing away from the way they're playing, but this is another example where I'm seeing the similar sort of, I hate using the word mistakes, but uncharacteristic round from Fnatic. And those concerns grow throughout best of 5. You get deeper into even where you'd still argue Fracture potentially, and Bind still sit very nicely for Fnatic, but they're definitely concerns.
I mean, Haven sat very nicely for Fnatic too, right?
Sat
But
perfectly.
here we are, Liquid are just looking in control, and I didn't expect that sentence, so we're going to a break so I can get myself back together.
Nice! 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 Yampi, 6 round back. Nice! 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 Let's go! Wait, boom.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
It's a small keyboard. It's a small keyboard. Look, it's petite. It's a small
Thanks, Seth. We're gonna jump into an explanation of Team Liquid round that they actually played really well, and I loved it. So actually it's gonna be about Safe a little bit, so let's look at that. So on short, we're gonna see Safe taking space after the utility being used by Sky from A long. Pretty standard stuff, but how they do it, it sets up a potential trap. So we're gonna play the clip and let's see how Dirk gets isolated. This is super important right now to understand that this bird gives info about if someone crossed the smoke that is being put in front of the garden. And the point of this smoke is to separate the forces of the attackers into two groups, the one that gets flash or the one that gets scared by the flash. This sets up potentially a push from short. So you're gonna see Safe slowly creeping up because he's gonna wait for the second flash that confirms that someone crept through the first portion of the A main. And now he's patiently just waiting for the information from the Sky. All the three pieces of utility were being done. And now there are two possibilities. Either Dirk peeks out into A and gets shot in the back, or second one is Trigger Discipline goes Safe gets a potential Trigger Discipline moment because people will gather towards Dirk and he gets a multi-kill. Now, the outcome of this round is that Sky gets a kill on Dirk on long, and then we gather information. So we're gonna speed it up a little bit because right now what is gonna happen, Alpha puts an alarm aboard which Safe hears, and that allows them for a safe rotations because they know no one is gonna go into the A lobby area. Because of that, they are prepped for the B push and they execute, they leave it open, they know they have an advantage, and they have the Killjoy lockdown, which is also coincidentally the win condition for the attackers, because attackers are setting up almost in the same position as the defenders. Because of the Killjoy lockdown from the defenders and the sacrifice that the defenders also did to destroy the other lockdown, they're able to cut off the first angle for the attackers to spam the spike diffuser, and they essentially secured the round. There were necessary sacrifices made in this round to ensure victory, but it was really well played by Liquid, and I love the way that they set up that A trap first.
Yeah, there was a lot of those things that we saw, Cougar. We were a little bit confused as to why they picked defense to start with, but again, they keep proving us wrong.
Yeah, I think that we also saw an example of how they wanted, and I think, Lothar, you picked up a brilliant one on why they chose to go with that Sky instead of going with the Sova, more so that to look beyond that comfort pick for the players. I think that right now, the Sky Dog is probably way better than the drone, if you think about it, and has two flashes that will give you sort of the information, is rechargeable. Like, I see many reasons why you would like to use it, and to have Soulcast, I think it's a prize.
It's a Soulcast Sky. That's like already better than everyone else's Sky, so I really liked it. One thing though is Nats's Killjoy. He finally whipped it out. It's been a while. What did you guys think of it?
I mean, it was, he hadn't used it since 2021, and he never used it here against the European teams. So I wasn't like extremely surprised. He didn't blow my mind. It did surprise me though, how prepared this was. Like, he knew what to do with his setup. He's still a very heavy shooter, so I think that played for him.
I feel like it's just the disproportion of the expectations of how he should play that agent when his standard on Cypher is just so high. So whatever he would be doing here on Killjoy most likely would be a little bit disappointed, because there's just not many reps on that character for him in officials, and also probably not even in ranked. Typically, actually, what he plays in ranked, he plays in officials.
Yeah, I mean, 2 rounds in, he got a turret kill. Like, Timmy is working overtime today. But if we take a look at some Fnatic's attack side, it was so weird. It didn't really feel like the cohesive Fnatic that we saw. And once again, Lothar, if you're going to do that against Liquid, they're going to exploit it.
This is just the story of Ascent. It doesn't seem like the typical Fnatic. They are being disjointed, they're not going together, trades are not being set up, and it's always like a little bit let's say, disappointing to see that. Look at the position of Alpha right here. He knows about Yumpy, and he needs to make sure that Chronicle is being saved from the potential swing. Yet everything is late, and that allows Yumpy to get a triple kill out of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. And now in this 1v2, he isolates the kill onto Nats. Redguard gets attacked here, and now he has 30 seconds to make a move. The spike, he knows where it is. He's going to get and gather it and think about the plant. Now, the best thing for him to do is to just go and insta-plant the moment that he knows where Redguard is, because then he can use the drone and check if he's still there, if he can target, or more importantly, if he's gonna have him. Because now, after faking it and then planting it, he's lost the time. And even if he uses the drone, he might get into complications.
Yeah, I mean, we had a small disagreement about that in the situation. Like, I agree.
my feeling.
Yeah, I agree 100%. He should have stuck the plant. But even after not sticking the plant, I feel like to be more certain that you're not, not out of your element, that drone should have just activated it instantly, because it either pushes the opponent to just swing fast and you can cancel.
You guys can argue about. I will let you argue about later. I'll let you 1v1 on the server. But the next map potentially could be the last map of this grand final. Is going to be Fracture. Now this is where other teams have been a little bit scared to go towards, despite the fact that Fnatic have not played Fracture this entire season, and Liquid actually picked this over Bind.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, the reason that we haven't seen Fnatic really, it's because it hasn't been their comfort pick, and nobody has picked it onto them because they have been keeping this Pearl pick. But it's probably because it is Fnatic. Fracture is a very complicated map, and you don't want to go up against them. But on the other side, Liquid has been having very, very good results. In fact, the only one that they have lost was the weekend that Harmy was playing. Hello, Harmy. We hope that you're enjoying your stay here now at Just Watch Partying. But as we're going to showcase right now, they have very clear protocols on how to defend this map.
And to also clarify the data, this is all of the Fracture games that they played without Harmy. So this is only when they played with the 5 starting roster. And as if you watch the other segments, typically those colors overlap a lot. Not in this case. Cougar, tell me what's going on over here.
Yeah, I don't think we have the legend here, so we have to ad-lib on this. This is Redguard.
Yes.
All of the red that you're seeing here is Redguard. Yes, we did it on purpose. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Viper.
Blue is the Viper.
Yes, Nats. And then all the purple that you see in here is Solkas, right? You see a little bit of that pistachio green, kind of. That is safe, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yumpy on Sky. Nats is on Viper. Nats is on Cypher, Solkas is on Viper.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, that everything here is like consolidated and there's a clear set protocol in how to approach the early game, because this is all 5 first seconds of the round. But what is very interesting, though, is they have a very heavy dish. This is something that you typically don't see out of other teams, because they're rather just leaving it either open or leaving a trap over there. But here, Liquid really likes to push out of this zone and make sure to have either early control or just push away the players from Arcade. And for Arcade, by the way, Kakuka, this Viper wall...
Oh my god, he's gone again.
Yeah, this Viper wall is something that Fnatic was using a lot, but on attack. There's some variations of this Viper wall that are correct, but this one right here that goes through side and it leaves like a very, very small gap over here is beneficial for the attackers. And I'm 100% certain if Boast are gonna see this wall, he's gonna try to expose the weaknesses of it.
Exploit it, right? If he sees, he's like, okay, this is my wall, I know how to play around it. And as we are seeing, it's definitely something that Liquid has done in the past, but Haven is something that we had also seen in the past. Maybe we see some changes, especially in these protocols, onto what they're going to do. Also, very important, Nats is going to sometimes take control over here. The trap wires that he's going to be using onto B are something else.
Well, I'm gonna put it on the trap wires actually. Can we put this on?
There.
Here we go. There's a lot of trip wires on the
you can barely see them,
the entrance. There's some of the dish, but yeah, in general, they're also
easy kills for him.
They're also being used in conjunction with that Viper wall.
I mean, this is the thing. Fnatic, they were so unaware of Nats, Cypher, and Ascent. They have to do better here on Fracture. But also, for the Liquid fans out there, I guess this is kind of good news for you, because the last time Fnatic lost on Fracture was against DRX. And as you remember, it was right after they threw on Ascent, they went on Fracture, and mentally they were just completely gone. It was not the Fnatic that we were used to on Fracture, and I wonder, Lothar, if they've learned from that experience and they won't let that happen again here.
Well, if I would have to guess, they did not learn much, because from this Ascent to this Haven, the body language, again, was very, very awkward. Like, typically you don't see Fnatic being that down when it comes to morale.
Look at them, they were warming up, you know, already.
Now it looks better though,
so
yeah.
I like that, I like that. They're relaxed, they're ready to get into the game back again.
And we have a breach on the server on the side of Liquid. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
Well,
so no more Sky, Yampi up.
No more Omen either.
Yampi on breach.
No more TP, no more TPs. Sorry, Lothar.
I just hope that Yampi does better flashes than he did on Haven. We didn't show it. We had a replay when Yampi literally blasts a flash towards the sun. So it's like, there are some moments where he probably could have tightened up the gameplay.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be very interesting. On the side of Fnatic, they are playing the composition that they were playing before this regular season. It's something that they know perfectly to a T, and that it will probably provide us with very explosive executes.
Well, this is it. Team Liquid, they're on the precipice of an upset, and more importantly, a big trophy there in the middle of the stage. Pansy and Hypog, do you guys feel it? Are they going to win this?
That is the big question. Can they actually win here and now? That's all we're looking at. Yes, the upper hand in the series, but this map is a different ordeal, right, Mike? We kind of looked at the last one. It was fantastic prep work, some really nice pieces coming out from Liquid. Do you think they have that capability here, though?
I mean, the question for me actually sits with how far the Fnatic tuck this way into the playbook to bring out in a situation like this. We saw a couple of different pieces demonstrated at lock-in by Fnatic. Again, so there is tape.
Yes.
But it's not recent.
No, it's not.
So we're kind of also testing the prep of Liquid of how prepared they were for the best of 5, right? In terms of what they would play against Fnatic. But my God, they need a course correction. Because I want to hit what Lothar was mentioning, the body language, the reactions, even in some of the clutches. Fnatic just look deflated in the player cams. And I think that reflects in game. They're so hesitant that, you know, they're not on the same page. The timings are just so off in some scenarios, which, dare I say again, is just so uncharacteristic of the Fnatic we've been used to over the last 8 weeks.
Can they kindle that fire once more? The series is set so far. Team Liquid have come out firing on all cylinders. Fnatic fell in the last map to a surprise of most, but it ain't over yet. Does Fnatic have what it takes? Redgar, the first to greet them. He gets 2 for it. He goes back for a little more. He wants to make it hurt. This is absolutely unbelievable scenes from Liquid.
What a way to start things off. 3 with a shorty. I hate to say it, but it's another sort of heartbreaking round to lose. There's not necessarily a misplay here from Fnatic, but the fault line is absolute perfection. The Nats tunnels in on 1 and snaps on the second.
Here.
And now you have to mentally reset again almost, right? You took that breather after the last map for Fnatic. They took a second or two, composed themselves, get themselves on the same page, and you just get dealt a hand like that.
Like I said, the nature of these, they're energy breakers.
Yes, they are.
They're mental breakers.
That Molly's ready to be invested.
Little pump here, bait out some util.
Didn't draw too much though, really.
I mean, yeah, it's still paint shell, still got a molly in the hands of Redgar.
Didn't overreact to that.
Yampi still full util as well.
Spike
noted as well.
Yep. And look at this, the synergy starting to really show here. Keeping them chipped away at, under the thumb. Not finding what they want. And keep in mind, there's still all that util, still if they want to bring it in.
The big thing to discuss as well, we were talking about, yes, there's no, I guess, recent tape, but in terms of comfort, in this series and on this map, Liquid definitely have the advantage in that regard.
They're walking back into safe sten here. Soulcast just a second too early almost on that
30
Prowler.
seconds left.
And now he waits. How on the money is safe hit. Have to respect it. Seas goes in, Paint Shell comes out and say goodbye to 2. Make it 3, make it 4, Team Liquid. Clean work, not faltering under Fnatic's pressure.
A flawless round 2. I feel like that might be the second or third time we've seen that as well. If not, it's been 4 standard most of the time for Liquid. Even so, another conversation topic. Fnatic came in today, head and shoulders above as the best pistol round team in EMEA. I feel like Liquid have chipped away at that consistently in this series. And bonus conversion could be another early blow to fatigue Fnatic even further.
Early presence noted heavily. It's Durka to deliver. That Soulcast removed. An option made. Putting Redgar on red alert. Pops in the smoke and the molly to follow. Make sure they can't springboard off the back of that. And do they second guess this? Do they double back on themselves? How long does Nats and Co stick around? They can't stick around too long. They're falling to all of this. Where's the end goal now?
So trade out, potentially create a gap, but Fnatic certainly not with the knowledge of this 4-man stack towards A right now. Nats has completely given up faith in the utility. Redgar
flash
will find Durka.
Launching smoke.
And now they feel almost secure in this site, right? They're feeling better about it here. They're feeling all that other utility coming through. Now they know they've got the right call on this one. Redgar, they could tunnel vision him, sure, but the others are still standing by him. Redgar might not be able to leave here. He can't. 25 seconds, though. Can they even make it across? Both are trying to do the damage towards one. Oh, snap, and he goes down. Safe. Removed. Yampi with the trade. He does get himself a rifle, too. How much can Yampi achieve in this? Any more damage, and it could be critical.
Nats down to 41. Stacked up here. Can't we find anything with Vandal coming back through? Does find one. It's Nats' opportunity now.
Trying to keep him guessing with that door just opening. Does he spot Leo on the readjust? No. Down towards the site here. One towards CT, watching that cross. Very tricky situation for Nats to try and navigate. HP, not ideal either. Feels like it's going to sit very favorably here. Can he cost them their lives? Can he take any more from them? Not this time. Leo going to stay alive. As does Alpha. That's 2 rifles in hand, but it certainly was not a clean round.
No. Finally, I think another issue that's continued throughout this series so far is Fnatic's inability to capitalize on first bloods. The timing is absolute perfection here on the smoke. Obviously, Flash lands behind Redgar. Beautiful little piece there. And particularly here, you can see how much Fnatic hesitate behind the first blood. There's no instant mid-round. There's no pivot away from any gap they're able to create. Safe actually now on an operator. One away from the showstopper as well. Leo's found Natso. A clean opener.
Safe wants to equalize that. He's in the right place for it. Do they clear this? Considered. No. Spike maybe see. Oh my word, the timing. How are you ever meant to navigate around that? Feels
so
impossible.
Complementary, the swings. It's another example of beautiful timing, as you said. The Yampi will double down.
Oh, they just can't get away with anything. Fnatic left to walk away. Tail between the legs. Leo has no option here. He's got the spike, sure. 45 seconds, though, is a long time. What are you meant to do with this now? Actually got a free A site, but...
I mean, that window is going to close. And he's very cautious about the approach, I think, potentially even considering the save at this point. Now Liquid committed to holding 4 here. Again, they can give up the plant. Concede at this point. And Leo's just not fancying his chances.
10 seconds left.
No, time to keep that rifle. And Liquid have answered back in incredible fashion.
I have to get this double check because I looked coming into this map. I think currently, right now, Redgar is ahead of Durka in terms of first bloods.
What?
In this series.
What?
I will have that double and triple checked. But
yeah.
again, that's such a huge win condition for Fnatic as well.
That feels so wrong, but it might be right. Okay. The timing on this, the synergy we're starting to see on this Liquid side is just out of this world. Fnatic need to get a grip on this because it's falling similar to those previous maps and the pressure. Liquid wanted to add a little more. Didn't overcommit to it though this time. Peel away early. Oh, they've been given a little bit of space towards A-main now. It's the timing on when to Soulcast check here. Does catch too, so that does command a reaction. Be it proactive play elsewhere. But Safe has a time limit. He has to turn and try and help out Soulcast here. Sight under scrutiny, Soulcast needs to dip out of there. And, well, Alpha's just caught Safe, so that's huge. They kind of have the sight somewhat. They don't know how free, but now they do. And they've got the pick to boot.
Fnatic gonna want to set up comfortably here. Look at actually take some of this space back. Orbital Strike invested. Actually does. Yampi gets a kill as well.
But Boaster has to hold the line. He's got another target. He can't get it. That's how does him. But the trade's there with the paint shell. Dirk is taking him down. It's a 2v2, but look what they've got. It's a Marshall and the rifle, at least with Leo. 8 seconds on that reveal for him. You put that horn down and hope for the best, but Soulcast and Redguard taking their steps. Avoids the C's. There goes the horn, dealt with. Doesn't reveal much, but the shots are divine from Soulcast! A little look to the camera, he knows he's done him dirty. Diffused on the way, and Liquid. Bloody hell, what are we seeing?
They've run away with the start of another map. And there's very few positives. Another example where I'm calling for a round 6 timeout here from Fnatic.
It needs to happen.
I don't know if it will come through, but how often do we say this? Fnatic looking as if they don't have a response.
Feel the player cam. Yeah.
Already steady footing to build upon.
No timeout. I mean, they've got
maybe
ults.
after this, yeah, there's ults here. Leo won off the Nightfall, nearly a stacked deck.
And the answer looks like aggression elsewhere, though. There is utility here to try and handle that. Soulcast falls very quickly, so this puts poor old Redguard in a world of trouble. Fnatic now looking to try and close that gap.
Don't walk that smoke, Alpha.
He's waiting. Another smoke comes in, though. Oh, this time it's Alpha who wins it. Okay, they're starting to secure this site. This should feel like enough now. They try and catch the cross on the timing there. They're not going to get past Leo. Able to see around that. Safe will need to save. First time we've seen a good answer from Fnatic.
Yeah, the shift in tempo, we talked about it previously, catching Liquid off guard completely. And maybe that is the response.
Where are you?
Fnatic needs to use this to their advantage. Again, create some paranoia, force Liquid into early rotations, or maybe even adjusting Nats' setup to absorb some of these quicker pieces. Let's wait and see. Safe does hold on to the operator. Money looking there or thereabouts. Redguard's the only concern, but there's funds elsewhere to spread the wealth.
They get to
more
keep
importantly,
that full deck.
I was going to say, more importantly, Fnatic don't expend anything here.
No, this is hugely beneficial to them.
But they have to convert this into a string of rounds, Lauren. Absolutely. Again, you don't want to see a scrambled, invest everything to try and secure a round. Need to be very frugal.
See if Nats has adjusted that setup as well. Looking like he's on the other side already. Yeah, so a little bit of a difference here. We can have Soulcast sat towards B. Safe, similar scenes as well. And even kind of Nats.
You should run.
Yampi to the other side. The lockdown though going to come in. This will have to be respected.
I have the spike.
And Durka wants to take that space as best he can. Not going to waste a second on this one.
Out of charges.
I think he just wants to try and get the clean plant here.
Yep.
Again, they have lots of tools available. Leo tucked in here. Does Nats win this?
It's not a
the timing, it's heartbreak for Leo. The neural theft comes through as well. will tell them what they probably already know.
They've confirmed it now. That pain shell could be nasty too, forced to respect it. Durka taking some chip damage off the back of it now. Feeling that pressure coming back in. You can see all of this utility burn through. Alpha denies Yampi any sort of stretch of the imagination beyond what he could achieve. They couldn't get the half on the defuse either. Durka's still in between a rock and a hard place, but it's safe to remove Alpha. Durka's still trying to hold into position here. Soulcast gonna find him. Time's starting to dwindle. They're down to 2 players, but it's Chronicle and Boaster. Can you hold on to this? Yes, they can! Chronicle doing heroic work there in the end.
And even the molly to come through so late on from Boaster. But it takes 3 ultimates away. Yes, still 2 big ones. With this composition, there's not really a weak ultimate here, but this timing is just outrageous from Nats.
My heart breaks for Leo on the other side.
And the awareness is there quite often. With this lockdown put in, there's a couple more bodies invested towards protecting that arcade retreat. I think that's what Leo is conscious of, honestly.
Well, that's different, isn't it? They've just seen the Haunt go up over deep by Dish, so they might speed up the pace. Yeah, that's the response. Gonna try and head on in. Nats is here. They've dealt with a lot of his utility, though, so they should have a clear plant on this. And Post, not gonna find anyone, but it is the flank that gets caught here. None of that success found. Durka turns the flash. Beautiful. That's much better. That's a Fnatic we know and love. Where have they been? As Safe and Soulcast not finding any value on the way back through. A shutout and a lockout on this. You're a brave boy. Oh dear. Hello. There's a delivery for you. He's got him. 5 standing. Fnatic bringing the scoreline all the way back.
And potential momentum builders here for Fnatic. Look at the money. Yes, the investment there from the ultimates, but it effectively breaks the bank of Liquid. And that's what you wanted to see. Yes, 4 expended, but they still have the Nightfall. So that trade-off probably worth in terms of getting Fnatic back into this first half. We'll see what, if anything, Liquid can scrape together here. Again, ultimates-wise, they've only got the Nightfall from Soulcast. They're not even going to be able to force onto, you know, Guardians and Spectres this round.
Okay.
So 3 unanswered rounds for Fnatic get them, I guess, back in a position to recover. Because we're only tied up.
Yes, yes. So we put the kind of question back to Liquid of their level of adaptation now. What do they have to bring to the plate? Timeout hopefully should tee them up for it. The trophy, the end goal. And it feels still like, to me, the pressure is on Fnatic here. Yes, obviously scoreline-wise, but again, coming in as the dark horse here, if you're Fnatic, you can just kind of have that little bit of, I guess, a little less scrutiny on you. Whereas Fnatic feeling that. You just saw them coming back in after the last map. But they have recovered here. 3 in a row. Massive! As now the pistols are all that Liquid can really bring together.
There's only 2 Sheriffs as well, but well, I mean, Nats doesn't need anything more than a Ghost.
True.
Yeah, Liquid looking to get proactive here outside arcade. Last ultimate is invested. Yampi.
What a shot! Dinks up Durka and puts him to bed. Leo just trying to get that spam right. He's 20 HP. Right. No, he doesn't. He's got to fall away. Now he's vulnerable. Plant's going to come in, though.
Planted.
They do still have that ult if they want to try and invest it, but it's risky. It's a heavy investment for this round, because they only have pistols. Can't get that rifle to hand off the corpse of Durka. Nats is down low as well. He gets caught, he gets found. Boast now looking to buy time.
Safe looking to re-clear back through. Actually, Soulcast does send the Nightfall. Redguard found Boaster.
Oh dear, and now Safe's commanding their attention. Drawing them in here, that's at least 2 looking his way. Redguard trying to close in as well, he's got the rifle. Stunned up though, couldn't do much with it. Chronicle once again trying to save the day, down to a 2v2 now. Time's starting to tick though, they've got to get this defuse going. Oh, a shot from Yampi! Does he have any more? Yes, he does! Team Liquid! Against the odds again! Coming with pistols, 1 ult, and they walk out with everything.
It's another one, it's a shot to the heart of Fnatic. A thrifty conversion here. Again, decay taking effect here. Puts Redgar in a position to find that one.
Didn't see the C's, yeah. Came through as well. Night and day difference there, isn't it?
Very different.
But now what do we do? We saw once, the last couple of rounds in, 4x form, Fnatic were looking really good. They'd found that composure they needed. Was that enough to tilt them? Does this put them off their game? Do they start feeling flustered? Dirka's going to find that first fight. Oh, and Redguard just walks all over him. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
It was right, by the way. Lothar confirmed.
Wow.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon down.
What a bizarre set of events, but you can't help but love seeing it. We're going to at least hear 2 through sand now. Fnatic going to find it hard to cross. Can maybe made it a little easier from Alpha's work here. Redgar should be noted. Not sure if they saw where that C's landed. Yampi already get one, but it's Redgar and the great timing on the swing. Now you're going to hear that ult pop. Just Safe just post it. He's going to go back for it. Alpha denies. Takes away Safe and takes away the ult. Doing incredible work from up here.
2v2. Orbital Strike actually invested here from Redgar just to try and separate Leo. Spike's still down, but plenty of time left here for Fnatic.
30 seconds left.
They have to break apart this crossfire.
How'd you do it? You got Nats on one side, Redgar on the other. And Alpha's praying Nats takes a step too far, but it's Leo who's going to try and close in. Spam, yes. Shot, no! Redgar's got him 10 seconds now. Spike is not to hand! Redgar is a monster!
Absolute beast today. Finds a 4K here and puts Liquid 2 ahead.
And we have to say, we've been questioning a lot of Redgar's work recently. Incredible guy, love to hear from him, but some of his work in the server was looking a little bit dangerous, a little bit weird, a little bit wonderful. Now,
he's found his form today.
He absolutely has, and what a day to find it.
You know what to do.
Lockdown Rolling Thunder, one off the Orbital Strike here for Boaster. Can they respond? And Liquid maintain here. Nats goes forwards. He's going to find one. Boaster takes a ton of damage. Nats finds 2.
And look at Boaster. He's barely breathing. They're trying to go for more. They're hungry for it. They're feeling nasty. They finally start to fall away. Chronicle does punish Safe for outstaying his welcome.
Boaster's 30 HP.
They barely made a step towards the site. And look at the other side of the map. It ain't just one side that's closing in on you. You got big man himself, Redgar, on the way. And Leo, you better be ready. You got a challenge in your hands here. The timing, is it right? No, it's not! Soulgas outdoes him! And Fnatic cornered, surrounded!
They're being hunted.
There's blood in the water here.
Luckily slips away with the spike, but they have nothing to work upon here.
The dry walk to the site, and that's all they got. And Nats gets the timing just right. And look who's on the way, slowly but surely. Yampi is closing in too. Nats gonna make this such hard work. Incredible from Liquid. You go from them being dictated to being the ones taking the round to Fnatic.
Liquid have such a good read on the mental game right now. Some of these plays are just absolute heartbreakers.
Oh. That is stunning work from Nats there.
Emil is loving it, and rightfully so. Liquid are playing lights out today. 7-4 now. Fnatic need to try and get these ultimates online. Previously, Liquid denying them the opportunity to even set up. Yampi on an operator now. A safe walking underpass here with Nats, but
you should run.
Forced off by some of the utility. Maybe even trying to deny here. Yeah, the paint seal should deal with the lockdown.
See if it does.
It doesn't land.
No, still going. Okay, Yampi needs to make a retreat. Get out of there. Dirka's already on the way, taking his space that he's rightfully earned. Yampi doesn't get caught. Oh, Redgar! What? I don't know what's gone into this man. He's a man possessed today. Demonic levels. He's commanding the attention of 3 players, by the way. 3 of them. All the rest of his team are trying to deal with just one. So Yampi skips ahead. He takes down Alpha. Dirka's fallen. What is going on? Nats now throws in his hat to the ring as well. This is unthinkable. Team Liquid are playing like a team possessed. It's not just Redgar. It's not just Nats. It's all of them.
But everything considered, this is such a beautiful read. Same sort of execution once again. The lockdown, the rolling thunder, the orbital strike. The key indicators for what Fnatic want to do towards B site here. Initially, some pressure applied. The paint shell doesn't land, but immediately Redgar addressing the backlines. He wants to dig Boaster out from the orbital strike and the molly position. And unfortunately, if this is the plan all along, there's a lot of space for him to get off that rope. The alarm bot didn't even catch when he gets off.
You're watching a team now, seeing what was a flawless run slipping between their fingertips, and it is a day I didn't expect. I think when we came in today, we kind of talked through the expectations, right? What are the real chances here for Liquid? We look at the veto, you go, God, it's not looking good there either. You look at the head-to-head run. Stevie, get your hands away from Stevie. It does look good.
It does look good.
Yeah, it does look nice. But in a really realistic way, we're not, you know, talking...
Don't go that side.
Easy.
No, you're right. The worrying thing is, I think we're back to almost the polar opposite of a historical conversation with Fnatic, is never being able to establish consistency that transcends from international to regional. Here we're talking about not actually reflecting lock-in. Again, season aside, yes, but not closing this season out for Fnatic with the record that they've had.
Yeah,
it was teed up for them.
This was meant to be a slam dunk. And of all the teams, so, Liquid Fnatic, come on. By every statistical right, every stat you looked at, Fnatic bested Liquid. Every single one. Like maybe you could pull one out of a hat that was so obscure that it would make sense. But the fact they've gone to this depth is just incredible. The capability of this Liquid team. And they have broken the mental of Fnatic at the worst or best possible time.
And like I said, I think Liquid have such a good read on that in terms of some of the approaches to these rounds. Disrupting some of the structure that Fnatic bring into their attacking side in particular. It's another 8-4 half. If it's a time to lean back and start winning pistols, it's now. Because Liquid looking to seal the deal on this series on Fracture. Needed a course correction at the start of this map. Unfortunately now, the momentum stacked against them. Liquid looking to set up for potentially a set piece here. Boaster hopefully doesn't get caught off by this utility. It's beautiful utility though. Boaster's down to 25 HP.
Okay,
Durka finds safe though.
Yeah, all right. There's the follow-up from Nats though, just slicing them through the middle. Leo on the trade and Fnatic just getting dirty. Just trying to play in this mayhem. Yampy and Soulcast, tricky situation. Alpha's gonna find Soulcast and the second follows. Beautiful from Fnatic. Stability in the second.
This is a beautiful set piece though. The paint shell, the molly, the aftershock. I'm pretty sure there's no safety whatsoever in any part of tower. Luckily, the pistol round raid boss of Nats removed nice and early there. First tick in the box for Fnatic. Can they stabilize here? Again, with the Marshal in hand for Boaster, probably going to look towards trying to farb some ultimates towards him. Same thing again.
Yep, Chronicle.
Yeah, there's no safety in there.
Nope. And now you learn that lesson twice. Chronicle's gone down. Durka, that's a very dangerous smoke to even look towards. There's two players towards us, and one of them's Nats, and he's got to ghost the flash.
He turned into the flash!
Oh dear, it's all going Pete Tong. What is this?
Nats has got a phantom.
Okay, Boaster, he's found Yampy. All right, the cross is not safe yet. Alpha and Leo, where are you in this as well? Just waiting, trying to be patient. 50 seconds here, and Redgar wants to do something. Not going to get a chance. Leo clawing one back here. And they need to stay cool. They outgun him every step of the way. And that's only on 11 HP. It's not much to play with.
He's been forced back so deep as well into main. ultimately Safe that becomes
30
the
seconds left.
key player in this scenario.
They're trying to swing him. Oh, they've given themselves a chance at this.
Spike down B.
And now a 2v2. Spike back to hand. Soulcast wants that plant. Nats needs to defend this, though. This position has been noted. He has to hit the perfect shot. He can't do it that time. Second time of asking, not going to happen. Boaster trying to hold on to this. Soulcast almost taken down by the turret. This feels horrific to try and work against. It's not going to happen here. Made a little bit of something out of nothing. But Fnatic do stay alive.
Hey, Boaster scrapes away with 25 HP. Chronicle sits in that blender that's set up towards tower. I was curious if there was any safe spot in tower. This confirms it.
That's a scary prospect working forward as well, because you know it's a no-go zone.
Durka turning into the flash. I'm not sure if it was just a panicked moment. At least we're seeing a smile on the player cams.
A little bit of respite from the pressure.
Fnatic actually, well, Alpha down to 0 credits, buying down to 500 and 400. With Boaster and Leo. Pacey here from Safe to try and get in towards Sand. Forced Alpha deep. The flank coming through very early on, though.
How hard do they come in on this? Oh, they double down on it. Yeah, they are taking no prisoners now. Yampy's gone. Alpha, next target. They take the fight, they lose it. Alpha! Brilliance from him. Big punish. That's a Redgar feeling left out in this round, really. How long can they stay alive? This would need an over-delivery. It ain't gonna happen from Nats, so it's all on Redgar.
Crispy on the first, Durka, though.
Yep,
Good
not
for
gonna
the
let
trade.
that go.
So Fnatic right back in this half now. And that's the sort of round that makes you think there's some resilience left in the tank.
There has to be.
Very, very confident. Very hyper-aggressive here to dig Yampy out of this spot. So Alpha definitely heating up here. Looking a little more energetic on stage.
I mean, it should be a reminder of who Fnatic are. Flawless throughout regular season, barely dropping a map. The final hurdle, the hardest one, of course, but kindling a little bit of that spirit, that capability that we've known them for throughout regular play. We go again. Safe not gonna have that freedom, and Alpha on the hunt. Gotta be careful here, he's in no man's land. He's gonna have to fight his way out, he's desperately trying, but now he's in danger. That could be a rifle recovered! The form! Leo trying to save him! And sometimes leaving a man to drown might have been the better option there, because that's 2 rifles picked up.
They could also strike off the ultimate here as well. He does. Chronicle's going to be forced into an awful spot, and he's punished.
Boaster desperately trying to hold on, clawing at this round for Fnatic. Finds Soulcast on the cross. They need that spike. Got it to hand. And the plant going to come in next. Nat's down low. Yampy the only one with that rifle. Paint shell posted. Has to get out of there. 56 seconds though. They still got time to play with. Where do they find that space? Is it off this? Swing in from Nats. Yeah, a nice attempt, but Boaster all too prepared.
Yampy in
wants
the
a
clutch,
pick.
yeah. Still got plenty of time to work with.
Show me what you got, Yampy. 35 seconds.
When does he give a step away? That's the problem.
He's got to go soon.
30 seconds left.
He's past, he's out of range now.
Yep, taking his time. And they can't split up here.
And the best thing is as well, this eats up a lot of time for the cooldown. He's going to have the fault line to at least be able to make a play in this post plant.
Can he get a plant and then push? I don't know if he risks that.
I mean, it's an open plant.
Where's he slipped in? Okay, this is
Lots
quite
of
nice.
options for him.
And Durka, obviously going to question, did he slip back down? Did I just miss him? Where is he in this? He wants to maybe catch that cross. Yeah, he is.
Yampy's
He's
down the
trying
rope.
to. I like this. He's going to hear one cross. Looks for the second. Isolates the fight. Finn v Finn, 1v1. Yampy making something out of nothing, but Durka keeping his composure, keeping his goal.
Oh my God.
Yampy! What a time to do it! No right to that round. Boaster doing everything he could to hold on to it, and it still gets taken away. And it's because of this start.
I mean, this is a perfect combination as well. The neural theft comes through, orbital strike posted. Boaster able to slow things down, as you noted, but this is played to perfection by Yampy. that is the second member of Fnatic on the way back through.
Let's go!
And this feels like the last full buy in the tank for Fnatic. Showstopper, orbital strike, one off the lockdown. Yampi, after that clutch, does have the rolling thunder.
And when Yampi's confident, he scares me to no end.
It's the same hit, or at least the molly towards tower here.
I mean, you're already seeing they've had to respect that. They're playing no one on site. They're just here to watch across. Durka hoping he's good for one out of this, and he does have the showstopper if he gets the chance for it. Spots a play. Oh, Safe's just backhanded. How is it Boaster catching these? Punishing Redgar on the cross-up. I don't think he even saw him. Ult's gonna come in now. They're trying to just make this. What? Safe's going. Safe's trying. Leo, desperate for that connection, trying to just tap away as best he could. Soulcast and Yampi making this almost. Oh! The fade away from Soulcast, and he wants a bit more. Yampi goes down. It's all on Soulcast. He can't quite do it. Oh my bloody hell.
What a ridiculous round. Oh, these are painful to watch, yes, but also a lot of fun to watch.
Oh, yeah. Come off it.
Coming to a montage near you soon.
But the difference in atmosphere, right? We sat at 9 to 8. Liquid loving it. They're down on pistols. They're still having a good time. Fnatic are looking nervous still. We saw one smile from Alpha, and that's about all we've gotten so far. Oof.
But 4-1 on the half. The hard work is done for Fnatic.
Yep.
They need to convert this further, though. And Liquid down on a Guardian, a Stinger, and a couple of pistols.
Feels like the rounds they win, though.
Yeah, Fnatic's going walkabouts, too. Will be given away, potentially, by the sound cues. So Liquid should just pick up the pace towards B here. There's still a spy cam in the back lines as well.
My camera peak.
He's got to have seen something off this.
They can flip sides now.
Yeah.
I mean, Liquid can explore towards spawn, potentially, if the spike goes down.
I don't know if you can deny this. No, not going to be able to. Yampi's gone down. The response, though, finding Chronicle. It's going to be picked up here. Now it's all topsy-turvy. Because look at this deep exploration coming out from Redgar, coming out from Nat. Lockdown comes in. Boaster expected this, though. It's not bad.
Nat is actually... He's gone all the way behind him. Boaster's aware, he spotted him.
Oh, he's on the run. He wants out of there. But they need to get this diffused. Is anything going to deny that? Drawn off it for now. Safe goes for a double check here, forced away from it from the pain shell. Alpha's dealt with him. Alpha's found Soulcast too. And an attempt was made. A little bit nasty with it. Nat's going to be left with that Guardian if he's not careful. Okay. Caught by Boaster, and we're tied up at 9 apiece.
Pulls out the lockdown, but Alpha actually gets 3 back on the board in terms of orbs. 1 off the Rolling Thunder here. Now Liquid have another buy behind this, though, with the Light Shield. 9 apiece here on Fracture.
What a series we're getting between these two. Fnatic bringing this back. Talk about, you know, picking themselves up off the ground. They were having a horrible first half. Couldn't have gone much worse for them, but this has been a massive activation of Alpha as well. He has been coming to his own.
He is the protagonist here for Fnatic, honestly. Again, when they needed someone to lock in to come online, it was him as well. Liquid, the ones to call a timeout here is, like I said, a couple of buy rounds in play. Whether or not they feel as if Fnatic, I guess, feel like they're back in control of the pacing here. And if we're going to see a massive adjustment on the side of Liquid. Certainly haven't had much success in terms of a set piece here. It's been a very scrappy second half, to be honest.
Yeah. I wonder if there is that composure there with Liquid in this, though. That's what I'm interested about. If they can play a different game style. Oh, from Molly to Striker. Hello, Striker.
Hello, Striker.
Hope you're having a good day. And now, let's see what we've got. Buy back in for Liquid. Fnatic want this 10th. This would be a huge boon to them.
Like I said, only really Leo's ultimate to work with here. So they might set up for this tower take once again. Redgar does retrieve the orb. So one off the orbital strike now. Smoke's invested, but no progress made on the back of that. So now potentially Liquid only have, I mean, yeah, sure, the cage from Nats, but one smoke in terms of setting up for an exec here. And sure, yeah, there's a third member of Fnatic committed towards B, but it's a deep hold towards A. Nats has already posted up pretty deep. I don't even know if the awareness is there.
This is going to be a burst, if anything. There it is. Yeah. Need to deal with that, and they do. Safe's on the way. So,
Wait, what? How?
How did he get that?
Left.
Did he get... I mean, there was an assist there from both Yampy and Redgar. Was that a molly and a fault line?
Maybe? I genuinely didn't catch that. But that's pretty big, considering Alpha's been the headhunter, right? He's been the main guy to change the outcome of this, and Nats and Redgar locking it down over towards A main. Chronicle trying to give himself a fair fight, but he ain't going to get it on 26 HP. And Leo's sat in CT. What are you meant to do? This round's done.
Yep.
It was almost done from the beginning.
Got to hold on to these. With Chronicle down at 150, Alpha down at 400. They're trying to protect the purchase going forwards. But yeah, show me that replay. I want to see everything that got sent towards Alpha, because he's tucked in behind the box just below rope, right? He's in sands.
I think so. Nice 10 for Liquid. And I want to roll this back to the beginning. See how that happens. Because, you said it, protagonist Alpha, sure, but here we go.
But what else connects here? So he's stunned up.
Stunned and just can't move?
He's stunned up and in the smoke. That's where the assists come from.
You're not there yet. Dangerous game to be playing. Speaking of dangerous games, Dirk is playing one himself. He knows everything though. He knows so much about this. He knows the Soulcast is screwed. Oh, what a shot from Dirk! Stunning precision on the first, and the follow-up's just gorgeous. Is there an answer to be had from Nats trying to slip through on a bit of timing here? Prowler just dissipates and he gets himself so close. They seem aware of the possibility. Did boast to catch a glimpse of him. I don't think so. And now a chance made, and it goes. He's having a round.
That's just safe from Redgar. And Fnatic desperately trying to drag themselves back online, take the initiative, and be decisive in these rounds now.
If anything, that round's a rallying cry coming out from Durka to get the boys fighting.
One enemy remaining.
Redgar trying to get cheeky with it. Alpha stands tall though. Once the smoke drops, does he catch safe off the retreat? No, he'll be able to slip through the smoke.
Now this would be quite impressive.
It would be something.
Yeah, now I don't think it's gonna happen. As the defuse is halfway, and safe is backing. So, Durka, not gonna catch him, just as he presses the corner.
Look at the orbital strike off this though.
True.
And Fnatic actually building back towards some of these key ultimates.
Durka's what, 2 away as well, I think?
Yep, Durka 2 off the showstopper, 3 away from the lockdown. The reveal is huge here. Oh, wait, did the reveal actually tag on Yampy as well?
I think I got both of them there.
That reveal is disgusting.
I want that.
What?
I would like it.
That's disgusting.
I would enjoy that.
I just noticed the trail there.
Wow. Scraping by with a couple of rounds is half liquid though. Just about keeping even.
5 retakes from Fnatic.
Mad, isn't it? What's the plan this round? How are you going to paint this picture, Liquid? Well, Alpha waiting over towards 8. Redgar patrolling.
Liquid have definitely slowed things down now.
The pace is night and day from what we saw before. Showed a little something towards A, but we can see him drifting towards that B site.
I'm not even sure actually if this is semi-intentional. Obviously they have a good combo between Boaster and Leo in terms of the ultimates. I would even say Durka as well in that regard. It's the orbital strike to open things up here for Liquid. No resistance on the way in just yet, but Leo he finds a blind kill.
Big catch for him. That's huge. There's the ult as well. Pain Shell coming in, perfect from Fnatic. Very well composed. This is the Fnatic we were waiting to see.
They find themselves once again in a couple of these rounds on Fracture. Looking a bit more reminiscent of that structure, that choreography we're used to seeing.
Even just the chemistry between the players, starting to see it come online. As I said, that round from Durka was lovely, but...
It's a team effort as well, but everybody's got a buddy system. They're using their utility together. A stark contrast from some of the other examples we've seen in this series.
Getting fired up now as well.
11-10. Liquid, the funds are starting to get a little flaky. Fnatic. Proactivity once again.
Oh, and Alpha looking to swing on the pinch as well. Just as they come around, it's Durka to find Redgar as well. That's a backline gone. They're a little cornered here, trying to overwhelm towards the site though, but Boaster's keeping his cool. He's keeping control of a little bit, or as much as he can. Yampy has forged a path through towards the site though. Not gonna go down towards B.
Love his rolling thunder off that as well.
That could be huge. That's holding space towards CT though, a dangerous position. They still have kit on Chronicle to clear this if they need to. Oh, he swung early. Catching Durka, yes, but the trade comes out. A 4v3 now. Next steps, safe, willing to take the next fight. This is scrappy again. They want this to be a bloodied battle. Soulcast's position is rotten to work with. But they want to find that additional player. Alpha hides. They don't see him yet. He's gone away with a little bit of something here, but he's giving it away now. Soulcast has to be aware. He's pinned in though, but oh, Leo's got one. Yampy now in the 1v1. And against Leo again in the time. He's running out of it. He swings and he's got him. Team Liquid ain't out of it yet. Dragging this game back. And that is so scrappy again. I can't keep saying, it's such a brawl on these sites.
And it's a bailout round for Liquid. I was saying, the fun's starting to deteriorate. Beautiful open up, more aggression all the way through towards Tree here. The only thing Liquid have to work with here is tower. To be honest, that's it. And they convert this into a successful round.
But it's the first success they've had in a while, right? If it's coming in, in bits and pieces, dribs and drabs, it's not consistent. How do they find that next round? Because it feels like Fnatic had the upper hand and still potentially do.
Pace from Liquid out of that.
And you can see how deep Fnatic is sitting. They are not entertaining holding on the site here at all. Rotations are in though.
No ultimates this time either.
They've been punishing this cross every single time though. I swear we've been seeing kills happen every single second. Safe. The first man to feel brave enough to step forward. Horn on the site shows nothing. And Fnatic wait patiently. Anything given away. The re-smoke towards the cross. They need to make the most of this if they want it. But again, Spike's with Yampy. He's the one who can do this. Safe, are you waiting with that? I'm waiting to see that showstopper. Here we go. They're going to scurry and scatter. And he doesn't do anything with it. Somehow doesn't do the damage he'd want to. Trying to buy some time to get out of the stun. But now the plant's going to be coming down. They can't really deny it here. Boombot to follow. Trying to keep him back further. Durka's still succeeding towards Redgar. Safe, getting into it. Once the shot doesn't get it, the trade, Yampy! He's still doing damage! And now Soulcast and Yampy up against Alpha and Leo. And the cross is going to be so precarious. You can see the eyes trained on it. They're waiting for it. Soulcast can hit the shot. He just dips away in time. And now Yampy. Gotta be dangerous. Oh, he's got him! He's got Leo down! And now Alpha in the 1v2. And of course, the shorty waiting. Do you dare go into the den? And the timing on this one, Soulcast getting closer, Alpha feeling the chances, slipping away from him now. Time getting so low, he has to make something happen, and Yampy's there! What a round from Liquid again! In the absolute mayhem of these rounds, they are now one away.
Fnatic reset into such a deep position here, Lauren. Safe's able to just run away with it. Honestly, he has such deep control. I didn't even see that from Durka. Seized in, still finds Stu, but Yampy responds with 2 of his own. And 4 on the round for him. Some of these retake setups now, the cracks are starting to show for them. Another pace change here, actually. Well, continuing with that pace. Durka will find safe. Yampi already back one away from a Rolling Thunder, by the way. Used it in the other post plant on B.
Crazy, isn't it? He has been just coming alive in these very last couple of rounds, but this time that pace change was met by force. Durka there to deal with it, blunt the spear a little.
Do they try and get aggressive once again behind B with this lockdown?
They've done it before.
Was going for that attacker-sided lockdown in underpass. Which is why I think Liquid are looking to clear all the way under and through Arcade.
Soulcast can get his ult from this too. Just making sure no one's hanging around tower. Doesn't fancy it, wants to contact towards site.
And Soulcast does have the spike, so he'll get it off the plant regardless.
True. The second they break this though.
Fnatic want to get this attacker lockdown. But there's nothing to pin in the other side of Arcade here.
30 seconds left.
Here we go, when to hear that sound.
Spike planted.
Spike's in. Lockdown, it's there. And now, welcome to the mayhem. The pandemonium begins now. Soulcast finding Durka. Oh, and the follow-up! Huge impact from Soulcast. Has to respect the lockdown though. Chronicle falls. Nats with a reply. It's a 3v2. Chronicle and Alpha with everything to do. Can they take this to OT? Is there anything left in the tank here? Yampi invests the ult, draws them away from the defuse. Nats still standing. It's all on Alpha. A 1v2 to save Fnatic here. Or it's Liquid doing the unthinkable. He doesn't even know the time he's got left, and it is being ripped away from him. So much utility, so little time. He can't do it. Team Liquid doubted from lock-in, questioned every step of the way, but they have risen to the occasion here, Mike. They are your winners today. They are the winners of the VCT EMEA League, and they've done it against Fnatic.
What a way for them to flip the expectations at the final moment of this season in EMEA. And in that fashion as well. The odds stacked against them. What a performance. Everyone stepping up to the plate today for Liquid. And like you said, those questions we had throughout the season, are they going to be able to stabilize themselves?
Oh, they've answered it. They've
Absolutely.
answered every single critic here by taking on Fnatic in the best form we've ever seen Fnatic in. Besting them here today is truly heroic levels of performance from Team Liquid. They came prepared. They knew the plan, and they played it just perfectly.
See, I think this is the one-off day we've had from Fnatic, and Liquid pounce on the opportunity. You can see what it means to them as well.
Oh, take a bow, boys. This one's all for you. An incredible team stepping to the stage here. And the winners for VCT EMEA, Team Liquid!
Team Liquid, you guys, they've done the unthinkable. They are your VCT EMEA champions after 9 weeks of turning up here on stage week in, week out. The highs, the lows, they've been through it all, and they won that trophy. They are the second team, oh, actually no, they are the only team to win this trophy twice in the history of EMEA, and hopefully opening to a new chapter of their history as well. Boys, congratulations. Now, I'm going to start start with you, Safe. Do you have a mic? Let him have a mic. Now, these boys, they've done it before. They've lifted a trophy before. They won EMEA. I think Redgar Nats 2 years ago. These guys also. But this is your first time. You finally done it.
Yeah, I popped my cherry.
Yeah, and you did it by completely diffing Fnatic as well. The team, I felt like, always had your number as well. So how good does that feel?
It feels really good, obviously. I mean, yeah, they've always had my number, but when you have my number for a long time, I'll have yours too. So I kind of saved them on the contact list and started calling. I've been calling every day, and we're waiting for this day, and we did it now, so I'm super happy.
I'm very happy for you as well.
Glad they called.
Yeah. Yompe, today, I think the barking, the energy, I saw a little bit of a trash talk. There we go. There we go. Lots of trash talk from you as well on stage. I saw you giving it to them as well. And the clutches. Yesterday you said to me, if you play with confidence, no one can defeat you. But where does that confidence come from?
I think the confidence, I mean, first of all, there is some trash talk, it's nothing personal. I just want to clear up that I love all the Fnatic guys, but I think the confidence just comes from the hard work, you know. You just need to trust yourself. All the hours you have put, not just this year, but I would say last 6 years of my career, you just need to trust yourself. I have had also up and downs, and I think I got tired of losing to Fnatic in LAN. I think me and Dom has lost to them, I think 5 times in a row now, and it's the first time we win them in LAN, so yeah, unbelievable feeling.
I mean, 2 grand finals against them, you've won both.
Yeah, that's true. It's a best of 5 buff. We haven't lost the best of 5 in a long time, so
yeah.
I'm super happy.
Have the buff. Redgar, you've been on a redemption arc, you know? Not only did you miss out on LAN last year,
I can't hear, to be fair.
Oh, okay. Can you hear if I scream? There we go, guys. Let him hear my question. Oh, Redgar. I mean, not only did you miss out on the LANs last year, which I know was really tough for you, but one of the reasons you missed out was because of that team sitting opposite you. So you got your revenge, finally.
Yeah, like they won us twice. Like I said before, Iceland is not our town, right? So Tokyo incoming!
Also, for your personal performance today, you were on another level. Where did you find that kind of energy?
I don't know, just play matchmaking and that's good, you know?
Easier said than done, Emil, same as Safe, you know, we're not, if we don't count the LCQs, this is a big moment for you. You finally managed to lift a trophy. How good does that feel?
Amazing. I don't know what to say. I'm so grateful for this team. These 5 individuals, this beautiful guy, beautiful IGL, and the rest, of course.
You're gonna have to go one by one now if you call them
I will tell them they're beautiful after.
Yeah?
It's okay, but I feel amazing.
Yeah, and today, were you stressed at any point?
Always. Every round.
Yeah, every single round?
Yeah, every round.
What about, I saw you hold up a picture of both, I think it was an XL jersey and some gnomes. What's the lore behind that?
No real reason. It's more if I'm bored, have nothing to do, I have something to show to the camera. So
okay, you weren't too stressed then?
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Congratulations, Emil. Dom, you've been here since day one. You're the OG. At this point, I feel like you are Team Liquid. A lot of highs, also a lot of lows as well. So where does this moment rank, you know, in your career? And also, talk me through the fact that you've managed to get here. You've achieved this.
Honestly, it feels like it's like the start of the redemption arc, you know? Yeah. Like I'm gonna go back up, you know, especially like this kind of win, like from what happened in Brazil and like kind of slowly like on a path upwards, you know? Who would have thought like this would have happened, you know? Who would have thought? But like, it's honestly, it's such a dream to experience like this, and now we know what it feels like to win. We want to win more.
A lot of people are saying that this current Liquid roster is the best one. You've been on all of them, so could you comment on that?
I'll let the results speak for itself.
Very good, Dom. Redgar was like freaking out a little bit there. Nats. First of all, you asked me, for those people that don't know at home, you asked me a couple days ago to tell Fnatic to pick Haven because you wanted to show your Killjoy. I didn't want to leak that. I can now. Yeah, Killjoy. First time you played it in EMEA. Why? How did it feel today to debut it?
I mean, my team is forcing me to play Cougar. I'm saying them Cypher is much better. They're saying, oh no, we have to play Cougar. I mean, to be honest, we just decided to try that and that worked.
Yeah, can you guys confirm, deny, that was your idea, not his?
No, it's my responsibility.
Did you like it?
I was playing Killjoy before. I don't know why is everyone saying it's... how many maps I have on Killjoy in the VLR? 30?
22.
20.
Oh,
Yeah.
you just know it off your head. Wow.
Yeah, well, because I was thinking maybe you play the Killjoy today, but you know you're mastering quite a few agents. You're still kind of the Cypher player of our region. Is this the prime Nats now? Have we reached the prime Nats we used to see?
No, wait for that in Tokyo, I hope.
There's more? You gotta give the other teams a chance, you guys. I'm gonna let you guys have a chance to, say something that you want to say. This is a really big moment for you guys. So, any of you want to take the mic? Yeah.
I mean, I can start. Thank you everyone for supporting us. It's incredible to play on that stage. It's incredible to have that kind of audience and support that is always with us. I just want to say that without that support, it wouldn't be that win.
Dom, anything?
Bro, if I say something, I'll probably get fined, so I'll keep it on the low, but it's still with the haters. But
Mel's up there.
Yeah, I know, but thank you everyone for supporting. Yeah, it's not been an easy journey, but I guess it's on the way up now. So thank you everyone.
Yeah, for me, I don't have so much to say, honestly. I just want to thank everyone that showed up every single game. I mean, and the people cheering now as well, obviously. It's been amazing. Yeah, I mean, it's been really great, guys. It's been really great. And the only thing I have to say is shout out Sexy Mods. You know who you are. Those are my boys, so yeah, I got them.
Redgar?
I think I would say that our crowd is really insane. Every time they're really, I don't know, their support means a lot for me. And also, I know that we won this trophy, but I want to say it's only the beginning, and we are far away from what we want for you fans, because you deserved it.
So, thank you so much, everyone who's been coming from every event. Fnatic fans, thank you for coming, everyone. It means a lot to us, and just want to say, and I would say terkkuja kotiin iskelle, äitille ja veljille, ja the biggest kiss goes to, they will know, she will know. And thank you so much for supporting. Much love to all of you.
I just want to say thank you for these 5 players for trusting in me and being awesome. So thank you. Thank you, guys.
On behalf of everyone here, I'll say thank you to you guys as well, coming here week in and week out, giving your all. And for one more time, you guys, you get to hold the trophy. Once again, everybody give it up for Team Liquid! Oh, what a beautiful moment. Cougar and Lothar, you are with me here by the side of the stage. You know, Liquid, had you said to me after lock-in that they will be the ones to lift the EMEA trophy, I would not have believed you, but my God, they deserve it.
A few days ago, I was showing that graphic with the predictions from all of the teams, and none of them put Liquid in the position that they are today, not even making it to Masters, and definitely not being the champions of the region.
There seems to be a very interesting storyline in the making, because in Pacific, the DRX lost to the underdogs Paper Rex, and now Liquid wins against Fnatic.
So Loud are going to lose to NRG. That's what you're saying.
I guess.
Maybe. But I mean, looking at these guys as well, you know, on stage, I know that Liquid, they are the team to win it twice, the only team to win it twice. But Emil and Safe, Cougar, such a long time coming for them as well.
Yeah, especially I think that for Emil, we've been joking about, you know, him and his brother. And I think that for him, it means a lot. It means a lot, you know, to get this. Also, the fact that Redgar, we didn't have him on any international event last year when he was in EMEA. Exactly, yeah, of course. So I'm just very happy that they made it.
Yeah, it's just awesome to see. The match was fantastic. We have seen performances typically that was not seen in the past in the teammates from Team Liquid, like Redgar went bonkers, absolutely bonkers.
And Safe too, you know, he was always kind of missing out on these grand finals in the past, didn't really have a chance to even touch that trophy, but he has today. And also he did it by absolutely diffing everybody on Fnatic.
Yeah, I think it's a milestone for him, definitely, you know. I think for most of the players, because we had such heavy hitters, such strong cores coming from Na'Vi, coming from Fnatic, and from Futbolists. And this was the one that was fumbling a little bit, but the work that they put through, the new compositions that we saw today, they reserved everything for the last battle.
Yeah, you can see how badly they wanted that as well. But I will say, Lothar, where does this leave Fnatic?
I think that leaves them in a good spot for their mental health, because, you know, they were on a win streak, a massive win streak, and that's not really a good spot when it comes to preparations, because you're always thinking about it will come to an end at some point. So this is like a good wake-up call just before you go to Tokyo, which will be the most important tournament apart from Champions.
Honestly, I think it's very good for them. They needed to taste what defeat tastes like before going to Japan. They also have an escape group, so if they were going to lose, and if you tell me this is the only time they're going to lose, they're just going to lose once, let it be this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is giving me 2021 Reykjavik flashbacks. Liquid versus Fnatic in the grand finals. Liquid win, and then they both go to an international tournament. I just hope that this time they both make it, you know, to the end as well.
I hope so as well. I mean, we have 4 representatives at Tokyo. It's absolutely
Other regions
massive.
can't relate.
I mean, if they've skipped groups, that means that if they both win their opening games, surely they meet each other at some point, right?
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, just when one team from EMEA not making it out of groups, either Na'Vi or Foot, they're also qualified for champions. They don't even have to go through last chance qualifying. It's going to be a last chance qualifying without Liquid.
Oh wait, it might not be. It might not be. Don't get your hopes up just yet. But I mean, this moment is going to be absolutely huge for the boys as well, Lothar. But the question is, can they keep this up? Is this going to be, you know, because they've been on an upward trajectory ever since lock-in. Is there any more room left in that ceiling, you think?
I mean, they just won the biggest.
Yeah, but then now they got to win.
Yeah,
now they got to win Tokyo as well.
I don't want to sound like an asshole, you know, by saying this, but I think there's a lot of room to grow for Liquid, and even though they won here, I feel like there's a lot of advancement that they can still do.
All right, follow me, because we do have a special guest ready, I believe. The lights are kind of blinding him right now. But Redgar, do we have a mic for Redgar? If not, you can borrow mine. You can borrow mine. Thank you for staying with us for the last post-plant of the season until LCQ. I feel wait, I want one too. There we go. I know I asked you this already about your redemption arc, you know, finally beating Fnatic. How does it feel really? The emotions. What emotions are you feeling?
To be fair, like, I'm so exhausted on these days, so I can't say that properly, but I'm feeling really great that we stopped them before they're going to the tournament. It means like that we have confidence and they find out the things that they can learn, and our region gonna be #1 on the tournament.
What did you think about them today, their performance?
I think it was surprising for me that they picked Lotus first. I thought that they will try to pick Heaven because they know that we are like...
We wanted to see Arena, to be honest.
But they like picked Lotus. And we know what are they doing, they know what we are doing, and we're just trying to mind games a little bit. But just in general, they have a strong mentality. They still come back on Nascent, and even after they have an fracture, they were insane. But I think like sometimes we just were better individually, and that's why we won, I guess, today.
You in particular, I think that you had a pretty good performance, didn't you?
You mentioned confidence. My bro, what did you eat for breakfast? Because you went 18 first bloods and 8 first deaths. You had +10 in the entire series.
You weren't aware?
No, I just go and kill. That's all
I had. Gotta go kill, I guess.
And you tell it to yourself, so it's okay. It's a fair call. Also, we saw some different compositions. Is this something that you had in the bank and you had ready already for Masters and wanted to test it here, obviously, you know, to help you lift this trophy? Or was it tailored specifically for this occasion?
I think we just maybe trained more specifically because it was more like the scrims, to be fair, but just on stage. And we just tried our best. We focused on communication, we focused on clutch situations, we focused on little strats like adaptation. So basically it was the good training, to be fair.
I mean, it was a beautiful match. I'm not sure if you realize because, you know, we see the mini-map, you guys don't with the full information, but the last round was beautiful because Fnatic wanted to play retake on B, you went on to B completely like free, right? Then they wanted to play the Killjoy retake from underground, but you guys had 2 retake ults for post plan. It was just such a cat and mouse situation. The entire fracture looked like that. Did it feel like that as well?
How to say? Sometimes we just know what are they doing. You know, with Ultimate they say, okay, they did it before, they're gonna do this. Okay, what should we do? We should push City. Okay, they know that we push City. What are they gonna do? And you know, it was just a regular thing. And I think who is more, how to say, like understand what each other are doing and can keep this tempo during the whole game is gonna win. And today we were better. Next time, who is gonna know? But it's an amazing feeling.
Now you won the trophy. I know you don't like saying stuff like this, but I'm going to ask you. Are you the best team in EMEA?
Today, yes.
In general?
Today, yes.
I knew you were going to say that.
But like one win is not proving anything, you know? You need to win several times, and after we can speak about it, right?
How many times exactly, so you know we can keep count? So when you do win that many times, we can
bring it up in the best media. Like now they are the best team in EMEA.
3 or 4 times.
Okay.
Ooh, 3 or 4. Okay, so talking about the next wins, of course you're going to Tokyo. Is there any team that you really want to face off against?
I want to face all teams where I have my friends. Like I have a lot of friends on international
EMEA.
stage.
You can do it all the
You're
time.
like the friendliest person on the
I
planet.
tried to play versus EMEA. Give me other regions, please.
I guess Forsaken, that would be a fun one, right?
Yeah, like Derix, Perix, like T1 also really good team. I want to play versus them and versus EDG, versus like Energy, because I think FNS want to revenge, right? Because like we won last time and we didn't appear on the international stage, but right now this is the time when we're gonna have a fun time together again.
The 3-0, I remember that, I think every EMEA fan remember that. And lastly, before we let you go, I think a lot of the other regions, we just spoke about them, those teams, they probably just watched this and they might be thinking, oh, we know what Liquid are doing, maybe they want to come in with a plan to counter you. Anything you want to say to them, you know?
I'll just say that a lot of people having fun of our game, even from like previous time, right? And we're gonna have time. We're gonna have a fun right now also. And you see how even we're losing, we still have fun. So even if you're gonna win us 12-0, we still can come back.
That's strong, that's strong. And lastly, you two, any closing words? It's going to be the last time we see each other here on the stage until FCQ. Yeah.
Well, I have to say that I am very happy from all the audience that we've had. They've all been amazing. The people working behind the scenes, I cannot mention one name of someone that is not completely adorable. Every single day, everybody has been here with a big smile, you included here, of course. But it's been an absolute pleasure to be a part of this split.
I'm just super happy we had the first season online with everyone here, so we're able to a little bit do bonding, you know, playing some games together and also enjoying the company with the audience. You guys are all the best.
Oh, thank you very much, you guys. Thank you to you guys, of course, for showing up every single week. Congratulations, Redgar and Team Liquid. Redgar, they're going to be flying to Tokyo with Fnatic, Na'Vi, and FUT for a shot at a trophy at Masters. We are the greatest region in the world. You guys know it, and we'll see you in Tokyo to see if we can bring that trophy home.
Last player standing. One enemy.
Bloody hell! What a ridiculous round.
Sit the down.
Attackers win.